Yo, testing. Thanks for tuning in. Tonight, I'm gonna be listening to older podcast from h4tes. Is it? h4tes. Yeah. What a good channel. He is bringing guests often. Go ahead, subscribe to him. Yeah, today probably last time we are listening to Raymond, and after that I'm wrapping up this subject. It's yeah, the horse has been eaten, I would say. So yeah, it's 2 hours long podcast. He actually sounds very articulate and good. It's a good podcast. Yeah. I'm gonna probably react here and there to some stuff. But I realized when you listen to him for more than 2 or 3 hours, it's like a drilling machine in your head. It's like you will get migraine. It's something like that happened to me, like, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago. I was listening to Todd Thundercock and I made mistake listening to that stuff for more than half an hour and I got migraine. Yeah. Basically, Todd Thundercock and Raymond are in the same boat. And if Medican didn't see Max, I would be also in the same boat. I'm lucky that high people fixed my attitude, I guess. But yeah. Let me know if audio is okay. Hey, Mr. Chill In, good to see you. So it's exactly 7 p.m. right now in Eastern Europe. So euro cells are just slowly coming home from wages, yada yada. Yeah, American cells probably sleeping, but that's okay. We don't need American cells in the house. And yeah, there are no Asian cells in the house at all, because East Asia, they are simply not desktop cells. All the computing power is mobile. And it's just, at worst, they are just doom scrolling TikTok. At best, they are actually making money with smartphones. Yeah, very few people in East Asia are desktop selling, and if they are desktop selling, it's more like some kind of competitive, silent, toxic almost gaming. From what we heard, Mercer told us he used to be friend with some Koreans back in the days, and they are apparently very toxic, by the way, to each other, whatever. But it's even worse with Japanese gamers. Japanese gamers apparently are absolutely cooperating in silence, from what we heard. And Thai gaming, desktop in Thailand, no, that is not their style. At worst, you will have some Thai desktop cell playing League of Legends or Dota or something, some MOBA type of game. Yeah, what about Slavic gaming? Yeah. You have motherfucker like Medican here playing Slaverian Tracker. I love this sandbox because pure sandbox experience, no gay animation, no woke narrative, no smear, no blur. Everything is nice and crispy and very responsive. Yeah, AZQ, good to see you. Yeah, it's Thursday night. Let me know how is everybody coping this week. I'm trying to accumulate just a few shekels more and we can bounce to Asia. And there is this new mini Pocahontas waiting for me. It's a huge life fuel. It feels almost unreal. Like, yeah, I'm playing some uncopyrighted Pong in the background. Yeah, this is so good that these Pong remixes are botched into oblivion. They simply don't have any copyright ID behind them. The AI can go lick my armpit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The moment I play some drum and bass, yeah, those songs are simply somewhat registered, yeah. Anyway, in like 5-10 minutes I'm gonna play that podcast from a h4tes. He had Raymond as a guest like a month ago, was it? Yeah, that stream don't sound so ranting style so much. It's more about some history facts and stuff like that. But after all, this is all American sphere. It's me observing that stuff that's like from another planet. Yeah. All right, where is this tape? Let's bring it on. Yeah. It's actually funny stuff. I mean, I'm gonna post the link here. So yeah, this is the podcast from h4tes. Yeah, I have came to a conclusion after listening probably 10 hours of his content. I figured out there is no hope to save him. There is no solution for this guy. I have learned that guy is anti-cannabis, anti-CMAX, literally anti any small advice. Me and him are not that different looking, and I'm trying to keep my fucking face presentable when outside Gulag, of course. Yeah. Even simple small improvement like frameless glasses would help him drastically, but he said something like, send me $500 and I buy new glasses. I'm like, what the fuck? For $500 I can literally buy flight tickets to Bangkok and CMAX. Yeah, the economic realities of that guy, it's a downward spiral. Yeah. It's a good reminder that you don't want to end up like him, basically. Okay, let me pause the music and I'm gonna start with that podcast which have a funny intro in front of it. Alright, let's go.
Hey, the big man's back! www.thekidfrombrooklyn.com. My friend's son's getting married. He met this woman on a computer. I mean, you gotta be out of your fucking mind to go on a fucking computer today to look for a fucking woman. You got fucking thousands of fucking women with fucking personal ads on a fucking computer. You think they give a fuck about you? They're looking for one thing, a guy with fucking cash. I mean, come on, give me a fucking break. You think they're looking for love? They're looking for that fucking cash. And let me tell you something, fellas. Once you get fucking married, whatever you do for a woman, it ain't fucking good enough. You buy them a house, they want a bigger house. You buy them a Mercedes-Benz, they want a fucking Rolls-Royce. If you bought them a Rolls-Royce, they want a fucking jet airplane. No matter what you do for a fucking woman, it ain't good enough. If you made $1 million a year, they want you to make $2 million a fucking year. If you screw them twice a night, they want you to screw them 5 times a night. If you bought them to the best fucking restaurants and bought them the best fucking food, it ain't good enough. Nothing's good enough. So let me tell you, any young people out there that get fucking married today, go have your fucking head examined. You gotta be out of your fucking mind. You can't please any fucking woman. Anyway, think about it. This is the big man, the voice of the people. Stay single, you stupid bastards.
Affirmative.
Let me record. So Raymond's my guest. I've been following Raymond for about the better part of 2025. I asked you to join MGTOW Chats. You say a lot of things and talk about various topics that are topics that I've gone over ad nauseum on my show. I'm going to start by asking you, like, how did you wind up first getting into doing these live streams? And tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name's Raymond. Channel's Raymond Thoughts in Mind. Started the channel July 21st, 2024 is when I uploaded my first video. Really just as a way to, like a Hail Mary to, I hated my job. I hated what I was doing for money. I largely didn't like where I was in my life. I'm not sure how much of that has actually changed, but it was kind of a Hail Mary. It was like, okay, I watch YouTube all the time. It's the only content I consume is YouTube Premium. I don't have any other subscription services. I pretty much just watch YouTubers. And I kept hearing things that I thought, well, that's not anything that that's not a conclusion that I haven't come to myself. That isn't a way of thinking that I haven't thought of myself previously. And the way they're articulating it is maybe unique or novel to something I've said or something I've thought in my personal life, but there's nothing here that I can't actually participate in. And I found myself, I was working from home. So I was doing a lot of I live in the Midwest. So you take long drives out of boredom's sake, because I don't drink anymore. And I have very few actual vices that are time consuming. So I enjoy taking a long drive, and I enjoy taking things like long showers, long drive. I found myself talking to myself quite frequently and solving all the world's problems, as my father and I would say. And I started thinking, like, I've coming up with some real good nuggets of something here. I need to get a microphone. I need to get a camera. I need to start actually recording this. And actually, my first couple of videos, I just opened the MacBook laptop and just talked into it. There was a little bit of positive reception from those videos, 30, 40 views. That's a big deal when you've never actually put any videos out on YouTube for yourself. For those of you who don't know, I come from a digital marketing background. I worked in corporate America for 15 years. I've helped brands and enterprise level businesses build out social media presence for a decade and a half, $100,000 plus YouTube deals with certain creators. I know how to build a channel. I just never thought that the things I would want to talk about or things I would want to say would have some kind of an audience. Turns out that it did. So I ended up investing in the camera over the course of time, some mics that weren't so great, some mics that are a little bit better. Now I have the Shure MV7 mic everybody's supposed to have. So it's been a gradual process, peeling back the layers like an onion. It's just kind of like I decided.
What mic? I need to check that mic right now because I am actually rocking some kind of 15 euro old mic. But yeah, if it's good enough, of course, we are not replacing anything. We are all about minimizing expenses, pushing it down. What mic was it again?
It's the Shure MV7 mic everybody's supposed to have. Mics that weren't so great, some mics that are a little bit better. Now I have the Shure MV7 mic everybody's supposed to have.
Shure MV7.
So it's been a gradual process, peeling back the layers like an onion. It's just kind of like I decided to just do it and see if I could keep
You
it
are
going.
kidding me.
And once I decided to post every day, at least 10 minutes.
You are fucking kidding me. No, 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 no. I should not have Googled that. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with these American people throwing money on everything like that? And then they complain there is no intimacy in this world. Okay, this microphone, Shure, of course, Shure is very good, high quality professional brand. But this particular microphone, buddy boys, guess how much it cost? This shit is blowing my mind. 350 euro for a fucking mic, bro. I am talking to a microphone that costed $10. And we are making this work. Ooh, I'm almost shaking from the stupidity. Damn it. There is no budgeting with this guy. He claimed to be some kind of budget master, but it's the opposite. What the fuck? Anyway, $350 for a microphone. Shit, I don't want to know how much the camera costed. Man, I have like a $10 webcam that for video chatting to Thailand is perfect. Makes the job done. Let's continue.
And just talk about what I was thinking about that morning, whether it be about manosphere stuff, red pill stuff, business, economics, self-employment, economy, politics, whatever. It found an audience.
Yeah, I know. Look, AZQ, I am that guy who literally, I am not the guy who is giving LuxMax advices. It's just, if I see something very fucking critical, I just pinpoint. So, I'm telling you, frameless glasses would highly improve his appearance, but don't wait, the guy is so stubborn. It's like, this is a study case, bro. Yeah. Hey, Zay, what up? How are you coping? Poseidon, good to see you. Everybody, good to see you, man. Okay, let's continue with the tapes. We are listening to podcast from h4tes.
And I've posted every day since, and I was monetized in 2 months, and now here we are at, I think I'm close to 21,000 subscribers. So it's been a whirlwind the last 9 or 10 months that I've been doing this.
No, congratulations. Yeah, I do enjoy your uploads, your various rants about society at large. You talk a little bit about MGTOW and Red Pill content. Do you still consume a lot of that content? What are your criticisms of it, so on and so forth?
Well, that's a very interesting discussion topic there. So consumption and criticism are two different things. So on the consumption side, I do watch what's in my feed. Andrew Wilson is sort of, what are some other MGTOW people? Aaron Clary, he's a friend of the channel. He's done some sponsorship deals with me on some books he wrote. He had me read them, a couple $100 sort of thing. He's been very generous in getting viewers over to my channel. We kind of touch on basically the same things. We're about 15 years apart in age, I think. Mm-hmm. So trying to think of some other people. Clary, the Crucible when he's on whatever podcast. I've kind of steered away from a lot of the Taylor the Fiend, TikTok girl featurettes. Those kind of drive me insane. So I've stopped watching those altogether. And, in 2020, post 2021, when I got sober, I did a lot of the self-improvement bro stuff like Fresh and Fit, David Goggins, the Jocko Willink podcast tour, workout every day, man up, 6 figures people. I don't watch that crap anymore. I just don't. So, I'm pretty specific. I watch Joker, Better Bachelor over there. I'll, if Hammerhand's live and he's talking about something I'm interested in, I'll catch him. I pretty much just stick to YouTube because, quite frankly, Rumble's too difficult to use, and some of the other platforms I'm not active in. And again, I early today, I don't really know who else off the top of my head that I actively watch, but those are the people that come across my feed, and I actively try to keep track of what they're talking about. Is Joker, Clary, Wilson, some Pearl, because she's on all the time.
He sounds so articulate and what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but he introduced himself very well. But then again, his content is pure rage bait himself. I mean, why? Okay, I just wonder. I'm maybe confused or surprised, but why is he keep reviewing articles from The Guardian, New York Times, San Francisco Gates? This is pure media slop, you know, owned by some orange lemonade, you know what I'm saying? And basically, there is potential for him to be more, to create more engaging and funny stuff. It's just, I don't know. Anybody feels like he's ranting way too much, like over the top? Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, let's continue.
But yeah, other than that, I mean, I try to avoid the TikTok reels. That's just not.
Well,
me
thumbnails
anymore.
turn me away. If it's like a thumbnail of a woman and it's supposed to be something red pill, something.
So TikTok, Facebook, and Reddit. Yeah. That is, those apps are for bragging, basically. I am 100% avoiding this type of these corners of internet. But I managed to tailor my Facebook feed in such fashion I am having only Asian supermodels on my feed, and it's more about like a boner fuel, I would say, at this point for me. Yeah. The moment I came across Western internet lore, it's just shit energy, absolute degeneracy, bro. And also, yeah, I have a bunch of dummy accounts on all kinds of places. But then when I go to Reddit, I am actually reading some local Reddits, and yeah, it's brutal. Recently, in my location, there is this Reddit, and people are posting very desperate dating requests. Like, I give an example. Like, hello, my friend is 190 centimeters tall, and he is a sport type of guy, stable job. He drives Mercedes, and he's looking for a girlfriend for so long. Anybody here that wants to date him? Blah 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 blah. Of course, nothing ever happens. Of course, it's futile. You can't even tell them that. You can't. Yeah. I'm not commenting because those fucking dogs, they're gonna jump on you with a million downvotes. First of all. But imagine you want to comment something like, you can't negotiate with the reversed demographics, yeah? You have 100,000 GB-maxed chats, and they are all competing for the same girl. For the 50 girls, yeah, in the vicinity. They don't get the mathematics behind these forces, right? Yeah, fuck Gulag. Anyway, let's continue with the podcast.
Vein of red pill, I don't watch it because it's like, all right, you're already baiting me with a thumbnail of an attractive woman. I'm like, I stay away from that.
Well, it depends. Like sometimes it's complicated. Is interesting to watch just because he lets them talk, but other times I see those thumbnails and I just think you're confirming that I'm okay not participating in the dating game. You're confirming this. And on the other hand, Sandman, Undead Chronic, those type of guys, obviously I listen to those type of guys, but quite frankly, since I've been making my own content, I don't have hours and hours and hours on end to consume the content anymore. So I'm not keeping up the way that they say, oh, you should keep up with the trends. I'm just not. I don't care.
Well, the thing is, and speaking for myself, I've been doing this a little bit longer than you, though I don't nearly have much as followers. You know, I'll get like 1,000, 2,000 views per upload. I did it once a week, and now I scaled it back to once a month because I need time to read books. I need time to consume content. I need time to write, and also just get lost in my mind on what I can talk about and keep ideas fresh for followers and listeners, because I don't want to sound repetitive, especially me doing this since 2017. And if you're doing a stream for an hour and a half to 3 hours at a clip, you said all you could say. So it becomes quite difficult, dishing out something different. You know, the joke is like, what's Italian food? It's what, sauce, cheese, and carbs, right? So there's only so much you can turn that dish into something else.
Well, what I've found is I tend to stream every day, and what I've found is that there's no limit to what the wells with which I can draw from, because I haven't necessarily limited myself to just red pill bro talking points. I'm literally, these are just my thoughts and a piece of my mind. That's the whole shtick. It's just me talking vlog style. I wanted to make a YouTube channel that harkened back to the old vlogging style YouTube channels, and it found an audience. And
Nice.
I'm very conversant with my chat in the streams. I really enjoy the audience that I've built. Is 300 to 500 people. I think we had 500 people in the stream the other day. It was fantastic, and it was just kind of riff off each other and talk verbosely about any given topic that comes up in the chat. I've got a very active Discord, you know, and my comment section is, I can't even dive into it most days, to be honest with you. But what I've found is that I have not seen a negative viewership drop corollary with like repeating myself. What I've found is that there seems to be enough new people to my content or my videos that when I do happen to repeat myself, or I say something that feels like I'm repeating myself in my head, it seems to be a novel take or a new thing to the audience. It's not, there's enough new people coming in, and maybe that's, you know, pithy little comments I get early on in the thing was like, I've never seen this guy. I've never seen people like this last very long. They always burn out. It's a Ponzi scheme. He's going to run out of new viewers. I am much more than just a bald cell on the internet raging about women. It's real estate.
There's new people. Yeah. There's new people always coming in. You're right. So I don't necessarily have the same followers I did 4 or 5 years ago. So yeah. So that's you got a good point, because there's always someone new to hear you, and they don't listen to your old uploads. That's something that I've noticed. No, I always tell my viewers and my listeners, hey, go listen to a show 4 or 5 years ago. They're still relevant. They don't want to do that.
There's actually like a mental psychological thing now with the way that social media has trained you. You look at the age of something, the amount of views it has, and you rank order that in your head as, of course, I'm speaking for myself. I'm assuming everyone else is just like me because I'm a good little millennial like that. But I rank order based on recency, relevancy, and view count is what I tend to even just inherently think has more sway to what they're saying. But also subject matter wise, you asked like, what do you watch MGTOW wise? I don't watch as much of it anymore. I've been deep diving into like conspiracy rabbit holes, or like deep internet, dead internet theory stuff, or like lost media stuff, or a lot of history. I watch a lot of history. I read a lot of history. I consume a lot of history. I'm very interested in history, in ancient history and the ancient history conspiracies and Atlantis myths and catastrophism and metaphysics. There's a ton of philosophy. Like I stayed up super late last night watching a documentary on the last week of Edgar Allan Poe's life. That man was fantastically interesting and only really became relevant posthumously. And there's so much more to, I think, individuals and people than just, oh, you're an incel, you're a manosphere guy, you need to get laid, or you're just so worried about. I get that in my chat a lot. Yeah. A lot of people going, oh, all you care about is women. All you care about is sex. All you want to do is get laid. No, actually, I would love to talk about the pyramids that are underneath the rainforest in South America. I would love to talk about the giant pyramids in China that are basically mountains. There's so many things. What about that giant hole at the North Pole that leads into the hollow earth? Like there's a ton of crazy cuckoo buku stuff that I'd love to talk about. Real estate is another one. I own a rental property. I'm very successful with that venture so far, even though sometimes it just exacerbates me to a hilt. But I come from a construction background. There's small business entrepreneurship stuff. I make offhand comments, I've realized, and people they don't know what I'm talking about, but it's like this given knowledge in the back of my head that I've just accumulated over the years. And granted, I'm well over 3.5 decades into my life. So my point is, when you have a wealth of knowledge in your back pocket and you assume your audience is smarter than what the other creators assume their audiences is, you will rise to prevalence, because I don't assume my audience is stupid, is the point. And I would love to have deeper, more meaningful conversations. I'd love to challenge them to quit their W-2 slave wage job and go become an entrepreneur and make something of themselves. And not because you have to man up and blah, 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 blah. Just because it is so much more gratifying to own your paycheck.
Well, you're authentic. So a lot of people are searching for something that is authenticity. On YouTube now, just because YouTube's changed so much in just the last couple years. I mean, I'm getting so many more ads than I did like a year ago. And there's not that many people that are authentic, unfortunately, because, you know, with social media, especially with women now just dominating any type of image, it's all about the spectacle. It's all about what that person looks like, so on and so forth. When most people are not good looking. Most people, the overriding majority of people don't have abs. The overriding majority of people are not over 6 foot. The overriding majority of people are not going to Greece or traveling, going on a Hajj to Santorini. So you living your Midwest life, being somewhat of a
What? Greece? Yeah, it's... Oh god, I need to educate American cells about the Schengen zone. So, if you are Eurocell, you are that type of location cell who you are allowed to move within a Schengen zone, but the Schengen zone means nothing. It's you have MENA in the south, you have Nordic MOG in the north. Yeah, toxic Slavs in the east, and of course France and Germany. They are finished. That's a new Africa right now. There is no place to hide. No place to hide your frozen ass. What? Yes, maybe you go south Italy, South Greece, South Spain, just for the meteorological reasons. But the attitude and the MOG and the prices and absolute lack of Zaza is everywhere, 100%. There is nowhere to hide. This fucking mythologizing of European lore should have ended 10 years ago. I don't understand why American cells are thinking, oh, I go to Poland or Belarus, I'm gonna find my trad wife. Delulu, total Delulu, bro. Hey, Slick on top. Good to see you. He says, you are watching the MGTOW chats from 2 weeks ago. Lamprey Milt just uploaded another stream. Yeah, we are listening to MGTOW chats channel. This stream is like 1 month old, almost, no? 3 weeks or something, yeah. I just like how Raymond sounds very articulate in this one. They are touching some other topics than just dating. Yeah, Lamprey Mild, I need to check it out. I completely forget about him. I think he was C-maxing at some point, you know? I just remember during my SEA 4.0, he stopped by on my quick chat. He said something like, hello, what's up? I think he went to Cambodia, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I need to check it out after we wrap it up, or when we encounter some dead air. Yeah. Okay, let me share the stream on my private Discord, and let's continue with the tape.
Minimalist, trying trying to make sense of it all. A lot of people, a lot of that resonates with a lot of people.
Well, I keep hearing that authenticity argument, and it's baffling to me because there's a certain amount of, I guess, inherent imposter syndrome whenever you talk to anybody that's new. That's going to come with the territory. But one thing, and maybe it comes with age, maybe that's a component of it. But one thing I realized a long time ago is that I am way too lazy to lie and keep up with all of these tales and old wives' tales that I weave in these narratives. Because I used to try that. I used to try to be boastful. In my early 20s, I tried to spin a good game and just try to be something I wasn't. And at the end of the day, like, I learned that I got more out of a workplace or a production-oriented vocational task or coworkers. I got more out of the partnerships that I was voluntarily entering into as far as money or vocation when I admitted to them, myself, importantly, and to them. I admitted to myself and then subsequently them that I don't know everything and I don't know what I'm talking about. And sometimes they're going to talk about things and concepts that I don't have any idea about. That doesn't preclude me from being materially able to contribute to a conversation, a process, a production process, or an end product or service. But when I don't know, I'm willing to say that I don't know. And there's quite a bit that I don't know about. But quite frankly, and conversely, there's quite a bit that I do have kind of an authority on because I've entered that part of life where midlife is very much where I'm at. I've gotten the naive green experience out of the way. I've been around the block a couple times at this point.
Well, you were in New York for how many years?
2013 to 2016, approximately 3 years and a quarter, I think. It was about 3 years. It was a little over 3 years.
What made you leave Ohio to go to New York?
2011, I graduated school, broke up with my last girlfriend, kind of like just meandered, wandering in the desert sort of thing. I was working a pretty shitty startup job as a web developer for $32,000 a year, wasn't making any money, drinking all the time, had a DUI in 2012, couldn't drive for 6 months. Then basically started getting into the alt-lit scene that was super big in early 20-teens, and they all lived in New York and Brooklyn, and that's all they talked about online and the Twitter sphere and all that. And I was very involved with that and published in that scene quite a bit. And the fact is that when you got a DUI, you're always on your defensive mode when you're driving, and yeah. I was still actively drinking, so it was like, this isn't working to live in Columbus, Ohio long term. So I thought, okay, I can ride a train, I can just have access to booze and bars, and there was no real economic utility thought into it. In my head, I thought, okay, I'm going to make more money if I live in New York City. That turned out to not be the case, by the way. So I just moved on a whim because, quite frankly, I was laid off, I wasn't laid off. I was informed by the owner of the ad agency I worked at the startup that was a client of the ad agency that they rented office space to. So it was this weird, nebulous, I think, kind of tax evasion, money laundering situation, to be honest with you.
Right.
They informed me, and of course, they were all big on the Columbus nightlife. So they informed me one night in like July of 2013 that basically that startup didn't have any more money. They were out of money. And I was sitting there going, okay, I've got a $345 a month student loan bill I got to pay. I got to pay $500 a month in rent. I've got to pay gas and all this other stuff. I need a job. I started applying to jobs, and I couldn't get an interview to save my life for anything. I applied to a few jobs in New York. I started getting interviews like that. I basically maxed out a credit card. I flew out. Stayed at a hostel in Long Island City. It's probably not even there anymore. I remember taking the train all over because I had been to New York once in my teens during high school, but I kind of did a crash course, basically living out of a suitcase in a hostel, which I don't recommend doing, and interviewing at all these places. Eventually got a job offer. So I had a job. I found an apartment in Astoria on, I think, 34th Avenue northwestern Astoria. It's super far over. It was a long walk from the train, and it was a nice apartment. It was a pre-war nice apartment. Greek landlords, shocker. But it was a rental situation with this old fat woman that lived there too, and it was a whole thing. Of course, she stole my deposit, but I lived there for a couple months. The first job that I had was at this fly-by-night Hasidic run ad agency I swear to God, it was like east of Flushing. I think it was by rights, I think it was Long Island. Like it was the end of Queens. It was like you take, what is that, the 7 all the way out,
You
and then
pass
I
City
hopped
Field.
on like, well, yeah, way past City
I
Field.
see
Are
like
you
Fresh
kidding me?
Meadow.
And
I
it was the last stop. I passed all the Vietnam and the fish and the markets and all that. It was the last stop on the 7. And you get out and I had to go up and take another 30-minute bus ride to get to this office that was above like this empty retail space. And these guys were totally orthodox. Like they were praying and he was doing his thing with his dreidels and all that in the back. And it was this fly-by-night Jewish ad agency that was doing basically print and social media ads for like dentist office, all his friends, like doctor's offices, dentist offices, that sort of thing. The guy would literally tell me, just Google an image and take it off some other website and put it on ours. And I'm like, dude, that's not how this works. I need stock. Like, let's get Shutterstock isn't that expensive. I know what you're paying me and I know what you're billing these out at. Do not tell me to stand up a website on Wix, fake an IP address and do a DNS redirect and then steal stock photography from Facebook or something and put it on this website. Anyway, I was out of there within 4 weeks. Oh, and by the way, their last check bounced. Shocker.
They're probably taking advantage of you being kind of like a greenhorn.
No, let's be honest. They thought I was a goy. They thought I was a goy because they use language like, "Oh, you're going to be our friend." When I finally quit, "You're a friend. You're a friend." And I didn't realize this at the time, but with that community, when they call you a friend, that's not exactly what they mean.
You're a good mensch.
No, that's basically it.
Oh yeah. If you end up on some workplace or some crew or some community, and they have to remind you that you are part of the team, that's already a red flag, kinda, because what they are doing is, this happened to me actually. It's actually in Thailand this happened to me. What this means is they are reminding you to know your place. They are reminding you, yes, you are part of the team unless the error margin, you make mistakes and you are finished. So the moment somebody reminds you are part of the team or a friend, that's not a compliment, that's a warning, that's a prediction, that's almost instruction, by the way, just saying. Okay. Let's move on.
This goy from Ohio, it's like, I couldn't believe it. I sold my truck to move there, but I ended up getting a job in Soho. And I'm sure my audience is going to absolutely freak out when I say all of the things that I just said about working for Hasidic Jews in Flushing Meadows, Flushing Meadows, whatever it was. Dude, all of New York is Jewish. Get over it. That's how it works there, guys. Anyway, I got a job at Scholastic, the publishing company in Soho, and web development. I'd made websites and apps for classroom magazines, little games for kids to play, that sort of thing. I was a developer on that staff. And I worked there for 3 years. It was good money. I got to work and hang out in Soho all the time. I ended up getting an apartment from Astoria. I moved to East Village. I lived on 7th and Avenue B for the majority of my time in New York City. And then I got a burr up my ass that last year, and I ended up moving to south of Wilson, in between Myrtle and Wilson on George Street, off the JMZ there, Murder Avenue, JMZ, south of the Morgan Avenue L in Bushwick for the last year. But that 1 year and a half that I lived in the East Village, I didn't take the subway once for a year. I literally went a year without taking the subway. I even took cars to Newark to freaking fly out to see my parents. Like, I didn't take a train for a year, and I lived in the East Village. It was fantastic. But yeah, New York, if you haven't ever actually lived there, you don't know. You don't know.
Well, I did the same thing. I left the country. I moved to Southeast Asia when I was 24, 25.
Yeah.
And I moved back to the States when I turned a little past when I was 29. So you're in your prime age to really get out, go and explore. And it kind of coincides with women wanting to travel so much. Their obsession with travel at that same age range. Not. I think for guys, we're doing it for different reasons. For women, it's.
Well,
I don't know.
It's funny. The media that I'm consuming and the articles I'm seeing, the women are traveling well into their 40s. They are not stopping at 25.
No.
Like they're getting. they finish their master's degree at 24 and a half, and then they hop right on the airplane to Italy to go hang out with Fabio and Giulio and Bambito or whatever his name is, and run the Bulls, if you know what I mean, and freaking do their European tour and end up in South America. They travel from age 25 to 45.
It's for me, I was kind of looking for answers to life by getting out and out of my comfort zone, moving to another country, just to try to find some meaning of it all. But at the end of the day, you're still you wherever you might go. So you may take yourself and drop yourself in Italy, but you're still the same you. You're not gonna your personality is not necessarily going to change all that much when traveling. I think with women with traveling, maybe it's just for pictures. It's not like they're going there and learning about the culture and stuff.
You know, it's funny. The one thing that I realize New York lends itself to is when, you know, the idea of traveling to or go somewhere else to rediscover yourself. My identity became the Ohioan. Like, that's how people knew me. And especially that's something in New York. It's like the melting pot thing. It's actually a thing there. It's like, it's not about what you do or it's where you're from. That's the first question out of everybody's mouth. If you mispronounce Houston Street, it's like, all right, where are you from? But with women, I don't know, because quite frankly, I don't talk to many women. And I have a sister. She's traveled. She goes on a vacation every year. I think she just enjoys it. I don't know if there's any. I don't think, I honestly, I really don't think they ascribe status to it the way that we do. Like, people think, like, men tend to think about spending money on status symbols or experiences as status symbols. I genuinely think that women just want experiences. I really do. And again, women in the chat, please prove me wrong. My inbox is always open. But I really don't think women ascribe value to things the way.
What the hell? Women in the chat, prove me wrong. My email is open. I'm gonna pass out. I don't know what to say. Who talks like that? What kind of... I don't know. I have a brain freeze. Let's move on.
Men do, especially at an economic production level, economic scale. They just don't. So I really think it is just, I have the opportunity to go do this thing. I'm going to take it. And I think of that as just I think of that as just a giant waste of money, because I spent 12 years living debt payment to debt payment. I was so broke. I was absolutely broke. Drinking all the time, because shocker, when you're an alcoholic, you don't have any money.
When my time in Asia, and I saw Western women, and Americans for that matter, Europeans were much more culturally sensitive to where they were, but American women, they treat what country they're going to, whatever city they're visiting, as an extension of their living room, and that always bothered me. I'm like, you're not.
Yes.
You're not. You cannot walk around, you know, with no bra on, and I can see your fucking nipples popping through your t-shirt while you're sweating, and walking through this wet market where there's a bunch of men who don't have a pot to piss in, making $50 a month. Like,
to be fair, those women were probably from the Midwest, and you're from Long Island, where personal space is at a limit, and you have to be cognizant of other people around you just by a feature of your upbringing.
True.
How far into Long Island are you from? Is it pretty far?
Oh, I grew up about an hour outside of Manhattan.
That's not that bad.
No.
That's Brooklyn. Come on. If you ask a realtor, that's East New York.
Oh, dude, it's interesting, the history of New York City. I've talked about this quite a bit on my show. My parents were originally from Brooklyn, and there was the air quote white flight of like the late '60s upwards until about mid '70s. You know, my family fled Brooklyn because New York City was an absolute fucking apocalyptic nightmare throughout up until like the early '90s, and right around the time Giuliani came to become mayor.
It's a nightmare again, boys.
It's very different, though, versus what it was like back then.
I know. Yeah, I know.
It's more like you can have brunch, but there's a schizophrenic,
And to be clear, that's how Columbus, Ohio is too. Up and down High Street, anybody going and buying those $1 million condos that are in Franklinton, right across the river, anybody from Columbus will know what I'm talking about. They've been pouring money into these places that were previously literally just parking lots and crack houses. There are still the needleheads that are rolling around on a wheelchair with one leg. And they lost the leg because of a drug-related injury. And yes, you're paying $27 for a bagel with lox. Well, probably $48 for that now, right next to this stuff. It's absolutely a thing.
Well, it's the experience, Raymond. You can have avocado toast while there's a homeless crackhead pissing into the gutter.
You know what's funny?
Yeah, the amputee basically also became addicted to narcotics, and then he's shooting the needle to his veins, and they keep shooting in the same place. The withdrawals has to be fixed on, I don't know, twice a day, I guess. And yeah, that place where they shoot up became so infected they have to amputate half of the limb, basically. Yeah. Usually, after they lose the limb, there is a wake-up call. That's when you reach something that is under the rock bottom, I guess. Yeah, usually these people go through extremely strong rehab, most likely addicted to some kind of semi-opioids, which are being drinked, not shoot up. Yeah, it's a very brutally slippery slope. Anyway, let's continue.
You know what's funny? These women, they will go pay $4,500 a month for a luxury condo apartment in Bushwick. But I swear to God, if they came to my house that I own and paid $750 a month for principal and interest, and saw my shower that has a little bit of silt rust from the well water that I use, they'd freak the fuck out. And they'd say that this was a third world country, the middle of nowhere. And yet they'll live in the high-rise condo on freaking Myrtle Avenue right next to insanity. It just, the optics, it's optics. It's all optics. And the same thing with the girlie that's in the wet market in China playing with a bat. I don't know what happened there, but it's all optics. It's whatever is selling on Instagram, right, whatever's selling on TikTok. And to be fair, I moved to New York largely because of optics. Now, to be even more, like, I grew up watching movies that had a lot to do with New York. Taxi Driver, Chinatown, all of the early Scorsese stuff. There's other stuff that comes to mind, but like a lot of the movies and the media that I consumed as a kid was New York centered. So New York was always something in my head. And of course, I've always been a big punk fan, big rock fan. So CBGBs and the Bowery and all the Bowery Boys and all that stuff has always been part of my life. So I wanted to go experience it. And I did. I lived down the street from Mercury Lounge. You know, it was like that I walked by the previous, what was it, Louis Vendetta now or whatever it is, the boutique that's in the previous place that CBGB's was. The year I moved there is the year CBGB's went out. And like, I remember when they tore down the building where Mars Bar was and they put up that TD Ameritrade condo building. Like I was there at the last vestiges of the dirty old East Village, going away for the condoville that it is now.
At least you can remember it for what it was. You know, if you were to come back now, you'd be like, oh, this sucks.
Oh, I've done Street View a little bit, and it just, I don't even recognize the place. One other thing,
I feel I live here. No, my backgrounds are changed. You know, everything's
my friend, Troy, Ohio. I was just at Walmart this morning because it's Memorial Day weekend. I want to go get like the last bit of food and stuff that I might need till Tuesday because I don't plan on leaving, or I don't plan on purposely going into. I got to go take care of my mother's cat today and tomorrow because they're out of town. But I don't plan on purposely going into town unless I absolutely have to because it's a holiday weekend. And I was talking to the old woman that was the cashier at Walmart this morning, and you can always tell somebody who's from this area. They have this poor farmer's girl quality to them. Even the girls that grew up in town, it's just, she's older though. And I was talking about all the development and all of the gentrification and all of the things that have happened. It's everywhere. It's not just the cities. It's small town, rural Ohio. I don't recognize the place I grew up in at all. I mean, I remember when everything was a field, and now it's all Ryan Home new builds or fancy Chick-fil-A strip mall type places.
Right.
Like I remember when they put the Walmart in Troy, it was a big deal. Now that Walmart is 30 years old. I remember when they opened. It's just
A lot of these developers get tax abatements, so they're incentivized to build these type of.
Yeah, Ohio's pretty bad for that.
Yeah, well, I was in Wheeling, West Virginia, and it was on a whim. I made friends with someone off the internet, and he showed me around Wheeling, West Virginia. He says,
Right.
you can get one of these homes for free. You just have to fix it within a certain time span, and it's yours. And I'm sure for a lot of developers and people flush with cash, that's lucrative.
Well, technically, what it is, it's a $25,000 grant. The properties only cost like what, 20 grand. They pay the mortgage off for you to renovate it. You have to come up with the capital to renovate the property. Now, you can do like an FHA 201c loan where as long as you tear it down to one wall remaining and rebuild an entire new property, you can use a 201 loan, FHA 201 loan to do that. I don't necessarily believe in taking out debt to renovate properties with unless there's actually like a business plan at scale. I don't recommend individuals do that. I renovated my house with cash because I had the cash. When you're doing it with other people's money, you make mistakes and you waste a lot of money.
Well, the area has to be economically viable unless you can really play the sit and wait game, and how long you're going to wait for that area to become.
Well, to be honest, the tax advantages for sitting on real estate it's phenomenal because all the members of Congress have rentals.
Right. How do you like being a landlord?
Oh, it's terrible. It's just the worst. It is every bit as stressful and full of bullshit as you could imagine. Every horror story that people tell you about, it will probably happen.
What, Money Pit, the movie with Tom Hanks?
That was the house prior to. That was literally the house prior to me even trying to rent it out because I was gonna just sell it. Nobody wanted it, and it's an old property. I bought it because I was at a specific point in my life where, because I followed Dave Ramsey's advice. Damn Ramsey, that was a Freudian slip for you. I followed Dave Ramsey's advice. I didn't have any credit when I had $30,000 to be able to go put money down on a house. I ended up having to use that $30,000 to buy an old, shitty, dilapidated house that had been used for a rental for 80 years and not maintained. The house is 200 years old. I basically had to rebuild the thing with cash. And when I went to try to sell it, it just didn't go because the biggest complaint I got was they didn't like the color scheme. No mention of anything else. It was the colors I painted the damn place were unappealing to women. And women are the ones, literally, with housing purchases, if you're in real estate, women are the ones driving the real estate purchases. They just are. Because the women give a shit what the house looks like. A guy, I literally live in, you'll appreciate this. I live in a hovel, it's like I live in a shack in the middle of quote unquote nowhere, even though I have 50 neighbors around me. It's the smallest, ugliest house on the road. I purposely pick the smallest, ugliest places. The house in town's 1,600 square feet, but it was in pretty bad shape. Current house is about 1,000 square feet. It was cheap. The bathroom's not perfect. I got to replace the vanity. The vanity's drain leaks because I need to tighten that up and fix that plumbing. I got to put a bath fitter on the shower. I've got to replace the ceiling in the bathroom. I got to rip all the cabinets out of the kitchen and replace the sink and rerun that plumbing. There's a lot of stuff that actually has to happen to this house, but
Can you do your own shower body?
What do you mean?
Shower body, just switching from hot to cold, switching it from shower to bath to the spout, behind the wall.
It all works. I mean, yeah, I run plumbing.
You can. All right.
Look, my point is, to the Instagrammer, to the TikTok dollar store tattoo having, belly shirt wearing, tits out but don't look at my tits girl, they would look at my house and go, this guy lives in squalor. I don't know how he can even be alive. And consequently, most of the guys in my comment section, because they're trying to get laid by those dollar store tattoo having harpies, they're going to say the same exact thing. And it's this snake.
I love how he used the word harpy. Yeah, it's a Greek mythology, by the way. But also here in Slavic lore, we use the word harpia, which means bossy, malicious, Karen bullshit, you know, like. But Raymond said something like he have a German background. I don't know nothing about that.
That's eating itself, and it's just the constant appeasement of the novel fascination of women at every turn in our society is
correct.
The reason that we have $90,000 Tahoes, which I don't know if you remember, back in the day, a Chevy Tahoe was the working man's version. That was the cheap truck.
That's why what you have is much more appealing versus a Bugman apartment in, I don't know, Canarsie. Like to the average person, like what you have is phenomenal. Like
isn't that where they filmed Requiem for a Dream?
No, that's
Sheepshead
Brighton
Bay.
Beach. That's
Brighton Beach. Brighton Beach.
Yes,
Okay, I'm getting my ABCs, my ABC train mixed up here.
But what you have, like I did that during COVID. I moved to North Carolina. I bought a property. I rented out. It's funny you mentioned about because my current tenants are women. I paint the walls white. That's rule number one with any type of landlord, especially a Jewish landlord.
They hate
it, right? So they move in. Can we paint the walls?
Yeah.
First thing out of their fucking mouths. First thing. She's sending me pictures of the. Okay, I'm just.
But it's funny because as soon I go, fine, you can paint the walls, right? Even though I spent, it was Regal Benjamin Moore white, very expensive.
Oh my God, you are a mensch. You're spending a lot of money, dude. I just buy the Kills too, man. $99 for a 5-gallon bucket. It finishes white, 2 coats. You're done.
But you'll love this.
Yeah.
They move in. They've been there less than a year, and they lost their jobs because of Doge, and they got to cancel their lease. I'm like,
they lost their jobs because of.
Right, they work for USA, something adjunct affiliate.
Okay, guys, seriously, there is going to become a point where you have to, as like a business owner or a potential landlord or a potential investor of some kind, you're going to have to screen these girls for U.S. federally funded vocational positions before you try to go into any kind of contractual relationship with them, especially if you're thinking about dating or marriage with these girls. Like, USAID jobs, any kind of Democrat politics, any kind of Democrat-funded jobs in the future, like the government's going to start running out of money, guys.
Yeah.
These women are a liability.
Well, it has not happened with corporations yet.
Oh, that's coming. I mean, just spend 5 minutes on LinkedIn. Everybody's laid off. I have never seen I've literally had a LinkedIn account since 2010. 15 years. I'm an all-star. I've got over 500 connections. You can follow me on LinkedIn. And God, I hate LinkedIn. But it's like the ninth circle of hell. I've never seen this many people open to work, this many people bitching about not being able to find a job. No one is working. I don't know how it's possible that there's this many layoffs and there's this many people not working and the economy has not just completely fell out of its own ass. Like, how is it possible? And the only thing I can think is the FHA forbearance from COVID just has been extended and pretended, and they've changed it to SBA, special benefit forbearance, where literally it is the U.S. HUD.gov's website says that if you are unemployed for any reason, you can basically not pay your mortgage.
What?
And they'll tack on the unpaid principal and interest on the back of the loan as a forgivable loan when you sell the property or it converts into it changes hands. Can you imagine the freaking precedent that sets, the moral hazard that sets at a grand economic scale to say, literally, okay, guys, for 5 years, just don't pay your mortgage. Oh, still can't pay. You don't have a job now. You're unemployed. Oh, whoopsie. I guess you don't have to pay your mortgage anymore either. No validation if that house is being used as an investment property, an Airbnb property, a rental property, or just a sit and quit boomer investment type thing where they plan on selling it in 20 years for 5 times what they paid for it. No validation on primary residence. No validation on it's Ninja Loans 5.0. It's like the upgraded, upscaled 4K hyper-res HDR version.
It's like they're playing hot potato at loans, and it shows you how much resiliency is in the U.S. economy, especially post-COVID. I thought it was really going to bottom out like 2021, 2022.
You've got a funny way to say the word inflation. It's not resiliency. This is just inflation. 80% plus of the money supply in circulation right now has, for the entire history of the United States government, 80% of the money that has been created was created in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Well, that's why your Tahoe's 90K, dude.
Well, apparently that's a deal. Oh my God, when I bought my truck for $34,718 off the lot, the salesman was acting like I was killing him. He literally was acting like I was murdering him in slow motion. Like, oh, I can't believe I'm giving this away for this low. This is lower than invoice. I cannot believe we ended up making this. You got such a, I've never seen a payment this low. This is the best. Oh my God, dude. Like, I was in and out. Literally, you've bought a car before, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I was going to get into it, but go on.
I was in and out of that dealership and the financing office in 40 minutes.
Nice.
Dude, I was in there. Just no to every add. They just stopped asking. They stopped asking.
I drive a 25-year-old Lincoln LS, and everyone's laughing at me. I'm driving a 20.
What is that? The 4.6 liter?
4.9. Yep. No, I'm sorry, 3.9. It's 3.9 V8. It's still got a fly-by-wire throttle. It lasts for to have.
Oh, you're 20. You said 25 years old, not
25 years old.
Okay.
So
I'm driving bicycle, €200 bicycle. What does that make me? What kind of incel I am? Imagine, like, oh man, these Americans are living on different planet. They have all the good means and reasons to CMX, and that's exactly what they are not doing. I need to understand this shit better. Let's go.
everyone's laughing at me that I'm driving this old car. It's a gas guzzler. I go, but I own it outright.
Gas
I know all
guzzler.
the
My
I
truck
can
gets
fix it myself.
My truck gets 15 miles to the gallon. You're fine, dude.
My insurance is $80 a month.
That's pretty high, actually. Mine's 60, and I have a car with a financing. I have a payment. So you live in Long Island, so there's that.
Well, I currently live in the city now, just because everything's $1 million on Long Island. So it's unfortunate. You know, circling back when I was like 2012, when I was like 23, 24 years old, everything was $1 million back then. And people are making $50,000, $60,000. You know, they were like kind of what our age. If you were 35, 10 years ago, you were making $50,000, $60,000. And the boomers would always say, "It'll all work out. Just keep working." Bootstrapism, as I like to call it. And I thought to myself, no, this doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's no real economy. It's basically people taking money off the top of the transaction.
They switched it to a service-based economy. They finally admit they switched it.
The fucking shit that boomer keeps saying, the outdated stuff from 19th century. Work harder. Pull up your bootstraps. Work. Motherfucker, work is for horses. You know? Horses. Not fucking manlets. Will fucking work so much you're gonna burn out mentally, and then your body gonna give up on you. And you end up alcoholic like this guy or something. Brutal. Let's go.
To a service-based economy in the 70s, but they finally admitted it in 96 when they were working out the Budget Reconciliation Act with Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton. Like, they finally admitted it in the mid-90s that America was supposed to be a service-based economy. Yeah, the industry's been done. And
it was just, yeah, go on, sorry.
No, talking about real estate. Like, my parents bought their house. Boomer. My dad's a boomer. He's the last year of the boomers. My mom's Gen X. Boy, she's proud. I'm Gen X. The fucking Gen Xers, man. I'm gonna start making fun of Gen Xers just as much as people make fun of boomers. Just putting that out there, because I think the generational thing is just fucking stupid. But they bought their house, I think, for like $187, put like $20,000 down. They've been paying on it for 20 years, and he's got like 50 grand left on the mortgage or something like that. And the house is worth $400,000 now, according to Zillow. 5 acres, middle of Ohio. So the appreciation has definitely been there. I could see markets in New York flatlining and staying at that $1 million nominal rate. I did notice salaries. They were printing upwards of 120, 130, 150 for like dev and DevOps jobs there for a little while. Since all these layoffs have been happening, I've literally been getting emails and offers from LinkedIn and recruiters where it's $60,000, $72,000. I had one message me unironically, in full seriousness, leading in with your 15 years of experience makes you a great candidate for this position. It was a moonlighting position that was part-time on call,
Fuck,
which is
what the
actually code for full-time on call, but we're not going to pay you for it.
Right.
15 hours a week for $24 an hour. I'm not even kidding. $24 an hour. And I was like, you got to be shitting me. I literally could just apply for welfare and get more money. It's they're printing the salaries lower. They're going to get their asset deflation.
Yeah, so I know a lot about real estate, and you're 100% right. At least in New York, prices are flatlining just because of the interest rates, and there's not everyone could buy a one-bedroom $1 million condo. It's also money laundering from overseas, which De Blasio tried stopping at a certain point. Go on.
So about that from overseas, one thing that you got to realize is that we live in the economy of scale is now the entire globe.
Yep, 100%.
There is no longer America. There's
Right.
just the globe. Everybody trades in dollars. Don't let any of the Bitcoiners try to fool you. They still value their Bitcoin in dollars. They trade in dollars. Okay, dollars still matter. There's no bricks. That's not a real thing. That's not going to happen. Dollars matter, and it's an economy. It's a global economy. So they can be building $1.7 million custom mansions 5 miles away from me with money from China. They can be buying those $55 million 30th that pencil.
Yes, speaking of dollars, let's not forget donating Medigan some of these bloody shekels so I can pay the airport company extortionist. Yeah. To have possibility of relocation. Yeah.
Dick tower that's on Park Avenue, right south of the Central Park. It looks like a giant middle finger when you're covering over the Jersey Turnpike and looking at the island. It looks like a giant middle finger sticking up out of the island of Manhattan. It's like taller than the Empire State Building. And it's private, wealthy billionaires, Saudi Arabian billionaires that buy these things. And they've never even set foot in them. They're literally, real estate is the investment vehicle for the world, and American real estate specifically, because compared to real estate in other parts of the planet, our real estate prices and are much more affordable, and our real estate taxes are much more advantageous to foreign investment.
And so pegged to the U.S. dollar too, which is still
pegged
considered
to the U.S. dollar.
Yeah,
and people don't realize that. Everybody just thinks, oh, it's BlackRock, it's BlackRock, it's BlackRock. No. Not really. Actually, BlackRock has been rolling back their single-family home development stuff. Every time I see a video about that anymore, I just think, you just read a wiki article. You don't know what you're talking about. It no longer pencils to have hedge funds and private equity buy up single-family rentals because interest rates for commercial loans on rental properties are 8.5%. They don't pencil. For most of the country, you cannot get rent is nominally capped at a certain amount. Like I'll never be able to charge more than $2,000 a month for my house in town. Right. It'll take decades to get over that. Like it'll take decades of inflation to get over that amount. I'm charging $1,500 a month right now. I've seen similar properties charge. They're renting out at $1,800 right now, $1,900, $2,000 a month for the same type of property in a 5-mile radius of where my house is. I'm keeping it at $1,500 a month. They may pay past the fifth sometimes, but they're still good tenants, and they do tell me when things are wrong. So I'm not gonna take a giant shit on that. But as far as back to the conversation about real estate being an investment vehicle for the mega rich around the world, the people in America need to realize that you no longer have a sovereign country. You are part of the world. It is not a game where you can actually play. It's just like the dating game. It is a global market, and quite frankly, guys like me lose.
The other thing, circling back to BlackRock, I did a lot of research on hedge funds and these REITs buying up the HOA development, so on and so forth, and building them. You have to also realize, and you've mentioned this on your show, that the new construction is not going to last more than 20 years. So for them to be building these developments and they're not going, the upkeep on them, 15, 20 years down the line, it's not economically viable for them as well.
So I actually have some inside baseball on that. Those are build for rent communities. The people, the Ryan Homes and the DR Hortons, they're actually building for mortgage sale to private citizens. They're not building for investment grade class retail or investment grade class enterprise level rentals. They're the Ryan Homes types, the new builds that are so shoddy. They're selling literally to unfortunately, citizens that are suckers who get suckered into a 5% mortgage rate for 30 years. In 15 years, the house is going to be falling apart and their insurance is going to lapse, and then they're going to lose their loan, and then they're going to lose so you buy the house for $400,000 at 5%, you're going to pay at least $800,000 in the next 15 years in interest just to service that debt. They're going to lose their ass in 15 to 20 years when the roof is failing. They have no money because they spent all their money on their daughter's braces and college education and her Beamer at 16, and then the mortgage payment says $4,500 a month. The people that are doing the new builds, like the build to rent communities, it is a built-in. It's like a strip mall. Strip mall has a lifespan of 7 to 17 years. A lot of commercial leases are 7 years long. They literally do tenant fit ups that are designed to be put in, be a revenue stream for 7 years. You have a $100,000 capital investment on the front end for the tenant fit up. You gain all of that back within the first year, just in lease payments. And then you basically milk that for the next 6 years. You get your 7-year lease rolled over, or you evict and take all their assets and blah, blah, blah.
It's a circle of life.
You are a New Yorker. You are a fucking New Yorker. It's a retail game. It's a cyclical retail game. So these build to rent communities, they're doing a lot of them in Troy here. I kid you not, they bought up this like 80-acre tract of land. This farmer died, and of course the kids don't want it because the kids don't want to work.
Right.
They just want a paycheck. And they literally, when they put in the development, I kid you not, the sign originally was called Mosquito Acres. And all I could think was, you're kidding me. They named it after a blood-sucking insect. And they built these duplexes on this. It looks like the Truman Show level of artificiality. It's like the houses in Edward Scissorhands, Truman Show, Stepford Wives. But it's like a level of chintzy and cheap that you know that if you breathed on that thing, the wood paneling on the side of the house would fall off. It's terrible. And every single one of those places, they're duplexes. They're all rented out, 100% occupancy at $1,800 to $2,400 a month for a 2 or 3 bedroom, brand new build. Just because it's new, these people think it's going to be perfect. And it's only $2,500 a month. Dual income, no kids. Why not?
Dink life.
And they literally, every single one of these 3-car garages that are in the duplexes have a giant lifted GMC Sierra or Chevy whatever in front of it, and then the wife's Suburban, or the husband's like fun car, the late model SN95 Mustang, or a what's the other one that the Honda R, the Weeb mobiles. Everybody's gonna freak out that I said that. Anyway, you had a comment. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Funny you mentioned the Truman Show and that town in particular. The name slipped my mind. I just watched
Sunnyvale or something like that.
It was designed. The architect was a Cuban communist.
Oh, of course it was. Sea Haven.
Yeah. Those are all millions of dollars too. So something that I've been toying with in my mind is women now dominate the real estate purchases as of, I don't know, maybe past 10 years or so. So now you have dinks living in McMansions, putting downward pressure on people that want to form families, and like you need a 3-bedroom if you want to have 3 or 4 kids, right? But now
legally you have to have. Now I think most states are passing it where you have to have a bedroom for every child, and it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if it's boy or girl. Like if it's a boy and girl, you have to have separate bedrooms. But if you have like 3 boys, you're supposed to have 3 bedrooms for those.
Those
kids.
are occupancy laws that they're passing.
Yeah.
But you see, like now you're having women that are buying homes. They have no children. They're in their 30s, and they're buying these houses that were meant for family formation. And not many people talk about this, how this type of pressure on the housing market amplifies the problem. Go on.
So, okay. You know what homes they're not buying?
Yours.
The house that I'm sitting in right now.
Right, there you go.
People who are worried about real estate.
Yeah, Raymond was right about one thing. It's not only it's about the environment and attitudes and demographics, but also social conditioning, basically. There is also a reason why behind this wall there is a single void. Under my room, single void with a dog. Above me, some kind of Becky from Ukraine. They're all single. The idea of having a man cohabitating with them is actually a bad idea. I'm telling you, this is how they feel about having some horny Slav cohabitating. It's social conditioning. I mean, he was right. I mean, I'm surprised that Raymond is a smart dude on a lot of topics. Yeah, I hope he... The fuck is the noise? Can you hear that? Retard kids outside. Yikes. Anyway, let's continue.
Hear me when I say this. Look at houses that are 50 plus years old. They're built better than anything you're going to find in the last 25 to 40 years. And especially look for these like post-war 2-bedroom, 1-bath plat houses. What's that development in Long Island? It was like the first Levittown. That type of house. Not in Levittown, obviously not in Levittown. Those are $500,000 properties. Obviously not in Levittown. Look for those type of houses. I have to always qualify this stuff because I swear to God, some of the commenters just hear one thing and they go nuts. But look for that post-war 2-bed, 1-bath ranch-style layout. You can find them everywhere outside of the I look at real estate all the time. You can absolutely find them outside of the center of major metropolitan liberal centers, but you have to go out at least 40 minutes to an hour and a half outside of the metropolitan center. You can find them for $150,000 to $200,000, move-in ready. If you actually want to, I don't know, swing a hammer, turn a knob, wrench a wrench, or paint some walls, you can buy one for $100,000 in the Midwest. You absolutely can. And do not tell me you cannot find a job, because I have done a comparison analysis. If you look 40 to an hour and a half outside of Columbus, which is commutable distance for your $100,000 job that you absolutely need, and all of those jobs that exist in New York City exist in Columbus, Ohio. They exist in Cincinnati, Ohio. They exist in Indianapolis, Indiana. They exist in the Midwest, in the city centers of the Midwest, and they pay just as much as I actually, when I moved back from New York City, I got paid $15,000 more a year, almost overnight. I was making 72 in the city. I came back and was making much more than that. You can find move-in ready houses that are smaller. The women are buying new builds because they want no problems. The women are buying the pretty, prissy McMansion style houses because they were sold that American Beauty lie. The women are not buying 25-year-old Lincoln Mark Vs. They're not buying 25-year-old Toyota Corollas. They're not buying Dodge Ram pickup trucks. They're not buying utility vehicles. A house is literally a tax write-off. It's literally the cheapest way to house yourself, plus get a tax write-off, plus build equity. Everybody talks about building equity. That's a real thing. Every dollar I've sunk into this house, I get back in the form of a check when I move, even if I don't sell it for a dime over what I paid for it, just by how I bought it and my rental property and counting that as income versus the interest paid. Women are not buying these houses. That means that market is going to just collapse. And guys, you can go buy something if you actually want to. That's a little diatribe there, but I
100%. I did the same thing, Raymond. I did the same exact thing during COVID. I got a rate for my rate is 2.9.
Oh yeah, you're never going to pay that off. No, I'm serious. Functionally, that's just, there's no point.
Exactly. There is absolutely no point in me paying that off, and it's doubled in value. Yep. And the rent money coming in pays for my mortgage for my property up here.
Yeah, that's how that works. Now, did you buy in the city?
Yes, I bought. Well, I'm a little bit outside the city. I'm in one of the boroughs, but I live in a small apartment. I can't afford a $1 million condo or cooperative.
Okay, I forgot that Long Islanders, they always talk about the city, and they mean Staten Island.
Right. Yes. Correct. Exactly. Yeah, Staten Island is considered New York City.
To me, Manhattan is the city.
Correct. And you're 100% correct on that. When I say the city, I'm speaking in general terms for your listeners and for my listeners, for that matter.
I thought you were up on like 195th Street or something.
No, nothing's appealing to me about Manhattan at all. The restaurants are not that good. If you go to a high-end restaurant, you're really paying that restaurant's rent at this point, and there's much better food outside of Manhattan.
God, the dollar bodega tacos in Queens.
Yep.
It's like, You want to have a culinary experience? Go out to Flushing. Like, I'm serious. That's the best Chinatown in the city, and no one knows about it.
Well, that's their mecca. That's like they rather buy in Flushing than actually Manhattan.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you're getting fresh fish.
Yep.
Yeah.
So digressing. So talking more a little bit about the woman aspect of things. That's kind of like the meat of a lot of your topics. You haven't been in a relationship for over 10 years. Do you think it's, and you've kind of fleshed this out.
More like 15 years.
15 years. Usually the response when I speak like you to women, it tends to be reflected and directed back at me, that it's a me problem.
Oh,
that
yeah.
it's your attitude, that it's, it's
personality.
It's personality, right?
Yeah.
So I want
Personality.
to discuss that a little bit about you. What do you see as kind of
Personality and height evidence. Yep. These boyos. I mean, I'm not sure about MGTOW chats. It looks like he already C-maxed. He know what time it is. And yeah, Raymond have no idea what kind of happiness is being allowed in Asia. That's for sure. I mean, in Asia, Raymond is just a normie. A lot of... he can totally afford to be himself, except I don't recommend starting ranting in front of Asian people. It's the worst possible way how to lose your face and reputation. But looks wise, they're actually, Asian girls would actually give him a chance, that's for sure. But yeah, here in the West, man, abomination. It's a weak word, you know what I'm saying. Let's continue.
of like some of the main culprits? One has to have a bit of a kaleidoscopic view when understanding the women problem. I'm telling you. Also, do you see a difference between women's attitudes in Ohio versus New York City?
No, they're identical.
No.
Everybody who wants to try to gaslight you and tell you that women are different in other places of the world or the country, it's just lying to you. They're not.
It is like that.
They're exactly the same.
Asian girls
it may
are different.
scale differently with different zeros behind the numbers, but they care about money and status and what they drive and what you do and what you can afford them and what your line of credit is. They give a shit just as much. And I've honestly gotten to the point where I wholeheartedly believe that looks are the only thing that matter. And quite frankly, if you give them the ick, whatever that is, and
you have an Android.
They will just disqualify you. They will just disqualify you and find out any other reason to tell you that you're disqualified.
Correct.
It does not matter.
They go out of their way to find a disqualification.
Yes. And what has happened is the sisterhood, the powers that be, whoever you want to say has done it, they have made the single independent dog mom queen with the 3-bed, 2-bath starter home that was $400,000 and the $200,000 MBA working on their PhD. They've made that the appealing status endgame for millennial and Gen Z women of means, upper middle class women. Poor people are still getting together because that's always going to happen.
Right.
They're not as susceptible to the brainwashing of TikTok. They're just not. And but like that semi-affluent, debt-laden Beamer driving, well, they're probably driving a Chevy Malibu or a Chevy Equinox. They're driving a Chevy Equinox if they have a kid. Let's be honest. And that type of girl, their status symbol now is the 5 vacations a year. It's their pit bull baby puppy that they love.
Yes, correct.
Their fur baby, and it's
Brutal.
their I own a house, even though you put 3.5% down first-time homebuyer's loan at a subvented rate that you didn't read the fine print, and you realize that subvented 5% rate is going to jump to 12 in 3 years when you're out of the grace period. And they recapitalize all that stuff on top of your loan. So in 20 years, just like with the student loan stuff, we're going to see TikToks of these women in their 50s going, I've been paying on my house for 20 years. How do I still owe $400,000 on this? I might as well have just been renting, mark my words. And these are the same women that will not have a dime in their retirement accounts. They won't have a dime in their retirement accounts, and they will be voting for AOC for the 50th time to be the president of the United States and confiscate everybody's private retirement accounts because they didn't save a dime. Like,
but people such as me and you, when we show women, hey, listen, this is bad. You should no, it's got to be good. It's good. I read an article on CNN. They gravitate towards these people on internet, like social media, whatever. CNN, New York Times, The Atlantic, so on and so forth. They read these articles and take it for what it's worth, and they run with it. And then someone actually cares about them, tells them, hey, no, that's not good. You shouldn't be reading that. That person's paid by some corporation or for some bank to put that hit piece out.
Well, I literally read those articles on my channel. And they live in a different reality. I have an upcoming video called We Live in Two Different Americas. Like, there are two different countries within the continental United States of America. There just is. There's two different realities. It's a bifurcated economy. It's a bifurcated country. It is literally a woman's country and a rational human beings country, because there are rational, conservative, responsible, reasonable women. The problem is all of those women are already married.
Or they're listening to their husbands.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're already spoken for. They're not on social media.
It's strange because I just got out of a relationship, and she was kind of like telling me, oh, sell your property. I'm like, no, that's an asset. You don't have an asset. Well, you can invest in ETF, in some Vanguard ETF or something to that matter. I'm like, no, because that can go down at any moment, and it's not tangible. So I'm trying to explain to the rational way of me thinking of this now.
You're wasting your breath. And I've found this too with like the investment class bros. Hey, I got to take a piss real fast.
Yeah, what I was saying was,
sorry about that.
No, of course.
No, this is a good conversation. I
told you we were going to hit it off our first time chatting, dude. You know, I figured me and you would. No,
usually I'll cut it off in an hour.
By the way, I gotta go. I'm not a JOO, by the way. I'm Italian, even though I'm walking over here.
No, I trust me. I'm very familiar with the difference between a Jewish American.
I don't understand why people consider you a Jew. It's hilarious.
Oh, it's because they're just all.
It's the beard and the glasses.
No, they just want to get under my skin. They want a reaction. Don't
feed the trolls, man. That's the number one thing. I've seen a lot of great YouTubers go down in flames interacting too much with the chats, and if you ignore them, they eventually give up and go away.
Well, no, that's what I learned about the white supremacists. I stopped acknowledging it, and they disappeared.
So what I was saying was, when I say no to a woman, right? It's that's it. Like, you're gone. Like, it's very strange. Like, a lot of these boomers say, just put your foot down, be trigger happy.
What do they call that? Vet them. You got to vet them. Like, dude, what fucking world do you live in? What world are most guys getting a chance to vet any woman? We can't. And then they talk about, both of you need to get tested for STDs, and you need to do this, and you need to, dude. These women literally will drive to a stranger's house 20 minutes after messaging them on Tinder and let that person do unspeakable things to their body. And there is no vetting these women. Most men get so little attention from females, so it is non-existent, that you literally have to be a performative monkey and dance as fast as possible and keep her attention like a dog with the fucking shiny brass lights. Like, look over here, look over here, look over here, look over here, look over here. You have to. You have to. There's no fucking vetting. All these old red pill dudes that keep talking about, oh, you need to vet them and you need to go get tested and you need to be responsible. It's all on you. It's all on you. You got to be interesting. You got to be the most compelling person in the room. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, dude, how out of touch do you have to be to even claim that in 2025?
Dude, 100%. It's like, I joke, it's like dangling the keys in front of the baby to stop it from crying. That's what I usually
it's like giving the keys to the 4-year-old and then being shocked that he wrecks the Beamer.
So, like, I'm constantly bending to what they're saying and just going along with it just to get a fuck. And at some point, that bend turns into a break. And it happens to any guy.
And here's the thing. It's like, I haven't had sex in 8 years. Everybody makes fun of me for it. I literally... Most women don't, I can't even get them to physically, like, acknowledge my presence even when I'm in front of them in a grocery store. But for the most part, I have learned, because I have been used as a beta orbiter, friend, like you're like a brother to me. I've helped them move furniture. You know, service. I've been the
donkey.
I've been the pack mule.
Yep.
I've been the pack mule. Not even a donkey, a bastard mule. I've been a pack mule for these women my entire life. And about 10 years ago, I started knowing my worth and putting my foot down. And by golly, the last time I had anybody interested was about 8 years ago when she announced to me that she was also seeing five other fucking people. I just said, I don't want to be a part of that. It's me or I'm not going to be around. Guess who left? I left. And it just, there's been nothing since. Like, Doctor,
you just got to get out more, Raymond.
Dude, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding you, dude. Dr. Phil on my YouTube feed yesterday did a 40-minute episode on the surge of polyamory in modern marriages. He was saying that 60% of marriages under the age of 30 are polyamorous, open. 60%. I just...
Insane.
That's not an option. You're going to enter into a financial contract with a woman, and the expectation is she gets to go out and have all her unabashed you-know-what with anyone but you, and you're financially liable for this? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. No, I'm not
Correct.
participating in that madness. There's no world in which I'm participating in that madness. But because we got to protect the fifis of women and all the men that want to have sex with those women, we got to call me the incel. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad person because I have standards. Oh, and I don't want to go use prostitutes. Oh, no. It's just
I think
the amount of hate I get for my stance is that it's just really what it amounts to is I don't morally fit in with the current day. And I haven't figured out how to reconcile that in my own mind, I guess.
No, neither have I. And this is the only way. That's how I. That's one reason why I still do these shows. Is that's
Right.
my way of, I guess, coping. I hate that word cope. I'm so over that word. Everything's a cope.
Cope, incel, it's like right up there with Nazi. It's a meaningless word now because everyone uses it.
So, talking about the polyamory side of things, I have a cousin.
Yeah, literally, my channel name is Medican Coping, but my channel used to be called Medican Black Pill up until that ER happened in UK, that Davison guy. The problem with that milestone of internet evolution is that the fat retard was subscribed to a lot of black pill channels, and big media started holy war against this lore, and I realized the word black pill right now is intermingled with, literally some kind of terrorism bullshit, and media now have a scapegoat, blah blah blah, and I quickly renamed my shit to Medican Coping because the word cope is very, very neutral in meaning. It doesn't invoke any emotions that NPCs might turn against you. What also happened at the same time, literally at the same time, I remember how Incel TV renamed his channel to Rehab Room. I think he totally wrapped up the old lore. Yeah, those videos were perfect. I am a huge fan of his first channel. And then he started Rehab Room Expedition, I guess. Totally new project. Yeah, the Jake Davison milestone made me and Rehab basically change the name of the channel, because I'm not gonna give big media corporations a reason to go after me. Like, come on, So yeah, if the word coping gonna carry such a bad connotation to the future, what should we rename ourselves into? Tell me, quick chat. What should I rename my channel into? Medican blah blah blah, Medican yada yada yada, Medican fucking this, fucking that. Tell me, what should be renamed? Tell me. we can't use the word cell. Medical slav cell, that's unacceptable. Any type of pill connotation, unacceptable. And looks like the word coping is now NPC lore, so what should we do? Let me know in the quick chat. Let's continue.
Who's probably close to 50. She's divorced for about over 10 years, 2 teenagers. The husband still lives in the house. He lives in the basement, and she's out screwing everything, right? And I speak to her husband. He's been in my family for, 25 years.
And they can't afford to sell the house because they can't afford to go buy anything else.
Well, the house is in his name, and when the divorce was first unfolding, he pulls me to the side. He goes, she thinks she's going to keep the house, and she's going to be able to afford living here. She's delusional. She has nowhere to go. So I don't know what she's thinking, that she's going to divorce me and it's going to all work out. Sure enough, he lives in the basement. They still raise the kids, and from what my cousin tells me, that is how most modern marriages operate, is that she's out fucking everything and he's in the house watching the kids and, checking up on things, making sure the lights stay on.
And you want to talk about the difference between, okay, let me tell you, do you know about this whole controversy happening right now in Miami County, Ohio, with this Other Woman and the Wife website?
No.
So there's this broad that lives literally 5 minutes from my parents' house. In the Miami East School District, in the school district I graduated high school from, rural country, guns gotten government country. Now, to be fair, she lives in a $700,000 McMansion. They all live in $700,000 McMansions now. This woman literally started a website on how to cheat on your husband and run basically poly harems with all the guys in your community. Everyone around here all of these status symbol women that are driving the Tahoes and they're super prim and they're wearing their Lululemon freaking joggers and shit, they're all fucking each other's husbands, all of them. And the Dadvocate, that YouTube channel, I actually like her. She seems like morally based, but she also just tells guys to just try harder for the ladies.
Well, she's a woman, so.
Yeah. But anyway, neither here nor there. She's covering this there's this massive lawsuit happening in Miami County Court of Common Pleas with this whole incestuous, not incestuous, that's illegal, that adulterous thing where everyone's fucking each other. They're all suing each other now. And it's this massive deal locally. And it's just like, I'm sitting here on the sidelines going, now, wait a minute. Literally everybody else is having sex with me and everybody else is sleeping with everybody else's husband. These women are my age and they're all married and it's like that controversy that came out of Utah a couple years ago where it was like the Mormon sex clubs where they would have like their Mormon studies and it was just an orgy the entire time. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I recall that.
Dude, you think like it's different in rural bumfuck Ohio? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And like the heinous stuff that she was talking about where like this woman literally was with binoculars recording the other woman's having sex with the guy that she was sleeping with too. And then she'd go over there and use her toys on herself. Like there's just heinous things talked about in this lawsuit. I couldn't believe it. And she's getting on TikTok and YouTube Shorts and freaking social media and Facebook, posting little like retaliatory, like naming people from her website and doing all of this really weird shit. And just like sitting in her Kia Telluride talking smack about all the other girlies in fucking Winans. Winans is a coffee shop here. Winans coffee Bible study group. And it's like, you guys all are at the Victory Church on 25A down here, which is a massive mega church down the road from me. It's like, you're all fake degenerates. You're all degenerates. And I get harshed on because I'm an incel. It's like, come on.
There's no guardrails. That's the problem, Raymond. You used to have the church act as somewhat of a bulwark against a lot of this type of stuff.
These guys are into it. They're all screwing each other.
Yeah, but do you think that's from pornography? What do you think is led to boredom? The chase for another dopamine hit? What do you reckon? I find America to be sexually immature versus the rest of the world, honestly. China doesn't talk about sex yet. Look at their population. You see what I'm saying? Like, use other countries as a barometer.
To that point, America used to be a country where we shamed culturally promiscuous people.
High school, Raymond. Whether we graduated the same year.
Of both genders.
Yes.
We used to shame this activity. Like, there was always a pregnant girl in high school, but she was like,
right.
Yeah. Now that's just expected. Well, but now teenage pregnancy is super down because the women don't want anything to do with the guys. It's not because of birth control. It's because the women literally don't want anything to do with the guys. Because they're all talking to 26, 7, 8-year-olds. I honestly think pornography is an easy scapegoat.
Yes.
And it's an easy thing to go to because it's
omnipresent.
I don't believe that it's primarily men that use pornography. I think women use it just as much as men do, but it is an easy thing to throw in a man's face as that's the reason women think you're weird. That's the reason, because it's this, everyone uses it. Everyone jerks off. Everyone. And then of course I'll get people in the comment section saying, oh, I don't, I definitely don't. I've never done that. I'm like, I don't believe you, dude.
Correct. Me too.
I get in my comment section all the time. They'll say, oh, women can tell the last time you've done it. Women can tell when you jerk off all the time. Women can tell when you watch that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't believe you. And also, what about the girls that are reading those Harlequin romance novels and those just bestiality and
K-drama,
just crazy sex smut novels, and also watching all of that stuff too? You cannot tell me that the success of 50 Shades of Grey as a franchise was an accident. I remember being in New York City and seeing women reading that book on the subway, just unashamed. And I think blaming spicy content, for lack of a better way to put it, is an easy scapegoat. I think quite frankly, you want to get into it. The main culprit is the destruction of the American ethic and the degradation and absolute nuclear destruction of the Christian moral majority in America. Predominantly, we're going to get into this too, predominantly formed by Protestant Northwestern Europeans who came over in the first 200 years of this country's life. English, Irish, Scotch, guns, God, and government, hard work will set you free. Not in an Auschwitz kind of way, but in a literal Protestant work ethic used to be a thing. With that came rampant patriarchal morality. We have completely eviscerated that. And this started post-World War II, the evisceration of the nuclear family, the patriarchal family unit, morals, the teenage craze in the 50s. They invented the word teenager with the baby boomers. Think American Graffiti. Like, that wasn't a thing prior to. You basically, once you were of working age, you started working on the farm, in the factory, whatever. You went to high school up to a certain level and you just stopped. They talk about high schoolers not being able to read now, and you have to go to 4 years or 6 years of college. Back in the day, your primary textbooks, like, go try to read a 7th, 8th, or 9th grade textbook from the late 1800s or early 1900s. There are stuff in those textbooks I don't understand. And I had really good grades in school. Like, they were much more well-read, much more didactically diverse than we are. They were all polymaths because they had to be, and polydidacts because they had to be. And most of them started working at the age of 16. They were married by 18. Like, it was just a different world. And post-industrial complex, post-military industrial complex, post-World War II, you know, all that fallout.
Really, post-Vietnam. Post-Vietnam.
Well, Vietnam was a communist operation. So basically what your CIA operation. So basically what I'm getting at is Yuri Bezmenov talked about in the 70s that the Soviets and the communists needed to infiltrate a culture, and it would take about 20 years, a generation, for the culture to completely change. They infiltrated us in the 30s and 40s, 1944. They infiltrated us after World War II. 20 years after that was 1965. Summer Love, Flower Power, all of that shit, free love and rock and roll. All of the societal fallout, post birth control pill, post free love, post no fault divorce, all of it has been downstream. And the sexual depravity and immorality, people were sleeping with other people just as badly in the 60s. It just wasn't televised. And well, it was televised a little bit, but it wasn't. You used to have a buffer pre-internet of like the coasts and the big liberal cities. And then about 10 to 15 years after that, the trends and styles that were in New York or LA would trickle into the Midwest.
It's a weather vane, yes.
My dad talked about it in the 80s. He went to New York City in 1984 and he saw punk rockers and people with big mohawks and green hair and all that stuff. And in the mid 90s, that showed up in Dayton, Ohio. It was a 10-year lead time. Now it's about 10 seconds.
With no guardrails, we can see that the population is plummeting. Everything is normalized, but normal sexual relations.
It's not because of no guardrails. It is a very purposeful psychological operation that the birth rates are cratering across the globe. The people making the lever pullers of the world, the people making the decisions in the grander scheme of things, decided a long time ago. Look at the 10-nation plan, look at the Club of Rome, look at all of the things that were talked about 100 years ago. This was post-World War I. This was post-Great War. They think we have too many people on the planet, and they have been working lockstep in tandem on a global psychological operation scale with everything to attack fertility and to attack birth rate with everything they've got. And quite frankly, they're getting their wish. In 20 years, there's going to be a lot less of us.
Well, you're going to have rolling blackouts because the people that are intelligent are the ones not reproducing. It's like the intro to the movie Idiocracy. I truly,
that was actually predictive programming. There was a reason that movie was created when it was. And Gattaca, the introduction to Idiocracy, that's what's happening now.
Yes.
That's what's been happening for the past 60 years.
Well, you have women that are high IQ, that are attractive. They gravitate towards these megalopolises, New York City, Los Angeles. You can go global. You can go Shanghai. You can go, Bangkok, so on and so forth. And the media pumps this idea, as we mentioned earlier in this chat, that all these women gravitate towards these very expensive locations because, well, that's what everyone else is doing, right? So you need to join us too. So they wind up working this corporate job. Now they have in their healthcare plan egg freezing, which has now become normalized. Where
IVF and egg freezing, yeah.
Right. So now they're working these jobs, and and I know corporate America doesn't really like old people. So if you have like a Karen working in your office, we can like push her into the back of the commercial space, and she's there, she knows her job, she just keeps grinding away, and she's going to have nothing in the long run. It's interesting to me that these women they have no foresight to what their future is going to be like, and they, for whatever reason, think AI is going to take care of them, and that there's going to be toilet bowls that can detect cancer. I'm like, yeah, that's great and everything, but who's making the toilet? Who's working? Who's going to unclog your toilet? Who's going to keep the power on? So on and so forth.
To be fair, they are a product of their indoctrination, just like you and I have been a product of our indoctrination of our environment. I can't blame a prisoner for thinking that the walls of their prison the Plato's cave walls of their prison is the only experience that they've ever had. They just haven't seen what is actually going on. And I'm sure I got an email this morning with people trying to direct me towards certain other things I should be talking about. And there's layers to it, but they're just at that surface level of work will set you free. That's basically what they've gotten at a societal level. And I can't blame them mentally. I can't say, oh, you're right. I can't say women are bad. I actually love women. I think they're beautiful. I'd love to hold one, but they're a product of their environment, and their environment sucks.
They don't seem to realize it. I think it's amazing. What now? And I don't want to keep you on too much longer.
Well, it's a Stockholm syndrome thing. How would you think anything else?
For men, now in my 30s, and women don't pay attention to me. On once in a blue moon, they may look at you. They see right through you. Mm-hmm. And then, like my father would say, wear a belt, wear a nice shirt, nice shoes. So yeah, but no one's noticing me. So what's the sense of me putting any effort into like my personal appearance or going to the gym or any of these type of things when literally no one notices me? Not only that, and I'm going to build upon that further, I have no community around me. My parents live an hour. My father lives an hour and a half from me. I barely speak to my neighbors. So it's as if, again, you don't exist, and most women's worlds are now Instagram, maybe to a lesser extent dating apps, that they're getting their attention and validation via social media, whereas attention in the real world, it's just their girlfriends. And if you ever do go out, it's usually a wolf pack of women. Yep. There's no guys. Nope. Guys are, there's like a group of guys in the corner. They're not even going to bother speaking to those women because they know the answers already no.
No, all these people who tell you to go talk to a woman in a bar, they're just lying to you. That doesn't. I remember watching the worm turn, and it was about 2015, 2016 with the election of Donald Trump. Women stopped being approachable in public. It's like they all collectively put on that that RBG face, and they just Ruth Bader Ginsburg face, and they just collectively said, okay, we're just going to fuck the hot guys from the app, and the rest of our life is just going to be us. So, and then conversely, like you talk about, no, I don't need to dress up or try to make myself presentable for the world. Have you seen the way women dress and present themselves to the world? I cannot think. This morning, I saw 2 women walking into Walmart in dresses. At 8:30 in the morning, I can only imagine they were going into the pharmacy to get Plan Bs because they were in last night's dresses. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a woman out in public in a dress, presented well, without just a top bun, top knot, not just in a hoodie and sweatpants. And here's the thing. It's like, okay, then all the manosphere guys and all the red pill grifters, all the man up bro guys, they'll retort with, well, it's your fault. That's your fault for not being in the right community. You didn't move to the right place. You need to be the most interesting person in the room for them to dress up for you. It's just, but there's nowhere to go. They're all the same everywhere. I didn't work out this morning. It's like I woke up and went to the grocery store because I had to take care of that stuff because I knew we were going to have a conversation. It was probably going to take a while, and I wanted to get ahead of my chores because I didn't want to be there in town when all the other people are in town. I probably won't work out today. I might go ride my bike. It's like I'm struggling to see a reason to work out. And I'm sorry, guys. Stop lecturing me about health. Though you're going to tell me Wes Watson, who looks like somebody stuck a air hose up his ass and put the pressure to 180 PSI. You're going to tell me that guy is healthy?
Or is that guy getting laid?
Well, there's that. We're not allowed to say working out is for sex there. We're not allowed to say that. That's enough. That's the first thing. The first thing, when you finally say the truth and you say men work out for the appeasement of women, everybody and their cousin has to log into the chat and their faces blue saying, how dare you say that it's for women? It's definitely not for women. You work out for yourself, don't you? Why don't you do anything for yourself? Why don't you lead an interesting life for yourself? It's like, dude.
I see no couples. If I see a couple, it's usually a teenager holding hands, or they're boomer, 50, well over 55, 60, 65 and older. I see very few people around our age pair bonded. And for the few that I do see pair bonded, the guys look like they just survived Verdun. Like they've been through absolute hell.
The millennial couples I see, the woman's always driving. She's always overweight. If she's hot, the guy looks like he is pussy whipped. He looks like he's absolutely on a ball and a chain. His head is all down. He's sullen. He's carrying the kids. He's Mr. Mom. She's driving the vehicle. Younger people, I don't know. I don't go places that younger people are at. I really don't.
Well, where do they go? There's no place to go. Everything is. I like to say, when I lived in Asia and people from other nations, other countries, societies ask me, well, what is life like in the United States? And I kind of equate it to living in a nursing home. It's like a bit of a nanny state. Overregulated, overinsured. I think lawsuits have definitely damaged a lot of the fun, taking the fun out of living. So what do? You turn to.
Yeah, when I'm trying to explain to Thai people that life in Europe is highly regulated, restrictive, discrimination, shit weather, yada yada, I just tell them, Europe, Pasha, Ku, which means Europe is a cemetery prison. And then I see their expression. They are nodding their heads. They see the pain in my fucking face and they are nodding their heads. I keep telling them, Thailand number one, Thailand number one. I keep convincing them they are living in paradise and they are surrounded by sick world, basically. So it looks like MGTOW chats is some ex-C-Maxer or something interesting. I don't have any more information, but if somebody knows, tell me more. Maybe MGTOW chats himself gonna came across this tape. Who knows? Let's continue.
Drugs, you stay in your apartment, you go on YouTube. People talk about fentanyl and all these type of drugs and Oxycontin for 20 years ago. That was because there was no outlet. I'll tell you a great story. So growing up on Long Island, smoking pot, we're like 2021. We live super close to the water, and me and my friends, like late at night, 11, 12 o'clock at night, like, let's go get some Dunkin' Donuts, and let's go smoke a blunt and go fishing. Great idea. So we go to this sick spot, overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. We start fishing underneath the bridge, hanging out, just shooting shit. The cops would show up. And the cop goes, do you have, they passed a law that we need a certification in order to go fishing.
Yeah, fishing license. That's the
fishing
thing.
license. It never existed in New York. You never need a license to go fishing. And it was a state trooper, and I tell the state trooper, I go, okay, officer, we'll leave. Hey, guys, you want to go do some blow? Let's go do some blow. All right, yeah, let's go. The cop starts laughing. He goes, all right, just get out of here within the next couple hours, and I'll let you guys do what you got to do. Because he realized the insanity that what you're telling me is to go home and do nothing or do drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, make no mistake, the powers that be want you dead. Like I say it a lot, but I'm not joking about it. They view you as a mindless eater. They want to keep you distracted from your misery and hooked to your debt long enough that you are a productive GDP producer until you are no longer economically viable. In falling down, real thing, no longer economically viable. Yeah. Post 35 years old, they basically want you to just kind of disappear. And I'm sorry. I get real tired of, I'm going to bring it back to this. I get real tired of getting told that I need to live my life for myself. I'm sorry. I am living my life for myself. I'm sorry that it's not meeting the expectations of what you think my life should be. I keep coming back to that concept that like MGTOW is supposed to be going your own way. But there sure seems to be a lot of dudes who have to tell me how my way is somehow not correct. I'm not doing enough. I'm not manning up enough. I'm not getting pussy. I'm not slinging poon. I'm not doing enough.
Do you think a lot of guys, they're trying to seek validation through women? Even myself, I do that to a point. Like when I'm in a relationship, am I doing it for myself?
There is no amount or any right answer or any advice for Raymond to improve his life in America. There is only one solution: radical relocation. Location is the key word here. He just have to go some place where he gonna be accepted. Best easy mode, tutorial mode, Philippines or Thailand. But yeah, he have to drop that attitude. He can't be barking, yapping at Asian people. That's the personality is the keyword here in Asia. You don't let Asians see you angry. They're gonna, no matter how you look like, they're gonna lock the door behind you. But like I said, his appearance is actually upgrade in Asia, basically. Now let's continue.
Or am I doing it for the person I'm having sex with?
We have zero ethic we have no grand ethic to work towards as a society. We have no cohesive societal story. We don't have an arc. We have nothing. We are just a sick, sad simulacrum of an America that no longer exists.
Europe too.
And we are LARPing as these men of meaning, men of renown, men of old that no longer exist. The country is a sad excuse of what it once was. It used to be the new frontier. Before that, it was the free world, the new world. We're mollycopped.
It's an economic zone. It is no real culture.
Yeah.
If your culture can be turned off, can be turned off, do you have a culture to begin with?
And you know what they categorize South Africa as, and they categorize the United Kingdom as, and they categorize Canada as, and they categorize Australia as, which have rampant inflation, worse social stratification, worse immigration problems, worse real estate prices than America. They are us in 5 to 15 years, period. Once they,
Ooh, that's a black pill.
Once they finally get Trump out of office, and they'll bash in AOC or some bullshit Democrat, and it'll be off to the races, packing the courts, selling the country off, and we will end up like South Africa. And I'm not really going to touch what's happening in South Africa right now, but I think everyone is kind of aware of what's happening in South Africa right now. And I think half of America would want nothing more than to see what's happening in South Africa right now happen in America right now.
I think it's going to be more like Brazil, to be honest with you, where you're going to have an elite, a waspy elite, and just a bunch of, coffee-colored fucking people working for Amazon. That's what my prediction is. I don't see like any type of bottoming out or fallout. I don't see a civil war. Go on. What are you going to say?
Well, on that note, our Austrian painter friend from
here comes the passage.
He became quite popular in the 30s. I won't name him outright. He wrote a book about his struggles. I don't know if you've heard of it, but in that book, he said the main complaint he had with America is that it had no cohesive culture, and that he predicted in the coming decades for lack of a better term, the mulattoification of the American populace. Fast forward 100 years, you have Barack Obama, who is a mixed race black president. Note, black president, even though his mother was white. And
I got dropped a letter grade in college for saying that.
Okay, if you get nuked for me saying that, I apologize. That was not my intention. I'm just reciting what's on his birth certificate that's definitely real and not a layered manufactured PDF that you can definitely extract and find when it was made, by the way. Definitely a real, authentic birth certificate, by the way. I don't know if you can read between the lines of what I'm trying to say here.
Big time.
Anyway, Funny Mustache Man predicted the mulattification of America 100 years prior. And he said that America would not be a cohesive culture class or a cohesive cultural identity until we were basically all the same shape. And I'm going to get a lot of heat for that comment. People are going to say you're racist. I'm just saying what was in the book. If reading books is somehow a bad thing, fine. Lock me up. We're really in Orwell's 1984. You guys can pay for my 3 hots and a cot. Lock me up. And I'm being hyperbolic, but like literally he said that in the book, and it was a prediction, and it's coming true. And I think you're onto something. It'll be the waspy elites. And I also agree, probably no hot conflict. I personally would prefer no hot conflict. I don't want to see a mushroom cloud on the horizon. I'd rather not see total war, subjugation. I don't want to see that.
So you're not an accelerationist.
Oh, dude, I like eating. I like being able to go to the grocery store. I like being able to have my own house. Okay, I'm going to say something that'll really piss people off if I haven't already. Are you ready for this? Those fucking LARPers that want to see a total war and raving war bands in the streets and want to claim that they would be top dog in a zero-sum.
Okay, imagine this. My wet dream is, while I am C-maxing, nuclear war happens everywhere except Thailand, and that way I don't have to fly anywhere out anymore, which would make me some kind of person with asylum. I should probably paint some kind of comics or something, but yeah. He likes going to grocery store in Ohio to buy $70 beefsteak. Yeah, imagine getting $3 khao man kai in Bangkok. Shit. Anyways.
Game where the only difference between you and God is the bullet inside the gun pointed at your face by some raving marauder.
Raider.
You're LARPing. You're so full of yourself. You don't see veterans coming back from actual combat, service members, police officers that have actually done the deed and had someone meet their maker at their hand. You don't see those people advocating for civil conflict. You don't see those people advocating for two-way rifle ranges. It's the people that are super for that. They're either feds or they're LARPers, and probably a little bit of both.
I had a friend of mine during COVID. He tried doing the whole no electricity, living off the land. Oh my God,
He lasted
it's
about 2
not
weeks, didn't
something
he?
He did it for like 3 or 4 months. Him and his wife. He did it in
Oh,
rural Maine. It was
he had
horrible, man.
he had somebody to fuck. That's what it was.
Yes.
Why
Yeah,
do
go
you
on.
think the pioneers had so many kids?
It was cute because they're both extremely like-minded. They're all into a lot of the topics that me and you would gravitate towards.
It must be nice to be hot enough to attract a woman that's into that shit.
Sex being the main motivator for guys to get up out of the bed in the morning, even for myself. Why?
Yeah.
Like, why do I do it? Because that's the thing. I mentioned a little bit. I didn't mention really Vietnam War. Okay, if you go to Vietnam, the men do absolutely nothing. The men are drunks. They gamble. They lay around all day long. They're like lions.
It's a defeated society.
But the question is, how when they started getting blasted back to the Stone Age, how did the women get the men motivated to go out and fight? They started sucking their dicks. Get the fuck in there and do something. Get in there and fucking fight. And that's I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. That is exactly how the women got the men motivated to go and do something.
Sure.
Here, I'm not motivated to even leave hold the door open for you at this point.
I agree.
They got property taxes, they got school district taxes, they got income taxes. If you own property, you're going to be paying. You got to house yourself somehow. I don't think most guys actually want to be homeless. Most people don't want to be van lifers. Like, you're just going to see people guys in general, who they're either favored by women and they get tricked into the 18-year subjugation with a kid, and their bank accounts get completely drained, and they forcibly have to work because they're now a subject of the state. They are required to contribute to GDP and pay child support. Or you're going to see guys like me who basically slowly resign themselves to the truth that no women want us because of their social conditioning, not because of my lacking, just because of their social conditioning. They don't want us. So you're going to end up in a position where guys basically just buy the cheapest house they can. They buy the cheapest truck that'll last the longest that they can.
Yes.
They're going to do they're going to forgo W-2 employment. They're just going to go 1099. They're going to make as little money as possible. And they will they'll keep tightening the fist around your neck as much as possible until you finally die of inflation. But guys will resign themselves to indifference, and we're going to get to a point where we're already seeing it, where the girl was R-word on the subway and no one did a thing. Like, you're going to get to the point where actual crime starts happening and actual stuff, heinous crimes, and guys just turn a blind eye to it and they say, have fun with that.
Well, that happened in Germany during the Christmas. This is about 10 years ago.
Yep.
Cologne, Germany, where there was a Christmas celebration, and then the women started getting sexually assaulted.
Yep.
And the women turned to the white guys, the German men, the natives, to do something about it. And the men were like, "No, we're not helping you."
No.
But that's the thing. You voted for this. This is what you wanted. So, circling back to the traveling thing, you're visiting Europe. You're not going to India. Why don't you go to India? Why don't you go to Nigeria? There's a cognitive dissonance. It's alarming. It's disturbing, and we're realizing why society for millennia was set up this way, where women were kind of regulated to certain tasks.
Despite what people would have you believe, it was most of Western, like Germanic people groups were patriarchal. They were war tribes. They were not matriarchal. Do not believe that those feminist lies. The Vikings were not led by women. That's complete bullshit. Going back to what you were saying,
I just find there's a lack of external threats in the United States, and if there were somewhat more of a nuclear bomb, war, invasion, so on and so forth.
Trust me, they're trying to drum that up. They're trying as hard as they can. Like, Trump is the only. Everybody hates Trump.
I agree. I'm going to agree
Trump,
with you.
Trump is the only one actually trying not to have a nuclear hot World War III. He's the only president, the only leader, the only person in politics who is routinely saying, guys, pump the brakes here. Let's work out a deal. We don't want nuclear Armageddon. What other world leaders are actually saying that? What other world leaders are actually trying not to have a world-ending cataclysmic war? Trump's the only one. And everyone on the right and on the left and all the libtards, all of the libertarians, you know, the pot smoking, free loving rock and roll libertarians.
There you go.
They all came out of the woodwork against him as soon as Elon started going after the USAID money. As soon as that happened, the right and the left attacked him in tandem. It was so coordinated. It was so obvious. I can't really talk about politics that much because everybody is an anti-Trumper. If they're a conservative, they're an anti-Trumper. If they're liberal, they're an anti-Trumper. If they're a libertarian, they hate him. It's wild to me.
Well, what is it? The term slips from my mind, but they're expecting Trump to be something. Look, to boomers, Trump is the Messiah, right? And I think a lot of people gravitate towards one person or the administration, for that matter, to be the savior to a lot of our problems, to undo things like OnlyFans or kind of bring down the Silicon Valley that seems definitely, in my opinion, has destroyed, like, at least accelerated the destruction of this country. But it's damn it, I can't forget the term slips my mind where Trump is supposed to be. I'm sorry, I've been the term just
what, demagogic?
No, that he's supposed to be purity spiral, purity signal. Like he's supposed to clamp down on the board. He's supposed to do all these type of things. One person cannot undo all these things.
Yeah, it's there's too much. Like the blitzkrieg that he's doing in the first 6 months of his presidency here is great. It's what we wanted to see in 2016, 2017 when he actually got in office the first time. He didn't deliver. He's delivering on some of the stuff now. There's a lot of stuff that is not to be liked. The whole 10-year AI getting to take over all the states and all the states' rights go away. Don't like that. But there's a lot of other things I don't like. I don't like Teslas on the East Lawn. I don't need this. I get it. There's no politician is messianic, but I'm sorry. He is consistent on the no nuclear war thing, and every other world leader seems hell-bent on nuclear glass in every major metropolitan center across the globe. Like they are foaming at the mouth for a mass casualty event. And I'm anti-death. I don't want to see that happen.
Listen, we'll end it there. I think we're coming up on 2 hours.
Yeah. It's been a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Well, that was a short one. They wrap it up so abruptly. I mean, maybe he will invite him again for the talk show. So yeah, what else should we continue? Just with some vanilla stuff from Raymond and his channel, for example. Let's listen to this video, half an hour. The title says, "You don't have to play society's rigged game. Live your life." But I don't know, he is just baiting himself with some articles from Guardian and San Francisco Gate and stuff like that. Alright, let's move on. After that, we're just gonna continue with our own shit, some music.
Z. I thought it was impossible for Gen Z. The number one goal is why it's out of reach. By Realtor.com, Alaire Conte. Did no bio, no byline, just a little Miss Jowl, disambiguous, mixed race, somebody hitting an ATM up. She's on Ozempic. Gen Z is falling behind on the path to homeownership. In 2025, they made up just 3% of all home buyers. Yeah, that's a function of them being younger. That's a function of the median home price being $500,000. That's a function of everyone being convinced they must live in metro centers where all the jobs are and all the women are, because that's definitely the only place you can get poontang. Narrative spinning. It's like more plates, more dates, just more narrative spinning. While higher interest rates and higher home prices have made it harder for young adults to break into the market, new research suggests another force might be working against Gen Z: how they manage their money. Because that's never been a concern for any other generation in recorded history. You know why? The greatest generation, silent generation, a lot of the older boomers, the responsible Gen Xers, the responsible millennials. You know why responsible people have money? Because they don't spend every fucking dime of it as soon as they possibly can. I struggled with money for years. 18 years old. What did I do with my graduation money from high school? I went out and bought a PlayStation 3. I used to work until I had enough money for a laptop or a piece of Adobe software or Logic Pro or something else that I wanted to play around with. That's what I spent my money on. I had a truck. The payment was like $300 a month, $200 or something like that to my dad for a couple years. It just, I moved to New York. I got student loan debt to get through college. I graduated and it was $345. It was paycheck. It was beyond paycheck to paycheck. $345 a month for the minimum income-based payment on that. $500 a month for the credit card bills that I had racked up. You know, $600, $500 a month for rent and utilities and everything. There was $500 maybe left over for booze at the end of the day. I was drinking a lot of PBR and dollar vodka. It just, when you don't, income is a huge factor. Yes, the income matters, but it is equally as important to get your housing costs as low as possible and your vices under control as young as possible. And yes, that is difficult. I was 32 years old before I quit drinking. And the only reason I quit drinking was because I was dying. I was legitimately dying of liver failure. That's the only reason I quit drinking. So yes, just a function of you being young. The average homeowner's, home purchaser's age right now is like 53 years old. Not first-time home buyer, just average home buyer age right now is like 53 years old. What's the average first-time home buyer's age? What is average first-time home buyer age? 38. It was 33 when I bought my house 3-4 years ago. Now it's 38. People don't have any money. Like, yes, it's a function of them not making enough money to keep up with asset prices, but it's also a function of bad habits. I've shown my budget countless times on this channel. I live on approximately $2,500 a month, and I have a truck payment. I'm probably going to pay that truck off.
Insanely high.
It's kind of an over-under right now because the credit score, having a high credit score is nice, and the extra money that I would pay in taxes to make up the money for the, to build up the bank account, it's an over-under equation. I might just put the $7,000 towards the mortgage. I haven't decided yet. I might just hold on to it because nothing's guaranteed in life, and I might need money. According to Payments Intelligence, what is that? The money mindset shaping how consumers manage their finances. Look at this. Unlimited access. Yeah, I'm not doing that, dude. A payments data provider. Despite valuing homeownership, Gen Z's top financial goal isn't buying a home. It's paying off debt. Well, good for Gen Z. At least they know the debt's supposed to be paid off. Not like my fellow millennials that are all just like wandering around like headless chickens and sheep in the desert. Wondering, like following Moses and eating manna off the field. Wondering why they've had to spend 40 years in the desert. Literally, the millennials are 40 years old. And we all still have student loans. And none of us bought houses. And yes, I'm aware there are winners in every generation. I'm talking about the cliches here. The fucking beardos like me with their bad glasses and their hipster whatever. And I still have flannel behind me right here. All you guys, everybody ragged on millennials for years. And now we're just 40-year-old losers. If we have a sex life, it's with some fat, blue-haired turbo lesbian. That it's just, fuck, man. It's every generation has losers. At least Gen Z realizes that the debt needs to be paid off. At least they realize it. Maybe, just maybe, Gen Z saw their older brothers and sisters struggling with $100,000 art school degrees and having to take $32,000 jobs at startups, teaching themselves web programming, web development, whatever. And then maybe that's why there's so much resentment online against people like me who did pay off the debt, despite not going into STEM. It's paying off debt. The average Gen Z adult carries an average of $94,000. Jesus, how? With credit card debt being the most common, $94,000 in personal debt and per person, huh? Oh, look at these little hotties. Jeez, they picked the third. Man, God, I'm sorry. There's something about the curly brunette thing and the big lips and she's got that lip ring from 13. Remember that movie? And the eyebrow ring thing. Like, this is pure. Yeah, they picked that image on purpose right there. This is. What are they saying? Because $94,000, you really can't $94,000 in personal debt, far surpassing millennials, $59,000, and significantly exceeding Xers. Well, look, I'll be honest. At the highest, I had approximately $80,000 in personal unsecured debt. Well, $30,000 of it was secured on a vehicle, but that's really not secured. And over the course of like 4 years, I paid it down $40,000 before I really started hammering away at the debt. And it paid off $53,000 in a year, 8 months, whatever it was. It's like, yeah, just by virtue of them being older, they're going to have lower balances. But the $94,000, that's got to include student loans. You can't get $94,000 in credit card debt. I really can't get over this image. They really picked some OF-looking goon fuel right here for that image. Credit card debt. Let's see what this goes to. Pay off credit card before buying a home, maybe not. I don't care. Overall debt, 16% of Gen Z respondents have a mortgage. Let's see. So they're literally claiming, okay, so how much does the average Gen Z student loan? What is the average Gen Z student loan balance? $22,000. So how on earth are Gen Zers getting approved? Are they including car debt? Student, okay, so let's say credit card balance. $3,000. Where did they get the $94,000? The average Gen Z adult carries $94,000 in personal debt. A new poll from Newsweek. Let's go to the poll. Gen Z has a debt problem. They've got to be including the student debt. Okay, here we go. But it's not broken down. It's not broken down by anything. Many adults are relying on credit cards. Yeah. Okay, here we go. What debts does Gen Z have? The most common debt among Gen Zs is credit cards. Okay, 56%, but that's how? How are you getting approved for $94,000 in credit limits? How? That's not a thing. So, okay, so what is the average Gen Z credit card balance? What is the average Gen Z car note balance? $20,000, $25,000. And then the student loan balance was what? $20,000? So there's 22. So there's $50,000 right now on average. And then you got to think average it also includes the people that have $500,000 in student loans and also the $500,000 BMW. That's coming. You watch. There'll be a $500,000 BMW before too long. So it's kind of, this is a good example of why stats are misleading. So if the average credit card balance is $3,000, that means there's plenty of people with way less than that. And there's plenty of people with $50,000 in credit card balances. At one point, I legitimately had $50,000 in credit card balances because I had $25,000 in credit card consolidation loans. And then as soon as I took those out, I racked up another $25,000 on the credit cards that I just cleared out. That's how it works. That's not how it works, Raymond. You're just irresponsible. Yeah, that's how it works. Numbnuts. All right, so Gen Z has a debt problem. With so much of their income tied up in monthly payments, even high earners in this generation are struggling to save for down payment or qualify for a mortgage. Debt, not disinterest, might be the real reason Gen Z is falling behind, at least for now. Well, I think that tracks with the average first age of homeownership of 38 years old. I mean, if millennials are 40 and they're still posting TikToks whining about not being able to pay off a $500 a month student loan balance that's like 40 grand. Hey, newsflash, 40 grand is a part-time job for like 3 years.
What the fuck?
Literally. It could be done by 45. No, you're going to carry that balance well into your 50s. And you're going to be bitching and moaning the entire way. I mean, I have anxiety over having $7,000 left on a truck that I bought that was $35,000. And I paid it off in, what is it, June? 6 months. 35 grand in 6 months. I don't have a job right now. Though Gen Z Americans may dream of homeownership, still high housing costs. They're still going to blame high housing costs. They literally just said a couple paragraphs ago, the average Gen Z debt balance in their $94,000 in personal debt. And then they're still going to blame high housing price on not being able to afford anything. Stepping on the property ladder may not be possible at this point in time. Senior economic research. By prioritizing paying off debt, Gen Z prospective buyers are setting themselves up for success when homeownership does become more feasible. 2 financial personas where Gen Z fits in. Here we go. Payments Intelligent identified 2 key money management mindsets. Planners who proactively save and pay off credit cards, and reactors who handle bills as they come and often rely on credit cards or loans. That has been the case. You're either the planner or a reactor. That is not something that's based on your generational age limit. Ever. You're either a reactor or you have endured the reactionary pain of being broke long enough that you have said, no more, I'm sick of this, I'm fixing this, and you spend a year cleaning up your mess. It's about a year. And when you have hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt for like a doctoral or something, you also have the income potential to clean it up in a year, but it's a year of austerity. I was making $70,000 a year when I paid off all my debt. I paid it off with a W-2 salary. It wasn't until I was debt-free working on that house in town that I was making the $136,000 a year. I legitimately didn't make over $100,000 a year until I paid off the debt. It was kind of funny how that worked. I think, $75,000 a year. Then I got the then I got the $11,000 a month job, basically. And I just told my boss, I said, I'm going into business for myself because I ended up corp to corp billing. $11,000 a month. It was a good job. It's a good job. Oh, well. But you either are the reactor, because that's how they build the monetary system and the debt-based system. They build it for reactionary spending, and they just expect you to be crazy chaos-driven sheep for the rest of your life until you actually just slow down enough to say, stop, I'm going to stop buying everything in sight. I'm going to stop drinking. I'm going to stop eating out. I'm going to stop eating crap. I'm going to start getting healthy. I'm going to start getting my mind right. I'm going to fix this money problem. Because the money problem is never actually a money problem. It's a symptom of a bigger problem, always. You fix the addiction problem, you fix the drinking, magically you have thousands of dollars every month that you can put towards a $50,000 credit card balance. It's amazing how that worked. Absolutely amazing. Gen Z overwhelmingly falls into the latter group. A striking 73% of Gen Zs are classified as reactors, making them more likely to live paycheck to paycheck, carry high interest debt, and struggle to build savings. That's just a function of being younger. The reactive approach can seriously undermine major financial goals like buying a home because it prioritizes short-term survival over long-term stability. Yes, when you are broke, everything is a crisis. I spent decades there. I grew up my parents, the income was feast or famine, and there was a lot of famine. Dad is a construction worker, business owner, a lot of famine, a lot of paying suppliers, making sure we were not rolling in it. I'm not disparaging my father. I'm just saying we were not rolling in it. Since February 24, the share of six-figure earners who identify as planners has dropped by 25%. Now 52% of top earners are reactors, the shift that underscores how widespread short-term financial thinking has become, even among those typically viewed as having the means to plan ahead. See, it's not, so just by a simple function of inflation, making high five figures, making low six figures is not the status that it used to be. It just isn't. And you're noticing those six-figure do-nothing jobs are disappearing. They're being relisted on the job boards as $60,000 a year. They're having those incomes. They're absolutely having them. Have, H-A-L-V-E, having. Not having. Now, 52% of top earners are reactors, the shift that underscores how widespread short-term financial thinking has become, even among those typically viewed as having the means to plan ahead. Risk over security, the Gen Z money mindset. Unlike baby boomers, 54%. English, Raymond, can you read it? 54% of whom are planning focus on long-term stability. Gen Z is chasing growth, according to the payments report. Just 7.7% of Gen Z cite retirement savings as a top financial priority, compared with 22.1% of baby boomers. Nearly 7% of Gen Z say their number one goal is starting a business, making them 8 times more likely to become boomers more likely than boomers to focus on entrepreneurship. Good for them. Awesome. 7% of Gen Z, their number one goal is starting a business. Awesome. Let's get those numbers up. Let's put a 0 on that number and make it 70%. That is awesome. Gen Z Americans have time on their side and may be willing to take bigger swings financially, while older generations are more risk adverse. While starting a business can lead to long-term wealth, it typically comes with short-term financial instability. Yep, exactly what makes it harder to qualify for a mortgage or build up a down payment. Yeah, that's the exact reason I ended up having to buy the rental, which was a pit and falling over. I had to fix it, I had to fix it. Foundation work, rip everything out of it, new electrical, new windows, new walls, new floors, new plumbing, washer dryer hookup. Like, it was a major renovation, and still nobody wanted to buy it. New roof, paint on the outside. I couldn't qualify for a mortgage because I was self-employed at the time and I had cut up all my credit cards and canceled the accounts. I had like a 500 credit score. No one wanted to touch me. So I took my $30,000 down payment and I found a house I could afford. I bought a $30,000 house. It was as shitty as you could imagine. It was a job site for a year and a half. Zillow says it's worth $167,000 now. I could probably maybe sell it for $140,000. It's serving as a rental. I put $53,000 into it. But I put years of my life into it. A year and a half, 2 years. Before, it was closer to 2 years before it was actually rented out and used as a residence for another family. It was a solid year. There was a solid year. I didn't have walls. There were bats flying around the damn house. It smelled like a barn. It was actually hell. It was. But in hindsight, it was one of the best things I ever did with my life. Irregular income, high credit utilization, and limited savings make it much harder to qualify for a mortgage under traditional lending models. Even high-earning Gen Z entrepreneurs might struggle to demonstrate the consistent income or financial reserves lenders expect. So you have to have 2 years of tax returns showing, or you don't necessarily even have to show a profit. You just have to have an LLC or S Corp for at least 2 years. Most lenders, especially in the commercial side of things, want to see a P&L based on like what your profit and loss of your overall income picture looks like, all your assets, all your liabilities. The less liabilities you have, the better. When I got the mortgage for this place, I had to go to a commercial lender. Conventional mortgage wouldn't touch me. I went and got an 8% ARM. It switches in 5 years. The balance on the loan is under $80,000 now. It will be paid off in 4 years. It will be paid off in 4 years. Again, you got to buy the property correctly. I got this house for $112,000. A $90,000 loan is a lot less than the average home loan in America. There's a lot of specific circumstances that went into this house. Sometimes you have to completely think outside of the box. And if they're focusing on entrepreneurs here, hear me. If you actually want to be an entrepreneur, you're not going to play by society's rules. You've already chosen to separate yourself from the chaff. You are the gold sterling wheat that the babushkas in the field want to find. You're the wheat separated from the chaff. You are not the chattel. You are not the fat cow-eyed, doughy plebeians in America. You're an entrepreneur. You're willing to live on nothing. You're willing to rotate credit card balances because you know at the end of the day you're going to get a good paycheck after 2.5 months of invoicing. You figure out a way to get a commercial loan that gets you into the property you want to be in. So you go to a commercial lender and you show them a P&L and you show them 2 years worth of tax returns. You do not necessarily even have to show a profit on those tax returns. Just 2 years worth of a financial picture of you being an entrepreneur. You can be working a W-2 job in the mix of this. I think I technically had a W-2 job when I got the approval for this loan. I think I was converted back to W-2 by that point. I was done on my year-long stint of super mega buku bucks 1099. But the simple fact is, you're going to have a longer face-to-face conversation with multiple bankers. Some will probably turn you down. I had conventional lenders literally run my credit, run everything out, and then at the last minute, they pulled the loan, and they said, well, sorry, we just can't do it. I had already paid for appraisers. I had already paid for other shit for that lender. They just canceled it. I was $1,000 in the hole over the course of buying this house. You know how pissed off that made me? I was in contract for 45 days. I had a lender literally back out of the transaction, a conventional Fannie Mae loan, because they didn't do their due diligence and realize that I was buying what I was buying. I had to go to a bank, and you have to have 20% down. That's the other thing. So you have to buy a property correctly. You have to buy a property you can afford an actual 20 to 25% down payment on. You're not buying a $400,000 house. I'm sorry. You're just not. So I have an 8% loan. It adjusts in 4 years. I've already paid down the balance to $79,000-ish off 90. If I just simply use the rent I'm collecting from the other house, I'll have the balance down to like $10,000 when the ARM adjusts. If I just simply pay $1,500 instead of $751 a month on the principal and interest. It's funny how that works. My point is, think outside the box. The risk-oriented mindset might be a reaction to the current conditions of the housing market. Buyers now need to earn 70% more than they did just 6 years ago to buy a home, to say nothing of the difference between buying a house now than it was in the 60s and 70s when many baby boomers bought their first homes. These conditions have made many Gen Z feel that shooting for the moon in a business is more realistic goal than saving for the white picket fence. Absolutely correct. Thank you, sfgate.com. Actually useful article. It took us, 12 paragraphs to get here? But this right here, this paragraph, these conditions have made many in Gen Z feel that shooting for the moon in business is a more realistic goal than saving for the white picket fence. Absolutely correct. Guess what happened as a byproduct of me being an entrepreneur? I now own 2 properties. One is a profitable rental. I'm also running, I will file 2 different Schedule Cs for this year. One as artist for this YouTube stuff, and one as contractor, construction help, basically. 1099 miscellaneous. Commercial construction.
He's built.
Construction contractor. I don't know. I don't know what the categorization is.
Actually, Magpie. I hate Magpie, Buddy Boys.
It is a more realistic income path to go try to be a YouTuber than it is to try to eke it out with 15 years experience in corporate America. It is a more realistic life path to buy an old dilapidated rental and renovate it by yourself with some help from my father. Yes, I did have him help me out with 2 or 3 specific things. We installed 2 windows. I picked up the general gist of how to do it, and I installed the remaining 15 myself. He helped me install the furnace downstairs. He helped with the plumbing on the shower. The rest of it, it was my blood, sweat, and tears, and there was a lot of that. I had to go buy a $30,000 piece of shit and renovate it over the course of a year and a half. And then basically show a P&L to a commercial banker and have him say, okay, I can approve a $90,000 loan for you at 8%. The other month, I made a $4,000 payment on that loan. Like, I'm paying it off. Entrepreneurship is the only viable option. And if I still have your attention in this video, if I can get you to hear me on anything else, aside from the bombastic, let's make fun of Gen Z and all this, let's make fun of the youth bullshit, entrepreneurship is literally the only viable option moving forward, whatever that looks like to you. Relying on your salary constantly going up is a fool's errand, and you will get capped at about $100,000 a year nominally. They're obviously not stopping the crazy inflationary asset growth. We're going to have median home prices of $500,000. Most of the East Coast and the bigger cities and the liberal metro centers are going to have $1 million average home prices. Your only option is going to be finding small, if home ownership is important to you, again, it's not important to everybody. Some people are okay just renting forever. Why buying a home is still a priority, just not the first one. And again, I really like that they're breaking this down between homeownership versus starting a business. Homeownership hasn't fallen off of Gen Z's radar, but it's taking a backseat to paying off existing debt. Buying a house ranks as the generation's second most important financial goal, with 14.1% of Gen Z's ranking it as a priority. But deprioritizing homeownership has, even temporarily, can come at long-term cost. In a market where prices keep climbing, every year spent focusing elsewhere can make the eventual buy-in more expensive. You're going to have to move. You can't live in San Francisco. You can't live in Montana. You can't live in New York. And because lenders heavily weigh savings, credit usage, and income consistency, Gen Z's current financial behaviors like revolving debt and low reserves can delay homeownership even further, regardless of intent and income. Well, look, the proof is in the pudding. The average age of the first home buyer is 38 years old now. Average age of all home buyers, first or second, third, fourth, fifth, 53. It's not a young person's game. Just the reality on the street, it's not a young person's game. The average age of first marriage is well into the 30s now. We're putting off adulthood as long as possible. And then we wake up at 35 and wonder why we look like the Crypt Keeper. And we look at women that are 40 and they look like grandmothers. Because in the past, having a grandmother that was in her 50s was not unheard of. And I'm sorry, 40 is just 10 years away from 50, guys. In other words, Gen Z still wants to own, but the reactive financial path they're following makes it harder to get there. Without a shift in priorities, many might find themselves stuck in a cycle where dream of home ownership. Home never quite catches up to their ambitions. What Gen Z can do differently to bridge the gap between ambition and ownership. Gen Z might need to rethink how they prioritize and manage their money. The good news is that paying off debt, Gen Z's top financial priority, will eventually help them buy a house and lowering their debt to income ratio. Again, like I said, it took me, once I got serious, I got the Dave Ramsey itch in 2017, 2018. I had $80,000 at the height of it. I was still drinking at the time. So I would pay off a $3,000 balance and basically go on a bender and reverse all of that work. So it was off and on for 4 years, 18 to 21. And when I got sober, I got serious because I suddenly had all this money. And I started hammering $3,500, $4,000 a month towards the debt. And it was gone in 8 months. It's like math actually worked all of a sudden. So the balances went down to about $50,000, $50-ish thousand, just by simple virtue of time Like when you have a car payment that's 5% and you pay it off, you're going to pay off that balance in a certain amount of time. Credit cards, if you make the minimum payment, you never pay it off. You'll never pay off your credit cards unless you actually get serious about the principal balances and paying those off. Area where they can make the biggest changes, though, is in moving from reactive mindset to a planning mindset. Here's how they can get started. This is a well-written article. Thank you. Automate savings to gradually build up a down payment. Yeah, only if you have the extra money. Track spending patterns to identify areas to cut back. Use credit strategically, aiming to pay in full each month. Yes. Pursue both goals in parallel. Treat debt repayment as a priority, but not at the cost of building a safety net to support future home ownership. Gen Z hasn't turned away from home ownership, but when the top priority involves risk of volatility, it can make the second one harder to reach. With the right habits and tools, Gen Z can build both the freedom to pursue big dreams, and the foundation to one day own a piece of them. The post, Buying a House and the Second Most Important Financial Guide, appeared in Real Estate News Insight, Realtor.com. Was this? Okay, so that's Realtor.com. Where was the one with the h4tes? I want to see that one again. Yeah, this photographer knew what they were doing. They did that like that. Remember the movie 13 with Evan Rachel Wood and the other chick that had the lip ring thing? Yeah, they knew what they were doing with this photo. Anyway, there you go. Look, you can be an entrepreneur if you want to. It's really not that hard. It doesn't take a high IQ. It takes willingness to put up with a bunch of bullshit and work really hard. And most people want to become landlords or entrepreneurs because they want an extra $2,000 a month out of nowhere. That doesn't exist. Sorry, but in a high interest rate environment, you only get money by working. Producing videos. Whatever you do for money. All right, that's all I got, guys. Please like and subscribe to the channel. My name is Raymond. These are my thoughts and where I give you a piece of my mind. I always keep forgetting to ask people to subscribe, and my subscribership has petered off as a result, I think. I don't know. Whenever I talk about real estate, people get really fucking butthurt in the comments, and they always start bitching and whining and moaning about how it is such a shitty deal, and it's so much better of a deal to invest the money other way. Are you really going to be investing the money that you're saving on rent? And you're not saving the money on rent. The rent goes up every year with property taxes anyway. Don't act like you can't own a house. So I am very encouraged to hear that that a small but very seemingly on it minority of Gen Z seems to be interested in actually entrepreneurship. If you would like to know more about how I got a home loan as a small business owner, let me know. I'll do streams or videos on it.
All right, let's continue with another one called "You Got This Girl Boss." Yeah, I wonder what he have to say. Anyway, looks like in 2 hours he's gonna be live streaming himself. Of course, mirroring such stream is impossible because since it's live in real time, there is no option to speed it up or slow it down, which absolutely would get the AI bonkers. Anyway, let's move on.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to your daily dose of thoughtological slop. I'm your host, Raymond. These are my thoughts and where I give you a piece of my mind. Please like, share, and subscribe.
Big fan.
Don't noodle on that one too much, by the way, the thoughtological slop thing. That wasn't meant to be a euphemistic joke. It's literally, just think about it, thoughtological slop. Everybody's worried about ontology, your ontological position. I swear they made up that word. I've never heard that word before I started watching Andrew Wilson regularly. And it's like, thoughtological, what do they call it? Ontological. It's such an odd word that I never heard. It was not part of common parlance when I was a kid. Sure as hell, nobody I went to college with ever said a word like that, ontological. I still can't tell you exactly what it means. But anyway, in today's cavalcade of thoughtological slop, I give you Gen Z says salary norm should be banned. But critics say it really is not that difficult. By news.com/AU. Okay, I don't care about this. A fired up Gen Zer. Shocker, they're always fired up. And I always go into these things blind, so I have no idea what this article is actually about. But salary norm. So let's talk about work in some capacity, because we haven't talked about that in a while. Oh, I think I thought, oh, wow, yeah, she's kind of frumpy in that photo. I think the thumbnail had like a cute face on it. That's why I clicked on it. A fired up Gen Zer has, no, that's literally what they call this. Look at this. Gen Z-E-R, Gen Zer has declared being paid fortnightly in Australia should be straight up banned because she finds it difficult to manage her salary.
Hey, Mr. John 100. In the past, I used to be a guest on a lot of live streams, and at this point, everything has been said. Medican found his solution. I mean, me talking to Raymond makes no sense. He already claimed he's anti-CMAX, anti-Asia, anti-weed, anti-whatever the fuck. I simply don't see any point. Usually, like this type of collaborations, there are only two ways to pull it off: either two guests and co-host having fun, or the shit turns into like this crab bucket, like a stone wall, you know, gaslight shouting fest. Yeah, I'm just not risking ending up like getting shouted at by some strangers, you know. You have to understand every incel have a niche. What works for me, not gonna work for more than half of other incels, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, is it Q? This is the rabbit hole topic. My Polish friend David on the Discord wrote his sentence about, very short sentence about the reasons why you can't, what are the reasons of these people not to do it. But also RTX texted me recently a quote from that Incel TV video. You can bring the animal to the well, but you can't make him drink the water. Or what was that quota? You can bring yada yada to the pond, but you can't make him drink the water, or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with the video called "You Got This Girl Boss." I hope it's entertaining. Occasionally I'm gonna react if I have something to add.
Oh, Gen Z, praise thee. You never disappoint. Gen Z.
Brutal.
You never disappoint.
Disappoint me. Yeah.
Honey. By now, you guys should have picked up on the fact when I say something like honey, it's in the derogatory sense. Honey, let me talk to you about money, honey. A fired up Gen Zer has declared being paid fortnightly, which means bi-weekly, in Australia should be straight up banned because she finds it difficult to manage her salary. All right, so let's get some definitions out of the way. Yes, money's tight everywhere. Yes, inflation is worse in places like Australia, United Kingdom, and Canada, because their dollar is in a worse inflationary position compared to the United States dollar, which is still the best turd in the punch bowl, let's be honest. And the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada are all Western Anglo-Saxon nation states that are in a state of self-declared managed decline since about the 90s.
Right.
They had chosen or been chosen to basically go away. Look at the immigration patterns. Look at the deindustrialization patterns. Look at the regulation patterns. Look at the inflation patterns of their economy. I will acknowledge firsthand out of the gate on this article that yes, everything is too expensive, and we are reaching Weimar levels of needing to use your dollars as quickly as possible once you do get paid, because you're not going to have the same value and the same salary 2 weeks from now. You just wait.
until they start with the adjustable fixed point salaries based on the price of goods and services. You're going to say you want that, but mark my words, once you agree to that AI controlled floating point dollar salary based on the cost of goods and services, you're going to be sorry. And now let's talk about biweekly versus weekly versus monthly versus net 180, net 90, net 45 to pay. So most 1099ers, if you're self-employed, 1099 is a tax form for self-employed. So if you're a 1099er, you're used to waiting on money. So you may get a check that's $7,900, $30,000, $12,000, but it might be a year before you get another check. It might be 6 months before you get another check. It might be net 45. I had a contract once. The most money I ever made in a 12-month period was between the years of 2022 and the summer of 2023. I was billing about $11,000 to $12,000 a month for web development work for a corporation, corp to corp. I was pulling all of my own benefits, and I was straight 1099. Everything was on me. I paid a $30,000 tax bill that year because my margin and my overhead was so low, and I actually couldn't. I was putting all my money into the house, and while you're doing it, you can't write off those expenses because it's not an income-producing asset. It's not a business. You haven't renovated the house yet to be the rental. You can't. It's not your adjusted basis yet. So I was spending $3,000 to $5,000 a month just on the house, and I was putting $3,000 to $4,000 a month into a savings account to basically pay the taxes on the $11,000 that I was making. I made $136,000 between June of 2022 and July of 2023. That was a net 45 contract, which means from hired, like first day you work, you bill out monthly. So you submit an invoice at the end of the month. That invoice hits. You got to get it in on the first. They start processing it. They acknowledge it. It's 45 days after they acknowledge receipt of the invoice that you will get a check. And this company, they did ACH transactions, so I knew for a fact they had the freaking money. And then I found out after the fact that the actual enterprise, they billed out every 4 weeks, and they paid them basically the next week. So they were sitting on their money for at least 40 days before they paid me. But I got my last paycheck from my full-time position before then. So I had the 2 weeks, and then I had basically, because it was bi-weekly, so I got the last 2 weeks paycheck, and then it was basically a month before I could bill for the first month of work. So you put that in, and then it's 45 days past that. So it was 60 plus 15. It was 75 days before I got paid for that first day of work at the new job. 75 days is a long time if you're used to weekly or bi-weekly paychecks. 75 days is a long time. That's enough time that a credit card statement will roll over and charge you interest. Luckily, at the time, I was doing the Dave Ramsey Scorched Earth plan, and I had no credit cards, no credit, no debt. I had about $13,000 saved up at that point when I quit my job. And by the way, I just told them that I was going into business for myself because that was actually true. I didn't tell them that I had found a job that was $136,000 per annum at all. I didn't need to. I told them the truth. I went into my own business for myself because I had to file an LLC to bill corp to corp when that opportunity came along. And I made the most money I could in a 12-month period. And they talked me into converting to full-time, and that was a hell year. Biggest mistake of my life was converting back to full-time. But I renovated a whole house with that money. It was great. And I paid a $30,000 tax bill, but I was waiting for 2.5 months for the first check for the first month. It was rough. It was rough. So trust me, honey, I know all about waiting on money. Ren Adelina, 21, well, that's your problem, has amassed over 700,000 views on TikTok by declaring she's unhappy with the Fortnite pay cycle. I thought she was going to say $700,000 in debt. I thought for sure she was going to say $700,000 in debt. Getting paid fortnightly needs to be genuinely banned, she said. 1 week, I am so rich. I am so rich. The next week, I'm living off genuine scraps. See, this is why people who are shocked that people like Miss Phillips and Miss Blue of a profession and a website we will not name act like they're broke and have no money, even though they make 2 million pounds off of going to Pound Town with 1,000 dudes in a day. They just spend it. It is a mental rigor, discipline, exercise. You have to train yourself. Scarcity is not a typical mindset from an evolutionarily speaking point of view. You are made to consume as much as possible, as quickly as possible, because in the past 2 million years, you didn't know when the next calories were going to come, so you ate as much in the moment as possible. Period. Prey animals, same thing. The lion goes out and eats a wildebeest, and then it just lays around because it stuffs itself. Dogs will eat as long as you keep putting food in front of them. They will eat it until they literally pop. There's a whole thing about that. Don't overfeed your dogs. But you have to train yourself to say, okay, like renters are historic for this. They never have the rent because they get paid, and if the pay cycle doesn't hit like the day before the first or within a couple days of the first, they're late on the rent every time because if it's sitting in. And I lived that way. I lived that way for well over a decade. I was beyond paycheck to paycheck. I was living debt payment to debt payment because I had, at the worst of it, about $1,850 a month in minimum payments for all of my debts. That's about $80,000 in total liabilities. The car, the credit cards, I had $50,000 in credit card debt because I had consolidated, and then I racked the credit cards right back up because that's how that happens. So it was $500 for the consolidation loans, multiple. It was almost $500 it was like $345 for the student loans. Still had those well into my 30s. It was $500 for the car. And it was another $300 or $500 for the minimums on the other credit cards. So it was $1,850 a month that I had to come up with. My paycheck was like $1,700 every 2 weeks. I would literally get paid, pay my rent of $750, which is ironic because it's about what my rent is now because my mortgage is $750. My utilities and everything, my lights and everything would be about $1,000. It's approximately what it is. It's a little more because the insurance and the taxes and everything. But so I was living on about $1,000, and then I was paying $1,800 a month in minimums. No, I think I was making about $2,000 every 2 weeks. I was not contributing to a 401k. I was not contributing. I didn't have any money. So I was living on basically $1,000. Let's be honest. I was drinking $1,000 a month.
What?
I was paying $1,800 a month in debt payments. I was living on about $1,000 in rent and everything. And so that extra $1,200. So $2,000 minus $1,800 is $1,200. So I was drinking $1,200 a month, which is about right.
Horror
if
story.
you think 40 to $50 a day, it's about $1,200 a month.
What the shit?
Yeah. Unless you really try to rein that in, and that's a personal choice. Nobody can force you to do that. It's the same thing with alcoholism. Nobody can force an alcoholic to stop drinking. They either die or they quit. Period. Same with any other addiction. Spending habits. You either die broke.
Yeah, nobody have yet explained to Raymond that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. It's a miracle he stopped drinking, but C-Max have such a power that even if he was alcoholic, the opium would have deleted his addiction. Or if you stay in the West, you can replace your addiction with different addiction, or even have a collection of addictions. Yeah. Well, let's move on.
Go bankrupt, or you get your spending in line. And that's a personal choice. That's something you have to decide. That's not something somebody else can force upon you. That's the most heartbreaking thing about living with an addict, or knowing an addict, or being in an intimate relationship with an addict of any kind. Shopping, philosophy. They can be addicted to gaming. They can be addicted to food. They can be addicted to booze. They can be addicted to pot. You're living with someone who prioritizes something as an escape valve in their life. Workaholism. I'm a workaholic. All I do is record videos, go live, manage the YouTube community, manage the Discord. Like this is all I do. It's my life because I have nothing else. I'm sure if I had someone in my life, it would be a problem. I've chosen to apply my addictive tendencies towards something that might be considered good. And yes, making money on something does not preclude it being a moral or a good endeavor. I've said it before. If I could stop if I could convince one person, just one person, to maybe save their life and save their liver, I'm going to make that a saying. It's like, save your life, save your liver, save yourself, finish the fight. Anyway, let's continue. According to Australia Bureau of Statistics, fortnightly is the most common Fortnite is the most common pay cycle for Aussie workers, followed by weekly, then monthly. Speaking to news.com.au, Adelina, that's such an Australian name, reiterated her position and said she'd much prefer to be paid more frequently. Of course you would. Man, what is this outfit? Is this your work clothes? You got cankles going on down there. Jesus. No scorpions are stinging her. Good Lord. A fired up Gen Zer. Oh, this girl's cute. Who's this girl? Look at her. Working hard or hardly working. Oh, God, don't get me started. Get out of here, player. Yeah, she's a hottie. She knows she's a hottie, though. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, here's another one. She knows she's a hottie, too. Just like, whatever. Whatever. Pretty people are rewarded in this life. I think it should be banned because for us Gen Zers, we were never taught how to manage more money. Oh my God. It's always the same wailing and gnashing of teeth. I was never taught. I was never taught. You know, you can only get so far into adulthood before the I was never taught, I never learned how, I never was shown, turns into you just using that as a cop-out. It used to be around the age of 20, you weren't allowed to say, oh, I don't know how to change a tire. No one ever showed me. And then it's like, now with YouTube, it's like, no, you don't really get the choice to say, oh, I don't know how to change my own oil. Newsflash. Get some freaking ramps, put your truck on the ramps, get a number 14, 15, or 10, depending on the bolt. It takes 20 minutes to drain it. Let it drain completely. Take the filter off, let that drain completely. When you put the filter back on, dip the oil and put it on the steel so that it seals correctly and just hand tighten it down. Don't overcrank. Most engine compartments don't give you the ability to righty-tighty with a tool. They only give you the clearance to do the lefty with the tool because they know that if you over-tighten the oil filter, it'll lead to total engine failure because all your oil will seep out. So just hand tighten it down. Put your bolt back in for your drain. I've made that mistake before. And then put your 5 to 7 quarts and check your specs. Don't overfill your oil. Takes an hour. Takes an hour. You're not allowed to say that you don't know how to change your own oil, your air filter. You can't figure out how to clean your own oven. You can't figure out how to cycle your water softener. Everything is on the internet. You can't figure out how to budget. You're going to be spending some time with Dave Ramsey. I'm sorry. He's a charlatan, but he knows what he's talking about when it comes to getting out of debt and getting your mindset shifted about money. If you literally cannot handle having a deposit hit your account every 2 weeks, which is a pretty aggressive pay cycle, by the way, you need Dave Ramsey, Susie Orman, fucking Caleb Hammer. Go watch Caleb Hammer.
What are those
That
names?
guy,
I don't know.
I know it's a shtick and he's got his money and he usually has people who are trying to get famous on a show and all this other stuff, but like, he's doing some good. He's actually doing some good. Getting a huge influx of money at once, of course, we are going to get excited and go out and blow all of it on food, shopping, outings, etc. This is a 24-year-old girl. No, my prefrontal cortex isn't formatted. Adult children behave like this. Adelina said the problem with that is that once it's gone, and she's got to hang out for another grueling 7 days. I'm sorry, you're pathetic. If you literally cannot make a bi-weekly paycheck work for you, you can't be helped. You are the person that has to freeze your credit cards. You have to go into a store and train yourself to just walk around and look at things and not pick something up. You know, you don't have to buy something if you go into Walmart or Costco. You know, that's not a requirement of entering. If you leave with nothing in your hands or your pockets, no one stops you. It's amazing. I do it all the time. They don't have what I need or they have it overpriced. I leave, I go to the other store. We use eating out as entertainment. We use shopping as entertainment. It's not. It's a waste of time and it's a waste of money. Then after we spend it, there's nothing left for the next week. Maybe I just have a shopping addiction. Well, I don't know, pot calling the kettle black here. The 21-year-old doesn't just want to ban fortnightly pay with no solution. She's got plans. I bet she does. I believe we should be getting paid weekly instead, as it proves more frequent income, makes it easy, provides more frequent income, making it easier to manage all expenses. I think it also simplifies budgeting. I get paid from YouTube once a month. My rental usually happens in the first of the month. Like, I have a cushion of a couple months in accounts. You have to. This is 1,000% a you problem, honey. This is 1,000% a you problem. You know, the jobs that pay daily and weekly? Gas station attendant. A factory worker. They pay weekly. I had contracting companies that would pay weekly. The jobs nobody wants to do get paid weekly. Small business owners, sometimes you're lucky if you see a check within 90 days of invoicing. And then the invoicing has to happen after you've completed all the work. If you can't handle going 7 days without an influx of cash, you have to go scorched earth on yourself and completely reassess your life. 7 days. I have gotten myself to a point where if I spend money in a day, like the days I don't go and spend any money, I feel like I won. For a long time, it felt like if I was going to leave my apartment or my house, I had to just light $20 on fire. And that's just, it's not an education thing. At a certain point, you got to grow up, honey, and you just got to start living life like an adult, like a functional adult. I believe we should get paid weekly. Yeah. Look at her. Yeah, she looks like she needs to get paid weekly. I guess you need to start an OF, huh? Adelina suggests of banning fortnightly pay quickly took a turn when people on the internet broke the news to her that some people get paid monthly. Dun, dun, dun.
Brutal.
One warned, until you get paid monthly, the 21-year-old replies, stop. That is so scary. Yeah, honey. Bi-weekly's pretty nice. My last job was paid monthly. The job before that was net 45 to pay. This job is monthly. Like, monthly is pretty common, actually. Someone else chimed in and said getting paid monthly is criminal, and another demanded to know what professions get paid monthly so they can avoid them.
Correct.
You entitled little... You think you're going to get a choice in careers? You think you will get a choice in when you get paid? You will get paid half of what you're worth.
Yeah, in Slovakia it's also very retarded and sketchy. When you start working, for example, 1st April, guess, quick chat, guess when do you first receive your first salary? Tell me. Give it 10 seconds. So, if you start working on 1st April, your first salary will comes in 45 days, which is 15 May. And after that, every 30 days, every 15. So, in that 45 days, that's a perfect, your perfect scapegoat to be ousted if you make few mistakes. It's designed in such fashion that the workplace is gatekept in too many parameters, including this one. And yeah, if you are not working for some corporation, then most likely the person in charge of payment system gonna give you all kinds of excuses and postponing the shit. They're gonna mess with you. It happened to me. Hey, Mr. AK, you says 2 weeks. That's optimal. I would like to have something like that. My last wage was so good. I was getting paid every Thursday, basically once a week. I didn't have that fear of like there can be accident on the workplace and they're gonna blame you, and then they will tell you, okay, you are responsible, we're gonna take it out of your salary. This is such a common fucking manipulation bullshit. Anybody can tell. The predatory employers are picking the weakest subject of the team, quote unquote, to pull this bullshit on. For example, you are delivery man, you scratch the shitty vehicle, boom. Hey, we are taking it out of your salary. So, and you are basically working 1 month for free for that asshole. And that small scratch on his piece of shit car, it doesn't mean anything. Real damage is $10, but he will tell you, hey, we're gonna have to send it to a mechanic and it's gonna cost 70 euro. Blah, blah, blah. They're gonna fuck you over so hard. Yeah, let's continue.
Oh, she's sitting in a really nice car. Got leather seats, nose ring. The commentator quickly discovered that monthly pay isn't specific to one industry. Everyone, from childcare workers to trade workers, get paid monthly. It is just up to the employer's discretion. The comment section quickly became populated by workers getting paid monthly who argued that fortnightly wasn't so bad in comparison. Babe, hey, babe, I'm counting my coins on monthly pay, one said. Monthly is horrendous, another shared.
Hey, well, yes, in my location, minimum wage, and it's something like €4.40 per hour, which means if you work every day, you can probably make it approximately between 500 or 600, but you have to work like non-stop. Yeah. But that's a minimum wage. Most of the jobs are between 5 and €6 per 1 hour, and it's very sketchy. I mean, the work attitude and work ethics and hierarchies are insane. Like, other coworkers are giving you orders which they shouldn't, and if you don't follow, they will go to the boss and tell him, hey, he's not listening to the work order. But in real life, what's happening is other people are trying to like subdue. It's disgusting. Too many horror stories I have from workplaces. That's the type of stories I'm trying to forget so they don't bother me. These type of stories from workplaces, I decided they're not gonna live rent-free in my head. You know, that shit needs to die. Move on.
I get paid monthly. You got lucky, someone claimed. Every adult I know gets paid monthly. Budgeting is hard, another worker shared. Fortnightly isn't bad. Wait until you see monthly, one warned. I applaud those who can wait a whole month. I can't even do 2 weeks, someone else shared. She's got a nice car. She's driving a real nice car. Quite a few people also suggested to the 21-year-old that it wasn't how frequently she was getting paid, but rather how she managed her money. Well, it looks like the comment section was trying to help her out then. Just budget. It really is not that difficult. I loved getting paid fortnightly, one shared. Yes. Budget means you're telling yourself no. You're foregoing. I know this is hard for you. You're a fairly attractive, conventionally thin, pretty young woman. You're not used to being told no. But you're going to have to tell yourself no. Saying no now so that later you can is a fucking superpower that I assure you, you do not comprehend how much of a superpower it actually is. I bitch and moan about like surprise expenses or like weird utility bills that pop up or like stupid, egregious fees just because I'm so dialed into my budget and so OCD about it. Because I spent 12 years living paycheck to paycheck, debt payment to debt payment, literally making a payment on a credit card so I could buy more booze with that credit card and then getting paid and paying off minimums on other credit cards. Paying Capital One $100,000 over the course of 12 years in interest. Not knowing how to budget should be banned. Another joke. I get paid fortnightly, and when you get paid, literally just split it in half and put it aside in another account until the following week, someone else said. Yeah, let's see what the comments say here. Gabrielle says, I'm 24 and a teacher. I get paid once a month. I was taught how to budget in school, but I wasn't taught how to buy a house or do my taxes. Guys, at what point do we stop saying I wasn't taught? And you just start saying I figured it out. You know, I didn't buy my first house until I was 32. No one taught me how to go buy a house. I went and figured it out. I found one that didn't require a mortgage. I put cash for it completely. I closed in 2 weeks. Title search, everything. I went through the seller's realtor. I don't give a fuck. No one taught me. And then I renovated the damn house. Yeah, I grew up in construction. My dad helped for some of it. The vast majority of the house, I did myself. I hired out the electrical and the roof. No one taught me how to renovate a house. No one taught me how to be a landlord. Literally, no one taught. There's no guidebooks. I made a lease on Zillow. I had them sign it. I harsh them to get me the money by the 5th every month. Guess what's been happening? They're getting me the rent by the 5th every month. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery. Everything to a T. I wasn't taught to. Know what I did? I researched. Look, okay, Gabrielle, are you single? You sound cute. I'm 24. God, I'm desperate. Brother, may I have some women? May I have some oats? Know what I did? I researched. Gasp. I learned how to do something without being explicitly taught. School cannot teach you anything. And just think, we older folks figured out how to do all that and more before there was the internet. Yeah, exactly. Saying something should be banned because you never learned how to do it is quite amusing. Rather than learn how to do it, ban it so you don't have to learn. This is why Western civilization is doomed. It's kind of like Orwell was writing an instruction manual and not a warning to the West.
Yes.
Like when Hillary Clinton says in an interview that 1984 is her favorite book, you should take her at her word there. And that should terrify you. All right, Gen Zers were never taught how to manage money properly. Ha ha ha. It's called bad parenting. If the parents don't care, why should anyone else? Well, as we learned the other day, all the parents are just as bad. It's just children raising children. Okay. One thing you realize as you get older is no one, and I mean no one, knows what the hell they're doing in any organization at any level. You guys think the government is incompetent? Realize that the government is just a bureaucratic system that's made up of a bunch of people bluffing their way to their next paycheck, because they're also living paycheck to paycheck. Everyone is just perpetually broke. And the rich oligarch elites of the world, the top 1% of the 1%, just sit at the top, watching all of us squabble and squander all of the little resources that they allow us to trade. Realize that everything is a game and no one knows what they're doing. Everyone is faking it. Whether they're outright lying to you and financing everything and then making you feel bad for not having this, or claiming that they are natural, natty. Remember the Liver King guy, and he's like completely on steroids and wearing like prosthetics and shit?
Brutal. Yeah, big scam.
Being real and authentic and telling the truth, these are not common things. And most people will take you at your word. That's one thing I realize is that the power of a platform is that people take you at your word. So you better be trustworthy. Everybody lies. Like Solzhenitsyn said in the Gulag Archipelago, everybody lies in the Soviet Union. Everybody lies. Nobody tells the truth. And one of the biggest like black pills in my adulthood life was no one's going to teach you a thing. Everybody's lying to you. No one knows what they're doing. All of the people who are in the hierarchy of supposed competence, especially in bureaucratic organizations, they've bluffed their way into those organizations. Do you remember when Joe Biden and Kamala Khan won in 2021?
Yeah, he is describing exclusively Western society. Nobody gonna teach you anything, he says. That's in here in Gulag, that's for sure, but in comparison, Thai people teach me so much with passion and fun and for free because it felt good. I guess that's the way of how it works there. I don't know. I don't have the answers. Something to do with Buddhism. But we, white people, that is some next extreme. Come on. I'm still salty to this day how France has stolen land from Thais. Thailand lost a lot of land because of French. And also Americans have bombed Bangkok twice. I shit you not. Look it up. Go look it up. I just hope Slavs still have a clean shield and clean hand when it comes to that. Actually, the Romanov family was pretty tight with the Thai royal family back then. Until Romanov family found that dark end in that basement, of course. After that, the friendship, has left the building. The Soviets were pretending Thailand don't exist. That's the saddest shit ever, Anyway, continue.
Won in 2020. They had this like terrified look on their faces. Like, oh, we've been found out. How'd we pull this off? We pulled off the scam. And she called him. He's like, we did it, Joe. The sooner you realize everybody's faking it, the happier you're going to be, is my point. She even states the reasons why she had a hard time managing her money, but still doesn't want to take responsibility and learn how to manage it. Then thinks banning it will solve the problems. These are the people who are going to be running things when we're all too old to do it. No, that's what's been happening for a long time. It would be hilarious if they banned it and made the pay schedule once a month instead. So there's nothing new under the sun. All of these complaints. My dad sent me a video. I'm not going to play it on here because I can't play anybody else's videos because I get copy strikes. And it was about these guys. Some of them were in relationships. Some of them were single and living with people and sort of thing. They were working at the Pinto factory for Ford in the 70s. And they were, the elder generations were being interviewed about the young people. And the boomers, they were boomers, the young kids. They were calling them hippies and degenerates, and they were saying they don't want to work. The old incentives don't work with, or the old incentive, what was the quote? How did they say it? I texted my dad the quote. Young American workers no longer respond to the old incentives. And that was a quote from like 1971.
Oh no. Man.
On a docu-series, CBS newsreel thing about factory workers in California. The one guy was literally like, I can't afford to quit this job. Everybody's hated work. They've hated works since the Industrial Revolution, and they probably hated plowing the fields in medieval times and resented the landlord and the landowner. The blacksmith resented having to make swords for Lancelot. You know what I mean? It's like that the Marilyn Manson song, Irresponsible Hate Anthem. Everybody's someone else's. It's just a matter of you are yours and you are mine. You know, it's a tale as old as time. You hate the hierarchy.
Yeah, which the Manson, not Charlie, but Brian Welsh. So when Columbine happened, just because of the way those two perpetrators were dressed, the media were blaming Marilyn Manson for the bad influence. Oh, it took a lot of PR teams to fix the image, or I guess he let it slide, you know. Similar with Fred Durst. Woodstock 99, there was one victim fell to the crowd stomping during their show, and everybody was blaming Limp Bizkit for that one accident. Yeah. Scapegoat, that's for sure.
Work is hell. Hell is other people. Money's fake. It's not real. Everybody lies. You're going to work till you're dead. That's how it's going to work. At a certain point, people have to start helping themselves, and there's no leading a horse to water. They don't drink.
A horse to water.
You know, this is why I quit talking about buying real estate or houses or like entrepreneurship, because I kept getting the same responses of, oh, that's too hard. The system's stacked against me. Well, the system's always been stacked against you. It's just the scales are a little different, and the people are a little different. They're different shades of color, and the oppressors are now the women and the feminists and not the straight white males. You know, it's just the roles of duality shift with time, and the pendulum swings, and what was hard one day is now easy the next, and what's easy now is going to be hard tomorrow. And it's just the cycle of history continues, and there's always going to be some self-aggrandizing prick that thinks he knows better than everybody else. The fucking, I'm not going to name anybody specifically, but those influencers that are just like run every day and be alpha male and all this shit and just lift a billion weights and impress the women. It's like, yeah, that's going to work for you until it doesn't. Just when you realize that everybody's trying to play their little game, trying to control you on this razor edge of life, and they're just as broke as you are and just as on the ledge above the chasm of chaos and failure as anybody else. The reason I talk about this stuff so long and so like blowhard and just so trying to get you to understand, especially if you're a younger guy or younger woman watching my videos, trying to get you to understand that literally everybody's just trying to con you into you giving up your labor to them. Sometimes the deal is a little better than other times. You have to mitigate the chaos that elicits in your life. If getting paid on a bi-weekly schedule cultivates that much chaos in your life, you need to adjust and make adjustments in your life, like budgeting, like getting your spending under control. Because just like the commenters in the rest of the article said, a lot of people get paid monthly. I got paid net 45. Same thing goes with women. You can't. It's an unsolvable problem. There's no resolution. There's no solution. They just don't like most guys at all, and that's fine. So you have to mitigate the chaos that that's going to cause in your life. I have to try to force myself not to think about it. And I still have not figured out how to do the whole figure out how to mitigate the whole rent-free in your brain bullshit. It's always going to be there. You just have to. I feel like there was a movie or a story or some kind of parable that was like, or it was the milk and cookies story from when we were kids, and it was the dragon, and the dragon got really big and monstrous and crazy, and like the dragon was the heater downstairs, and the kid was really afraid of it, and the
Oh, AZQ. Is it true everyone lies in the gulag? Well, I guess that's a prison reference, basically. Everyone lies in the prison. But my lingo, black pill lingo, we call the whole European Union is a gulag, basically. Probably United States of America is also some type of gulag. It's just... it's like a same shit, different flavor, you know. AK said minimum wage here is 300 euro. I mean, we must be somewhere deep, Eastern Europe, like Moldavia or Bulgaria, maybe. You already told me, but I forgot. Yeah. Let's continue with Raymond.
dragon came up the stairs to go eat the milk and cookies in the kitchen, and like the kid couldn't get the papa bear and the mama bear to wake up to defend him against the dragon. And he finally got the dad to wake up, and then it was like the dragon became really small again, and it was like, well, don't pay the dragon any attention. Or like the movie A Beautiful Mind, if you remember, Russell Crowe, Beautiful Mind from like the early 2000s, wonderful movie. He was schizophrenic, and like he let the fantasies completely envelop him. The hallucinations, the fantasy is the wrong word. The affectations of the disease completely envelop him, to where it completely controlled what he was doing, and he was running around like a crazy person trying to solve this like international conspiracy. And then at the end, it was like the little girl, and the Jude Law character, the friend, and the other people, the other play actors. I think Viggo Mortensen was in it, or something, like some of those big actors from the early 2000s. They were still there at the end of it, but they played much lesser roles in his life once he kind of narratively got over that oppression. The same thing goes with the budgeting question. It's like, yes, I still worry about every dollar and penny that I spend. Yes, an $80 charge from a propane supplier because I didn't buy 600 gallons from them drives me insane. Yes. However, I don't sweat it, and it's not the chaos-inducing catastrophe that it used to be, or that it otherwise would have been in the past. The demon of wanting to drink is still there, but I've organized my life in such a way that the incentive structure, I get so much more out of not drinking now compared to when I was actively drinking. I'm still an alcoholic, but I get so much more out of life staying sober and going online and streaming, or making YouTube videos, or talking to people on the internet, or just improving a house, or budgeting my money, or focusing on anything else. The devils in your life will never leave you. The trick is to make them so small and so peripheral that you only notice them fleetingly, and they are easily cast off as a second thought, not a second thought. You don't ever cure the junk food cravings, the booze cravings, the pornography cravings. You don't ever cure the feelings of self-doubt, the rent-free status of your haters and trolls, whether they're in real life or on the internet, whatever scope that they envelop. The bullies.
That's not completely accurate.
Bay, but you can mitigate the devils they create in your life to just mere afterthoughts if you find a way to focus on other things. The rent-free status in your head, that's still there, but it becomes easier to not think about it. Like, I still worry about every dollar that I spend, but I'm still not sweating spending $500 on a microphone. You know what I mean? Money's still a concern. I'm still hyper aware of how much money I have and how much is coming in and going out. But I'm no longer at this chaos. I'm still cheap as hell, but I'm no longer.
And that's not cheap as well. Instead of spending $500 on the mic, he could just open his OBS, set some filters on the mic, 3-band equalizer and some noise gate suppression, perk it up, same result, $20 mic or $500 mic. Aye.
We're at this constant chaos status of I'm going to have an all-out melty because I'm broke or perceived to be broke in my head. I think when I woke up and realized I had literally $55,000 in a bank account that wasn't doing anything, that I realized, okay, I need to buy another house. I need to stop saving money. I know, terrible problems to have. Anyway, that's... Hopefully you watched till the end, so you got a little bit out of this. Hopefully that made sense to you. It's not all hell. Life isn't all just meaningless. It's... You can manage these demons that are subsuming you. That you can manage them. You're not going to excise them, but you can manage them. Good luck, guys. Thanks for being here.
Right. Maybe we can do one more, because I think he's going live in 1 hour in real life, real time. I'm not sure. Do we have any Raymond cells in the house? I don't know. Probably not. Cosmodisc. Okay. This is a good. Ha. Kurwa. Put some fucking... No, this is better. Well, theory, it's possible to rent out your place to somebody. The problem is that somebody, it's complete. Well, it's a question of trust. You're gonna find some family that you're gonna put as like, what's the word I'm looking for? You put some family or a couple, let's say, in your house. Not only they gonna make amortization happen, and it can cause troubles, hygienic troubles or troubles with noise, but also they can literally hold the place hostage. Yeah, they might refuse to leave and you are finished. There's no way how to enforce them leave. So but yeah, I was actually doing this stuff last decade, previous decade, yeah. And that family was kind of like, my mother told me, hey Maddie, these people are fucking filthy and loud, and people are complaining, the neighbors are complaining, we have to pull the plug on them. And I was like, okay, I see now, I understand. But yeah, it's just a small place, like probably €200 income, you know, nothing. But yeah, it's possible to rent out your place. But yeah, then again, you geomax and you have to worry about the state of that place. You better have some family members checking out on that place, you know. But oh my god, he have big expenses and he have so much saving, he can spend 10 years in Asia in absolute nirvana. Whatever, let's move on. I need to take a piss, by the way. Probably make a coffee, so Supreme Gentleman break, 2 minutes or something. Jim. Okay. Question. I already answered that. Okay, let's move on. Fucking beard. This animal should not exist, by the way. I wish every beard is Pacific Coil, you know. That noise is just poetic. Fuck. Friday. Sterlikin on Friday. Bad idea. Oh. Stop. That beard. Okay, where is the courier service? Nothing good. Fuck it. Have to wait. Kurwa. There is arm wrestling competition here. I never tried it before. I wonder. Over there. Damn. Yo, yo, yo. Only the diehards have prevailed on the channel. Chatki Britki, let me know who is in the house. Good old Stalker Anomaly days. That's the thing. The Slavs say Stalker Anomaly, and the Americans are like, what? What are you saying? Oh, you mean anomaly? Anomaly? What the fuck? Anyway. I mean, Chatki, I can't breathe. Okay, let's if I get himself. Let's see. Okay, should. Pucka. Gdzie można pucka? What is pucka? Nie ma. Save. Pucka. Oh wow. How does this work? I don't know. Bet on yourself. And now what? Huh? Okay. Oh my god. This is really hard, bro. I'm smashing that F button. Kurwa. That's not worth winning. That's not. $5,000. 543. Boom. 529. Okay, this is glitched. No. Okay. Okay, this is so fucking hard, bro. Fuck it. We're gonna win. Kurwa. I'm fucking. Kurwa. I just lost the 10k. No. Fuck it. This is too hard. I just stick to drag racing. Yeah. What the fuck? Don't tell me. Don't tell me the bad news. What the fuck? Okay, we are going now for Cosmodisk. Fuck. Fuck it, I take this way. No, 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 no. Ah, shit. Fuck the dogs. Small disk. Okay. No. Oh no. Hey. I got hit by the truck. Fuck. No. Fuck. I'm stupid. Better music we need. Or we... I think one more tape from Raymond. It's funny shit. Ooh, oh, brutal topics you have here. Half of the topics it's about America. I'm not sure. Not familiar, basically. Load up. What a rookie mistake. We are going straight to the... Oh no. Let's go. We have the shit. Okay. So yeah, Thursday. This is bad idea. I can't win. I'm wrestling. Obviously, we have a noodle hand. Let me think about some video here. Beware of Zoomer girls. Which one? 3 weeks old stuff. I don't know. No spark and the consequences. That seems like a good shit, by the way. Okay, we're playing video again. Check out the speed, 1.2.
Dear Diary, my teen angst, it has a body count. Bay May. That's like the meme from 4chan, right? I'm trying to cut down on my coffee intake, so we're having the first cup of the day. It's like Admiral Piet in Star Wars. Great, our first catch of the day. It's like that 70s stilted sci-fi acting. John Lovitz. All right, here we go. Blind date. I was hoping to meet the love of my life, or to get a good story out of it. Well, that is allegedly about the only thing people care about when it comes to dating, is to get a good story out of it or not. It's definitely not for love. What is love? Nobody believes me.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Or in it anymore. Yeah. Life and lifestyle from our favorite liberal rag, The Guardian. William, 24, a business development manager, meets Lucy. She's a doctor, guys.
Again.
She's 25. Guys, the doctor's in. Oh. What happened? They made it bigger. Oh. Somebody get the green lines. Somebody get the green lines out. Like, seriously. He is leaning away from her as much as possible. And she's just standing there. And this obviously is a Photoshop job, because the one-off shots are completely... Oh, Lucy, why? Do women try to look as bad as possible? Is that the shtick? Is that the point? To look as bad as possible? The doctor's in, guys. She's the doctor. People give me endless shit about my personal appearance, how I dress, my glasses.
Yes, big time.
My immutable characteristics. And women can, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be mean. Women can show up looking like they're wearing a trash bag.
Correct.
And like, what is this picture? She legitimately looks like she's in lingerie. And I'm assuming they might be in a public setting. She looks like she's wearing a trash bag. Like, I don't know how to be nice about that. That's not a viewer sent me this. Somebody on Discord, a channel member sent me this. That's the only reason I'm covering this. And I'm probably going to get a lot of hate and heat for it. But here we are. Okay. William or Lucy, what were you hoping for? What were you thinking, William? William! And like, he's fine. I mean, and here's the thing. William shows up looking like this. I thought the long to the elbow length t-shirts were super not cool. All I ever get is, you need to wear tighter t-shirts, Raymond. You need to wear tighter t-shirts, Raymond. And he's got baggy pants on and like, you could have picked this guy up out of the 90s. The only difference is his hairstyle. They didn't, well, I guess maybe they did back then, but like, you could have just picked that guy up out of 1997. You literally could have just picked that guy up out of 1997. And whatever. Neither of them are trying. Like, were they told, like, only wear black? Wear the frumpiest looking shit possible? Like, I have no idea if he works out or not. Like, that is about the only reason I can think that people tell you to wear tight-fitting clothing is so your muscles will show. That's literally it. But I get shit. This is a large. And I get shit for wearing this thing all the time. Even though, you know, not scrawny. All right, let's get into this. William or Lucy, what were you hoping for? An evening with someone full of character and full of conversations. I don't know any dudes that talk like that. First impressions, really beautiful eyes. Oh! Well, she has pretty eyes. She's got a great personality. She's got a great personality, guys. I swear. It's just, she's got these beautiful cow eyes. She's got beautiful eyes. She's just beautiful. She's got beautiful eyes. She was very bubbly and also funny. She made me laugh on a number of occasions. Proper belly laughter, too. I bet there was proper belly laughter coming out of that one. Proper belly laughter, too. Who talks like this?
Hey, who talks like that?
Are you English? Are you English? Are you from across the pond?
Belly.
What did you talk about? Microwave chips, Japan, Indian... Microwave chips? The hell are microwave chips? What are microwave chips? Microwave chips? What? Quick chips?
What is this?
Look, I'm sorry. Ladies, red flag number one. Don't open with talking about food. Now, I could be gracious and say, oh, they were talking about microwave conductor chips that are manufactured in Japan, India, and Korea, but I highly doubt that that's what it was. Charlie XCX, I'm assuming that's some SoundCloud rapper. Oh, it's a woman. Yeah, I've never heard of this person. I have no idea what is popular. Jesus, look at that. So, yeah, I'm not... Microwave chips, Japan, India, Korea, Charlie XCS, jewelry. She is gold, I'm more silver. What? What the fuck? William, are you... like... what? What did you talk about? Microwave chips, Japan, India, Korea, Charlie XCX, jewelry. She is gold, I'm more silver. How excited the staff at the restaurant were to be having us. They said it was their first blind date, so we felt honored. Yeah, because nobody's going on blind dates anymore. It was their first blind date, right? This has got to be just a complete Gen Z spoof thing, because I have no idea what they're talking about. Like, I understand what Japan, India, and Korea are, but I don't care about Charlie XCS. She's hot. I mean, she's goon fuel, obviously. But jewelry, she is gold, I'm more silver. I don't know what that means. Jewelry, she is gold, I'm more silver.
Out of your league.
Dating jargon. Dating context be interpreted several ways. She's gold might imply person views their partner as more conventionally attractive, desirable, or higher value. I'm sorry, guys. No. Fucking Emperor Palpatine. Absolutely not. Most awkward moment. Eating olives with massive stones is not a good way to start a first date. They've got to be British. This is like nothing about this feels real. Good table manners, exceptional. We shared starters. It seemed to flow. Okay. Coffee dates. That's it. Period. If you can even get a date. We shared starters. What was the bill, William? And let me guess, you had to pay it. What does she bring to the table? Best thing about Lucy, her enthusiasm and her natural way of making me feel at ease. She had these really cool red shoes on. What? Stop. These? What are those? What are those? What are you talking about? These are fucking Ronald McDonald Playhouse shoes that she stole from her foster care home. Sorry, is that too real? Jesus Christ, dude, come on. He's got to be trolling. She had these really cool shoes on too. Would you introduce Lucy to your friends? Yes. Only to prove that you're not an incel, right? Describe Lucy in 3 words. Ambitious, jovial, and impressive. Okay, it looks like The Guardian will set you up on a blind date. Blind date is Saturday's dating column. Every week, 2 strangers are paired up for dinner and drinks, and then spill the beans to us, answering a set of questions. This runs with a photograph we take of each dater before the date in Saturday Evening magazine. It's been running since 2009. Age, location, occupation, hobbies, interests, and type of person you are looking for. If you do not think these questions cover everything, we would like to know. Can I choose who I match with? No, it's a blind date, but we do ask you a bit about your interests, preferences, etc. The more you tell us, the better match is likely to be. Can I pick the photograph? No, but don't worry. We'll choose the nicest one. Your first name, job, and age. Okay, well, should I email him? Only if it's... Okay, can I do it in my hometown? Only if it's in the UK. Many of our applicants live in London, but we would love to hear from other people living elsewhere. Should I email him? Hey, Guardian, here's my YouTube channel. Set me up on a blind date. Love is blind. Love is blind. It's gotta be. What do you think Lucy made of you? I'd say kind and considerate. We both said how nervous we were, but as the night went on, it eased. Did you go on somewhere? To another bar for more drinks before calling it a night. And did you kiss? No. Uh-oh. Gong, gong, gong. If you could change one thing about the evening, what would it be? A bit more flirting. Marks out of 10. 8. 8 out of 10. Would you meet again? Yes, it would be nice to go for a walk and a coffee. Oh, he really downgraded then. He No more starter plates for me. I'm just buying her. She's gonna buy her own coffee. Fine. But why are you wearing? This looks like you are in bed. Like it looks like you have a blanket on top of you. And he's got the puffy white. I'm not gonna feel bad about wearing the large T-shirt anymore. These fuckers are going on dates with Ronald McDonald House shoe wearing girls in puffy white sweaters. Lucy on William, what were you hoping for? Dear Penthouse, I was hoping for a unicorn and a rainbow fart. What were you hoping for? I was hoping to meet the love of my life. Of course she was. All right, how old is she? Wait, they said that they asked for the ages, but I didn't see any ages here. Maybe they'll get to that. What were you hoping for? I was hoping to meet the love of my life, or failing that, to get a good story out of it. God. That's all we're good for, guys. We're just good for love of your life or a laughable story out of it. No pressure. Hope you don't disappoint. God. This coffee detox is going to be rough, guys. I was hoping to meet the love of my life, or failing that, to get a good story out of it. First impressions, cool, friendly, good fashion sense. What? They both think they have good fashion sense? They both think the other person has good fashion sense. I'm good fashion sense, warm. What did you talk about? Traveling, Japan, St. Albans and Chester, his Korean trainers, the waiters in the restaurant, his Korean what? The waiters in the restaurant, the plural for Guinness. No, there is no. Okay, that was always a question at the bar. It's like, how do you order multiple Guinness? No, you just order Guinness. It's a Guinness. Give me a few Guinness. Give me 5 Guinness. I need 5 Guinness and 5 Irish whiskeys. Irish car bombs. Jameson. There's no plural for Guinness. It's like geese. It's just geese. That was always a question at the bar. Always a question at the bar. There's always a question from the most boring people, too. Most awkward moment. 5 minutes it took to cut the sourdough. The 5 minutes it took to cut the sourdough? Okay. No table manners? Good table manners. No qualms. Best thing about William, he sees the best in everyone. A nice person. Yeah, apparently, he said you have nice shoes. Would you introduce him to your friends? As a friend. Oh, no! No, Lucy! 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 Lucy, say it ain't so. Friend zoned. William, the Chad Light, super jawline, blonde hair, blue eyed, although his hair is getting a little thin up there. Trainer wearing, black t-shirt having, eager beaver smile.
Fuck.
This said you're just a friend. Oh, would you introduce him to your friends? As a friend. Oh, you can feel me deflating. I can't even be like upset or mad about it because it's so fucking predictable. Of course, he's just a friend. He's always just a friend. Some guys have all the luck. Some guys are just a friend. Bum, 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 bum. Just a friend. Man, I can't like... You can't even be mad about that because it's so predictable. It's like that. Of course it's just a friend. Of course he's just a friend. See, women don't view the word friend as bad because they sleep with all their friends. Except for me. When I'm your friend, they definitely don't sleep with me. Somebody make it make sense. Some guys are just friends. Always just a friend. That one hurt my soul for you, William. You're just a friend. Describe William in 3 words. Kind, nice, and pleasant. Like, none of this matters. If he's just a friend, then none of it matters. What do you think William made of you? Probably that I talk too much. Oh, shocker. Fucking shocker. Did you go anywhere? A pub on the way to get a night out with the girls. Oh my God. Did you go anywhere? A pub on the way to my night out with the girls. So he had to pay for her starter drinks, where she went out to get ass blasted by everyone at the club. I literally, in high school, I remember I drove a girl, like, somehow I let this chick talk me into driving her to a date because she didn't have a car.
No way. But yeah, 15 years ago I was.
If I sound like I'm a little harsh, a little rough, a little vindictive and mean to the fairer sex, it's because all you do is use guys. You're just a friend. You're just the ride to the night out with the ladies. I literally had my prom date junior year. I remember her name was Sarah. She left with another guy. And I went back alone. I have been nothing but a beast of burden to every woman that's ever been in my life. Like, when I really think about it, my exes, I don't even know why they were with me. They obviously didn't like being with me. They did not enjoy sex. They made that very clear because it happened so fucking rarely. And you know, like the obligation type of sex. It's just... God. He's kind, he's nice, he's pleasant. I'd introduce him as a friend. And did you kiss? No, period. We went to a pub on the way out to a night with my girls. If you could change one thing about the evening, what would it be? To use and abuse the entire menu rather than just starters. Now I know why this guy in the Discord sent this to me.
Rage baits, no?
Her only regret was that they only had starters, which are typically less expensive at a bar. And he's a friend. He's a good friend. No, she didn't even say good friend. I'd introduce him as a friend. He bought me drinks and got me tipsy before my night out with the girls, so I didn't have to spend as much with the ladies. And is it any wonder that men are done?
We can sell animals.
You have one of two things. You have guys in the comment section that are saying, why would you even bother with this? And then conversely, you have guys in the comment section that are going, we can't even get a woman to look at us, but that's the outcome we're going to get? Jesus Christ. Here we go. Marks out of 10, 6. So he gave her an 8. Him, this guy, in shape. I mean, nothing wrong with him. A baggy t-shirt. That's the only thing I can think about his appearance right now. Gave her an 8 out of 10. He gave those an 8 out of 10. And she says 6. Would you meet again? He's lovely, but I don't feel a spark. So no.
Yikes.
Y'all get what you deserve. You're all gonna die alone.
This is horror stories, man.
Keep voting Democrat, Labor, whatever the Democrat version over there is. Keep bitching about your immigrants killing all of you and R-wording you and Sharia law and all that shit. Keep bitching about that endlessly.
In Asia, the dating is the other way around. The girls are simping for you. You are the prize. It's androcentric shift. But yeah, it's just colorful comparisons from American, I guess.
I'm sorry, dude. Like, I can't even be mad at this because it's so predictable, but there's nothing functionally wrong with this guy. He is literally in shape, eager, giving her a ton of grace. Marks out of 10, 8. Would you meet again? Yes. A good-looking guy, and she is bottom of the barrel average. But she's a doctor. Right. A doctor in what? At 25 years old. She was wearing this as a troll. I swear to God, she was wearing this as a troll. I don't even know what to say to this. God, would you meet again? He's lovely, but I don't feel the spark. Why you can rely on the Guardian not to bow to Trump. I thought the Guardian was in Europe. Oh, support for $15 a month? Are you kidding me? Jesus. $15 a month. Oh, and that doesn't even guarantee no more further solicitations. All that guarantees is far fewer asks for support. 6 out of 10, huh? Didn't feel a spark. Guys, I was not mean. I just said it looks like she's wearing a trash bag. I did not directly criticize her weight. I criticized her shoes that apparently are cool, and I criticized what she was wearing. I was not overtly mean. She said that the taller than her, by the way. Here we go. Look, taller than her. In shape, skinny, square jawline, really good jawline, is a 6 out of 10 and no spark. Doesn't want to meet him again. Only regret is that he didn't order me more food. When I come off as bitter and angry and cynical about women, this is why. This has been my dating experience in life. Literally, if I could even get a date, it never went past my first 2 girlfriends. It was never more than a couple dates, and that was it.
No Asian, no girls. C-Max or dead.
Just.
Yep.
6 out of 10. I got nothing. I don't even have any anger in me right now, mainly because my head is pounding.
No excuse not to C-Max.
This cannot continue. And you'll say, oh, well, it's fine because I'm an antinatalist and I don't believe in life and I'm blah, 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 blah. But do you want to, enjoy having a society? There's got to be a point where you guys admit that you like having sex. I mean, women like having sex, right? Oh, wait, I forgot. Not with you, Raymond. But, dude, come on. This guy is not unattractive at all. He's a sharp-looking dude. He's British and he has better teeth than I do. Like, he looks fine. I'm sure that somebody's going to correct me and go, oh, those are expensive shoes, and those pants are like Versace, you know, that Eminem song. And then he's got that nice Gucci.
Yeah, Mr. Raymond, girls don't like to have snuggles except one particular week of the month. Other than that, it's obligatory to them, except that 1 week in the month. Especially girls with estrogen unbalance. They have too much. They are simply not horny at all. They act like toddlers. It's weird. Yeah. Let's continue. It looks like the end of the video is already here.
T-shirt on or whatever. Her regret was that he didn't buy her more food. We can't continue like this. Women are going to have to start saying yes to guys. I understand why they sent me this article now. There's no hope. It's if that's the basic like reaction from frumpy looking women, there's no hope. Just remember, guys. She's rating you. Ronald McDonald House foster care. I mean, it looks like she's wearing a freaking ankle monitor. I
found better video. Wow, men are struggling. Think peace in conversational tone. Let's see. Speed it up.
Okay. So the dependencies that are required for any enterprise of human spirit, let's put it that way, anything that you would want to pursue or do or try to accomplish in your life, the list of dependencies, and then think about the things that you've already accomplished in your life and where you're sitting right now, and all of the cascading dependencies that are part of where you sit right now. It's amazing. It's amazing. You can infer what I mean by that. What makes men miserable? Question for the ages.
Okay,
and of course, they have a schlubby white guy here who's just laying in bed with that beautiful, perfect head of hair. He's got a real nice. There's no stains on this pillow. I don't think this is. That's not a pillow he actually used. Like, a guy's pillow will get that like sweat stain on it over the course of time. It'll turn yellow. It'll just discolor. That's what happens. That is a very white pillow. Those are brand new pillowcases. There is no way that is a real. Obviously, it's a model, but like, there is no way. There's no plausible way. Any guy that's actually been down and out mentally, physically, whatever, your pillow does not look that clean. And this, of course, by Isabel Chase. And of course, I went to her bio page, and the closest, there's no bio, there's no social links or anything like that. And the closest thing I could find is this very grainy photo of her on vacation. And I went to LinkedIn, and I cannot find this person at all. Isabel Chase. I can't find her if I search the company. It's just a bunch of other random people, like people that I really don't think are this author. So this person might exist. This person might not exist. I don't know. I doubt it's this person that's like a reservoir engineer, which good for her. She's working in actual, what do you call that? Not industry, infrastructure. Good for her. This girl is a barista. I don't think that's our writer here, although she's very cute. University of Maryland, I don't think this is her. Yeah, I can't find this chick. Oh, that's the same Bella. Ella, under my umbrella, Ella. And then this girl, I don't think this is her. This is Policy EMEA. So anyway, I could not find her on LinkedIn. So kind of a dud there. But there she is in a sun hat and a outfit, seemingly on a vacation, posing cutely for Instagram. So, 7 habits of men who have quietly lost their joy in life, according to psychology. Global English Editing.
Let's see.
That's the website. Professional editors, affordable rates. So it's literally just a blog post on an editing website. There's a subtle distinction between content and true content. There is a subtle distinction between content and truly joyful. You know what's funny? Like, how would you know to read it as content versus content? How would I know? Like, in my mind, I'm thinking content all the time. Gotta make content. Gotta put content out. Gotta keep producing. Just keep posting. Just keep posting. Like Dory. Just keep posting. Just keep posting. If they watch or not, just keep posting. And please watch. Please watch. Like Jeb Bush, please laugh.
Meh.
We're going to do our level best. Man, Pappy Bush, his boys just couldn't live up to him, huh? That's just, that was a whole thing. The divide often goes unnoticed, especially by those who slowly but surely lost their zest for life. These men might seem fine on the surface, but beneath their veneer, their joy has faded into a mere memory. Again, is this AI? Is this person real? I can't find her. Psychology gives us insight into these quiet transformations, and it's crucial to identify them, not only in others, but also in our own lives. Understanding these 7 habits can help us spot the signs and bring back happiness that may have slipped away unnoticed. Man, this is sad. In this article, we'll explore the 7 habits of men who quietly lost their joy in life, according to psychology. Get ready to deep dive into the human psyche and perhaps find a path that leads back to joy. Okay, that is absolutely written by AI. Like that last sentence, every single one of those AI slop videos with like the philosophy behemoths and like the titans, and there's like Zeus is talking about Nietzsche and all that, and it's a war of the ages, and get ready to delve the depths of deep human psychology, where we'll discover the well of transformation inside of you that's able to come out and transfiguration and this, that, and the other to the other chrysalis of the other side and the matrix and all this, and oh, we're gonna AI, EIO, AI, EIO. I don't know what this was. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on here, but this is AI slop. This is written by AI. This has got to be. So Isabel Chase is not a real person. I cannot find her on LinkedIn. She doesn't exist. So and I can't find her on Google, because when I plug into Google Isabel Chase, it gives me Isabella Chase, Global Insights Editing. It gives me her bio page, but that's it. And it's just a bunch of articles and then a CTA for their editing service. So again, I don't think this is a real person. Like, I hate to be that cynical, but the joyless routine. Life is full of routines. Yes, it is. We get up, get ready, go to work, come home, and do it all over again. But when joy has begun to fade, these routines can become chains that bind men to a joyless existence. Yeah, this is written by AI. These men often find themselves stuck in a cycle of repetition, where every day seems to blur into the next. They're just going through the motions without finding any real pleasure or satisfaction in what they... Oh, gotta burp. I don't want to burp into the microphone, but, you know. That'd be gross. And then I'd really be living up to my apparent king of the incels. He's the face, he's the gross face of the incels that the media wants you to see. It's like, sure, fine, watch my videos then. God. For men who have lost their joy in life, the present moment is often a place they'd rather escape from. Recognizing this habit is the first step towards regaining the lost joy. Break free from monotonous routines and finding new ways and engaging activities that can reignite the spark that once made life enjoyable. Okay, so kind of a piece of advice at the end. What is this what does this link to here? 7 subtle signs you've lost your spark in life. Oh, we got, oh God, what is she doing there? Oh, is that supposed to be like pencil shavings? I thought she was like doing drugs. Kind of an Eliza Hartley. Again, this person doesn't look real. Look at this image. Open image in new tab. That's not a real person. That cannot, okay, let's reverse Google search this. Let's just do a little curiosity deep dive here, guys. Let's see what happens if I go to Google. Goggle? We go to images.
Good luck.
And we reverse. Okay, Isabella Chase. Kedis fashion. Okay, so we're getting a lot of like mimicking. Okay, Pinterest. Oh no! Michael Dedurge. More ideas from Michael Dedurge. Coming soon, how to make your logo in watermark brush. So this is a generic, that's the same image. That's exactly the same image, and it's a generic image from Pinterest. Okay, so where's the original? 10 behaviors that make a person appear soft and easy to manipulate. So is this the original? Okay, gediting.com, so that's the same. So he just stole that from the G-editing. So, okay, so it might be Isabel Chase. And again, how do I, okay, let's see. Let's get the bigger image. Let's pull this, open a new tab. 1 second. Okay, so let's pull this image down. Okay, the JPEG is named Isabel Chase. So let's go back to Google. Go to images. Reverse image. Isabel. Okay, so it knows the related search, and that one has a file name that's like 028FE2B87, like an obfuscation. Bustle, should you pluck your armpit hair? Okay, so that's the same chick because, boy, she looks way different from the side profile, doesn't she? Should you pluck? She got a strawberry dollar store tattoo. Of course she does. Bustle. Kristen Collins Jackson. Okay, that's not the same person. But they used that image. Okay, but that's obviously the same person because the fan... Okay, what is this? Amazon. Emoji. Women's pink platform heels, chunky heeled. So this is just a stock photo that people are just blasting all over the internet using. The critical list every powerful person needs to keep handy, your tango. Brooke Cagel, up unsplash. So, Arcania Shyam, okay, that's not her. 2023, so as far back as 2023, someone was using this image, and we're gonna do get info, and yourtango.com site's default image, real significance having values, okay. So, this image has been tossed around a lot. All right, so it's like generic stock image for girl who vaguely wants to improve their life. Is that what this is? And the sun hat thing. What is that hat called? It's like a sun hat thing? Breast augmentation?
I love boobies, yes.
Of course it's breast augmentation. Jose Perez.
Very rare.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if I want to be on this website. Yikes. Chloe Pearl, Pinterest. Emotionally unavailable women. That's the that's the poster child for emotionally unavailable women, huh? Breast augmentation, achieving natural versus augmented look. Look at the strawberry dollar store tattoo. Yeah, that's the same girl because the fan is the same in the back. Okay, so this is not a real article. This is written by AI. And Isabella doesn't exist. This girl's fake. She doesn't exist. Brown Brothers Media. Okay, so what's Brown Brothers Media? IO.io. Digital audiences worldwide. Can I look up reverse image search stock photography? Let's see if she's on iStock. Click icon on the top right. How do I do it? Images, photos, sign in. No, I don't want to sign in. How do I do this? Do I just drag this in here? Nope, that didn't work. Reverse image search Adobe stock. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, so kind of, but not really. They're better quality photos than Adobe stock, that's for sure. That looks like AI. That's absolutely AI. This picture, you can just tell that's AI because the lighting is too perfect. This is probably real. She's kind of frumpy looking. That is AI. That's AI. This one's AI, definitely. Anyway, yeah, this is fake. This is fake. It's a fake article. It's not a real person. Okay, so they go into social withdrawal. Oh, now they're going to say, I remember when my friend John started withdrawing from our social circle. He was always the life of the party, but suddenly he began declining invitations and spending more time alone. It was a slow change, hardly noticeable at first, but it eventually became a habit. Social withdrawal is a common sign of decrease in joy in life. The isolation can be self-imposed as an attempt to avoid feelings of discomfort or dissatisfaction. But Carl Jung once said, whoa, wait a minute. Now the AI is quoting Carl Jung? That's very interesting. Oh, I don't want to discover more. Oh, quote unquote, loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from becoming unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself or from holding certain views which others find inadmissible. Boy, that's true. God. Carl Jung wins again, man. This whole YouTube channel has devolved into me just being exacerbated on a daily basis by not getting my point across. Continually unable to feel heard. And just very frustrated by me trying to say one thing and literally every single person hearing the complete opposite of the thing that I was trying to say. Like almost on purpose, like purposely trying to hear the complete opposite of what I was trying to say.
Huh?
So yeah, Carl Jung hits it again right there.
No.
Loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself or from holding certain views which others find inadmissible. That's the real one right there. Holding certain views which others find inadmissible. We'll leave that up. We'll put that in the description. But as Carl Jung once noticed, okay, loneliness does not come from having no people around me. In John's case, he had lost the ability to share his feelings and connect with others on a deeper level. His joy had faded, replaced by a sense of detached loneliness. If you notice this habit in yourself or in someone you care about, remember that reaching out and creating connections can be a powerful antidote to chaos. To this isolation, rekindling old friendships, starting new ones, or even seeking professional help can make a world of difference. Disinterest in previously enjoyed activities. Have you ever found yourself losing interest in activities that once brought you immense joy? Yes, all the time. Like, I don't like to do anything, honestly. It's a disconcerting feeling, one that creeps up on you without notice. This is a common habit among men who have lost their joy in life. Activities that used to spark excitement now feel dull and uninteresting. This does not spark joy. The hobbies they used to love somehow lose their appeal. Like even something as innocuous as watching a movie I used to love, I can't even. It's really a wild sensation. For those experiencing this disinterest, it's tough to see the beauty in the struggle when even their passions feel like chores. Boy, that's the way to put it. So is this written by a person or not? Because if you find yourself in this situation, it might be time for some introspection. It could be a sign that your joy has taken a back seat and it's time to reclaim it. Remember, joy doesn't just happen. It's a choice that you make every day. Constant fatigue, feeling perpetually tired even after a good night's sleep is another habit of men who've lost their joy in life. The constant fatigue goes beyond mere physical exhaustion. It's an emotional and mental tiredness that seems never ending. What is global English editing? Editing and proofreading. Who owns Global English? Brendan Brown, founder of Expert Editor, founder and CEO on their LinkedIn page. Okay, so we're going to go to Brendan Brown on LinkedIn and no results. Oh, well, we got to remove those filters, right?
Back. Okay.
Okay, LinkedIn makes it way too hard to find people. Let's just put it that way. LinkedIn makes it way too hard to find people. Global English editing. It's not just about needing more sleep, but a lack of motivation and interest that drains energy levels. Psychology studies have linked this chronic fatigue to lower levels of life satisfaction. A study published in the Journal of Health Psychology found a strong correlation between chronic fatigue syndrome and decreased life satisfaction. It showed that individuals suffered from this syndrome reported lower levels of joy and satisfaction in their lives. If you're always feeling tired, it might just be your body telling you to rest, but also your mind signaling that your joy is waning. It's essential to pay attention to these signals and address them before they escalate too far. Man, I can't get, like, I understand. Oh, Ray, you drink coffee all the time. Even when I don't at night, I can't sleep in. I can't fall asleep before 11 or 12 at night. The constant noise outside makes it so I cannot sleep in. There's no winning. Neglecting self-care. I've seen it firsthand in my own life. During a psychologically challenging period, the first thing that went out the window is my self-care routine. I stopped exercising, ate poorly, and neglected my mental health. Neglecting self-care is another common habit among men who have lost their joy in life. When joy fades, so does the motivation to take care of oneself. But this neglect only serves to exacerbate the problem, creating a vicious cycle. Psychologist and philosopher William James once said, "The greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another. But when joy is absent, choosing positive thoughts becomes increasingly difficult. If you find yourself neglecting your self-care, it may be time to reassess. Prioritizing your own well-being isn't selfish. It's necessary to regain the joy that has quietly slipped away." Overcompensation. Here we go. Now we're going to shame guys just for things they find enjoyable, like big Cummins trucks or Dodge Mustangs.
Trucks.
Ironically, one habit of men have lost their joy in life is overcompensating. They might throw themselves into work or hobbies trying to fill the void left by their decreased joy with constant activity. Boy, that's the fucking truth. Holy shit. That's all I do is the YouTube channel. Like today, I really didn't have anything else that I needed to do, and I didn't have anything else I wanted to do. I literally had nothing I wanted to do. There was nothing I wanted to do at all. My head is pounding right now. My temples are just on fire. There's sawzall noise and shit outside. I'm doing this because I have nothing else. I really wish that wasn't true, but it's true. I really am doing this because I have nothing else to do. Overcompensating is about avoidance, is often about avoidance, about not accepting the current state of our emotions. Well, the current state of my emotions is abject misery. I know a lot of people that care about me in the comment section hate it when I say that, but it's true. There's moments of fleeting joy in life, but the vast majority of life is just going to be miserable. Especially when you've got a nasally voice like I do, and everybody just has to make fun of you all the time and call you the patron saint of incels and say, oh, well, of course, the reason he's successful is because he's so ugly and so untenable. He's ugly inside and out. Fucking Thomas Wood. Fucking asshole. Overcompensating is about avoidance. If you find yourself constantly busy, ask yourself whether you're genuinely passionate about your activities. I'm not. I'm not. This is just the only way I can make money. Or if you're just trying to keep busy to avoid confronting your feelings. No, I'm confronting my feelings. Recognize this habit can be the first step towards reclaiming pessimism. The final habit of men who have lost their joy in life is to shift towards pessimism. Or as Schopenhauer liked to put it, the only rational reaction to women in the current state of things. And that was in the 30s. They may start viewing... When was Schopenhauer alive? When was
1870.
Schopenhauer alive? 1788 to 1860. So yeah, 1830s. I wasn't far off, was I? Renowned psychologist Martin Seligman once said, pessimism is escapism. Recognizing this habit is the first step towards escaping the pit of negativity. Remember, it's not too late to regain your joy and start seeing the brighter side of life. Final reflections from the AI, because this is not a real article. The human journey is complex, tapestries of emotions, experiences, and habits. Sometimes joy can quietly slip away from our lives, replaced by routine, fatigue, and pessimism. But recognizing these habits is the first step towards reclaiming their lost joy. As we navigate through life, it's crucial to remember that joy isn't a constant state, but a journey of ups and downs. It's about finding contentment in the small moments, breaking free from monotonous routines, reaching out and fostering connections, and above all, choosing joy every day. Yeah, that's...
no.
If it was written by someone named Isabel, whatever her name was, then... yeah, that was written by a woman. So take a moment to reflect. Are any of these habits creeping into your life? Is your joy slowly fading away unnoticed? Remember, it's never too late to bring back the joy in your life, because ultimately your happiness is in your hands. I really doubt. I really... Press X for doubt.
I fucked up.
Okay, what is this? Author services, book editing services, manuscript evaluation. Okay, so books we've edited. This doesn't... Okay. Quick links, testimonials, confidentiality, business. Show me a page with all of your actual faces. Santa Monica, okay. Mailing address. Australia. Okay, let's go. Let's search this address. All right, I need to go to maps. Come on now. Go back to the map. Just fucking do what I want you to, computer. Los Angeles. Okay, I don't know anything about Los Angeles, so you guys are going to have to tell me if this is, like, the hood or not. It looks nice. So they have an office... Well, that kind of looks shitty.
Shit.
Well, American Apparel, apparently that's where everybody wants to be. So they have offices in this condo. So this guy might be just making... I want to find this guy's... Okay, who did they say? Brendan Brown, editing... Okay, so Brendan Brown, LinkedIn. Global English editing. Let's do Brendan Brown, LinkedIn. I literally just, if he's the CEO, why wouldn't it be copywriter Wyden Kennedy? Really? That can't be him. Okay, so we're going to go back to Safari. Look, an ad for 84 Lumber. That's kind of funny.
Really? Hill climb.
200 plus Brendan Brown profiles.
When?
Let's do company as Global English Editing. Come on. Founder, the expert editor in Global English Editing. He does kind of look like the kind of person that would just tell you to tell an intern to pull a bunch of stock photos from an AI Google search, like we found all those photos of Isabel Chase that was the girl in the sun hat. Like, I hate to be judgy about somebody's appearance, but he definitely looks like the kind of guy who would tell an intern to just pull stock photos off Pinterest for their author bios. We assist authors, businesses, students, and academics with a range of editing and proofreading services. 2013. Okay, so this company's been around for a while. Deakin University. Who's Marie Ambiguous over here? You're a cutie, are you? Yeah, kind of. Berlin, Germany. You know what they do in Germany. Oh, yeah. Expert editor and... Okay, so that's it. Yeah, Melbourne. Okay, so he's Australian. I don't know, man. That article sucked. Everything about it just read like a... Isabel Chase doesn't exist. You know, if it was a real person and I could find her profile and I could see other pictures of her and like I was going to try, in my head, I was going to say, okay, maybe guys wouldn't be in such a slump if you women said yes to them more and, I don't know, kind of enjoyed sex and putting out and like making guys feel good about themselves. But, you know, that old sorry hat's been played out over and over again. Nobody wants to hear this bald cell say that. But I think the bigger story here is that that whole article was either written by Mr. Brendan Brown or it was just a really good AI, because like it started out kind of corny, but then it had some decent advice in it, like obviously, but that was not written by Isabel, whatever they said her name was. Isabel Chase. That's not a real person. I want it. Like, I get it. You put out articles with those kind of keywords that are relevant because men are struggling. That's like the zeitgeist of our time. Men are always struggling. Men can't figure out a thing. They can't screw their light bulbs in straight or keep their head on straight or whatever. AI slop is everywhere. Anyway, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. My name is Raymond, and these have been my thoughts. I assure you, I am not AI. Do you think they would waste computational power on this? On this? One of these days, I need to like end the video with like a glitch out where it just goes to code or something. So you. All right, that's all I got. See you later.
Yeah. I think he's going live in 10 minutes. But yeah, we can't watch a live stream. It's gonna get flagged very fast. Loading so much.
The ick. We might actually have maybe some actual science behind this inane concept that drives most well-intentioned and arguably well-meaning men who would like to have monogamous, serious relationships with women insane. This concept of the ick. We might actually have some paper on why this happens.
These better be funny.
Psychology Today, and this supposedly Psychology Today is this science journal. We'll see here. And I'm not going to make some verbose like intro to any of this or anything like that. We're just going to get right into this because I actually am imminently curious. Mark Travers, PhD, social instincts. So it's coming from a guy. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. New research reveals the science behind the ick. Research demystifies the psychological forces behind dating phenomenon called the ick. Reviewed by Michelle Quirk. Oh, I bet it was.
The ick.
Okay, that's just going over there. Editorial review process. Those are the share links. Mark Travers, PhD. Let's see who Mark Travers is. Looks like he just has a RSS feed for a link. I'm not going to try to look him up on... Okay, so he writes about love. Is this a real person? That's the next question. Or is this Mark Travers, PhD, that is actually an AI? So I actually think I will try to find him on the old LinkedIn. And here we go. Took 3 seconds. American psychologist, awake therapy, Cornell, ridoo-doo-doo-doo. He went to Cornell, ladies and gentlemen. Like a good nard dog, he went to Cornell. All right, awake therapy's lead psychologist. What's awake therapy? Let's see. Lead psychologist contributed to Ford, Psychology Today, Burke,
More like a woke therapy.
Behavioral science researcher, outreach coordinator.
Oh shit,
okay.
that's what
co-founder.
CIA are doing that
So
shit.
he started a startup in 2006 that obviously failed in 2008.
Actually, no, behavioral science. FBI used to have that in 70s. Yeah. So took them a long time to figure out they have to interview the prisoners in order to understand the motives. Yeah.
Cafe Abroad. And then he has University of Colorado, Boulder. And Cornell University. Okay, so 2006. And he's first team state golfer. All right. Wow, like, okay, whatever there. Mr. Hoity-toity. Fucking golf. Everybody fucking golfs. Why does everybody fucking golf? I do not understand the appeal. I have never understood the appeal. Let's go stand out in the sun and get really drunk and hit balls into fucking things. Like, yes, Caddyshack was a funny movie. It did make me want to go fucking 9-iron. I do not understand the appeal of golf. But then again, nobody understands anything about my life, so there. Research demystifies the psychological forces behind the dating phenomenon, the ick. The researchers found that women, 75%, were more likely to experience the ick than men, 57%. Common categories for the ick are gender incongruence, public embarrassment, and physical appearance. Gee, you're not masculine, you're not man enough, even though these liberals will tell you 10 days from Sunday they want somebody in touch with their feelings, they want somebody who's on the picket line, they want somebody who votes blue no matter who, which again is anathema to actual hardworking American men. It's anathema to them. They want someone who aligns with gender congruity, who won't embarrass them in public. Jesus Christ, how many of you married men have been lambasted endlessly about anything you do or find funny within earshot or, God forbid, eyeshot of her friends? Don't embarrass me. Stop embarrassing me.
Yeah, this shit, if you, again, comparison, if you see Max, the type of embarrassing bullshit you have to pull needs to, half of your embarrassing shit gonna be interpreted as, oh, how he's silly, haha. You have to be very fucking autistic in Asia in order for Asian people to tell you you are embarrassing them. What I assume is this guy attitude would improve if he could only get positive reinforcements from Asian girls. Most likely he would drop all this hypercritical thinking, all this Schopenhauer, guidance book. But yeah, this type of you're embarrassing me in the West, bro, the error margin for this is so small. You can't even, you literally can't even comment on things around you. Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. Let's continue.
And physical appearance. Physical appearance. Why don't they just be honest? Be hot. What's the rules 1 and 2 off Reddit? Be attractive, don't be unattractive. That's the cure for the ick. Traits of people who experience the ick more often are disgust, sensitivity, narcissism, and perfectionism. At least he says it. At least Mr. Cornell University says it. Traits of people who experience the ick more often are disgust, sensitivity, narcissism, and perfectionism. And it's funny because the women, look at this photo. The women that experience the ick are always the ones covered in tattoos. And quite frankly, the majority of guys, when we see women covered in tattoos, like girls, I know you think it's attractive. And I know you think, actually no, I think, let's be painfully objective here. Let's be an Randian painfully objective here. They know it's not attractive. They know we don't like nose piercings. They know we don't like a sleeve, arms full of tattoos that look like bruises as you age. They know we don't find that attractive. They don't care. They tacitly do not care. They do it, I think, quite frankly, to spite us because they can, because they have manipulated the state in order to give them our resources without having to give us anything in return. Taxation. Cheers. You think I'm kidding? Just be single, male, a net producer with no dependents. You lose half your income. You lose half of it. Just half. And God forbid you own property, then you lose money by default just because you decided to go own property. Can't make money, can't own anything. And what are we paying for? I don't even give a shit about foreign wars. Like, I don't even think about that. That's not even a thing that single mothers, sex lives. That's what you're paying for, quite frankly. 45% on the low end. Everything is taxed. Every dollar is taxed. Nonstop, in perpetuity. You can't do anything commercially without it being taxed. You can't buy anything without it being taxed. You can't use anything without it being taxed. You can't make money without it being taxed. You can't exist without it being taxed. half of your income. Why is inflation so high? Why are houses $500,000? Well, because everybody's got to make twice as much because we're taxed. We lose half our money. Have you ever been on a date where everything, I gotta focus on this at hand because I'm gonna go off on the taxation thing because look, quite frankly, it pays for single mothers' sex lives. That's what irritates us incels so damn much. Let's be honest about it. I'm sick of paying for single moms with multiple kids by multiple men who just keep spitting them out, getting a check, keep partying, keep drinking, keep doing drugs, keep sleeping around, keep philandering, always bad with money, always making bad money decisions, always getting bailed out. Non-stop bailouts. Non-stop. Doesn't change anything in their behavior, doesn't change anything in their forward planning. They can't think past the rind of a coconut. Speaking of Kamala Harris. Then that family, good little blended family with the daughter that looks like a dude that has dollar store tattoos all over her. And it's just like this woman. This looks like, okay, there's some craftsmanship and artistry to the sleeve, but look at how big the arm is. And then this one is just script on the other hand. Oh, and then of course she has the little cross on her fucking, what is that, middle finger? I'm sure that's some occultic ritual magic thing that I don't know about that I need to research on. You know, you want to talk about the ick. This image gives me the ick. You got a redhead, and it's not her natural hair color, because anybody who's naturally redheaded does not have dark satin roots like that. That's not what natural red hair looks like. So you got the industrial redhead, sausage fingers, with the tattoos, with the script first tattoo, in Carhartt overalls, never worked a day in her damn life wearing Carhartt.
Shitting me, right?
That's the thing that gets me.
I
remember when I lived in East Village, and they put up the first Carhartt store in Soho,
stupid.
north of Prince Street on Mulberry. It's like where all the boutique stuff went, and where Little Italy kind of started. They kept pushing Little Italy farther south and farther east. Carhartt boutique store. Carhartt jackets suddenly overnight became $500. The same damn jacket that was covered in manure and shit the previous day that like farm girls grew up wearing. You know the type. The big brown Carhartt jacket that was like the staple. That was the jacket you bought. And then 2014, overnight, everything changed and they became $500, $600, $700 luxury items. Same thing with those damn LL Bean boots that were waterproof and awesome. Same thing with the damn Dickies. Same thing with Carhartt. Same thing with North Face. It all just became this bougie Stanley fucking cups, Stanley coffee mugs. When the damn Stanley cooler 10 years ago in New York, I walked past this boutique store and saw it's in the other room where I would show you the green Stanley mug that I have in there for $99. Couldn't believe it. It's all LARPing. It's all LARPing. You're all LARPing as human beings. And now, and look, I fundamentally disagree with this idea that men's default state is that we all just want to run harems. Like Aaron Clary put out this video today about the men, their default state is they want to run a harem. They want to have multiple women all the time. That is not the default state. That has never been my default state. I make the joke, oh, what would you do with $1 million? 2 girls at the same time, because it is a joke from Office Space that illustrates the metaphysical.
Oh, I love that movie.
What do you call it? Achievement, aim, the metaphysical aim of that morality tale, the morality tale of breaking out of the matrix and getting, it's a joke. I have never had the desire to have more than one woman at the same time. And they talk about red pill hypocrisy and all this stuff. It's just like, no. Ideal family unit is 2 parents, men and women, raising the children. Ideally, the woman staying home and raising the children. Now, obviously, women have walked away from that equation. They have their independence. They have their freedom. They've made their choice. They don't want that situation. They are doing it. Everything, they just have wholesale rejected it. And now, we've got $100 Stanley thermoses, and we've got to figure out and decipher what the fuck the ick means, because quite frankly, men that would like families aren't getting them, let alone getting laid, let alone even having a woman look at you in public. Because the global market has become so massive that no one can compete. No one. Average doesn't exist anymore. It is only 100% perfect. And this girl demands, I know this is a model. I know this is not a real person. But those tattoos are real, and that haircut is real, and the choice to wear those Carhartt overalls is real. You want to talk about the ick? That look gives me the ick. Only because I know the history and the scaffolding that goes into the decisions to dye your hair that color and get those tattoos and wear the plain white tee with the Carhartt overalls on it. And yes, oh, Raymond, you wear flannels and you have funky glasses and you look like a hipster. You're wearing a white t-shirt right now. I was also mudding drywall when I was 8 years old. I lived in a job site for the majority of my life.
I love this car.
We worked on our cars for fun when I was a kid. Hot summer day, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? Oh, let's change the oil.
Yeah.
Do you know how many Americans do not know how to change their goddamn oil? It's a number 10 nut on a damn oil pan. You pull it out, you put a dish underneath it, you collect the oil, you get rid of that oil, or you store it, or you take it back to the Jiffy Lube, you buy the $20 Rotella, whatever it is, and you pour the right amount of quarts of oil in it after you change the oil filter. And don't forget to dip the oil and put it on the little fucking seal on your oil filter, you fucking morons. Change your damn oil every 3,000 to 5,000 miles. Oh, by the way, your manufactured suggested intervals of 10,000 miles? That's stupid. Don't do that. We rebuilt tractor mowers for fun. We dug massive holes in the driveway for fun when I was a kid, and then filled them back in, and then dug them again, and then filled them back in. Why? Because we could. We spent one summer literally building a doghouse because we could, because it was a fun project to do with my dad. At the church, we built this playhouse thing as part of a VBS summer project to show the young boys, like what construction was like and what you could actually make if you actually tried. And we did prefab walls, and I remember we all stood them up together, like all these like 8, 9, and 10-year-old. And you know what? We built this playhouse, and the playhouse still sits at the house I grew up in the back of it. Hasn't fallen apart. It's got shingles on the top, everything. The summer we built a playhouse, and that VBS summer, we had, 15 young boys just raring at the bit, all ready. Like, nowadays, they would have been diagnosed with ADHD and been fed Ritalin. No, my dad came in there, again, giving his time away to the church, volunteering again for the church, giving everything away to the church, to you goddamn ungrateful goddamn Christians who demand men do everything for you with no thanks, especially from your women. You Christians want guys back in the church. You better start telling your women to start sleeping with us. I'm being dead serious about that.
Negotiate that.
Don't have other men's kids. Start actually liking men and start making your women marry us. That's how you get men back in the church, Christians. Anyway, I digress. We built a playhouse. We put 12 to 15, I don't even remember how many boys it was. And you know what? The damn thing's still standing. And you know what the other thing is? I just went to one of the fathers of 6 of those boys. He had 7 kids. One girl and 6 boys. They didn't go to the pauper's house. He didn't die of poverty. He died a boomer millionaire. Oh no. Had 7 kids. He died. I went to his funeral. I hadn't seen those guys. Some of them in 20 years. And I'm gonna get a little teary-eyed right now. But I had not seen some of those men in 20 years, and they are grown men. And I think to a T, every single one of those grown men now has a wife and children of his own. There were kids running all over that funeral. And you know what else happened? When they realized that it was us in the line at the viewing, their eyes lit up and their faces lit up. And I'm not going to say their names, and I'm not going to say what they used to refer to us as the last name. Oh, the S's, you know? First thing out of their mouth. Remember that time we built that playhouse, that house? We all built that house together. That was the first thing out of their mouths. I hadn't seen us in 20 years. My dad just smiled. We laughed, and hugs went around. I went to a funeral for a friend. First thing they talked about was the memories of building something together, led by a man, a patriarch, my father.
Brutal.
And it was beautiful. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave this in, because yeah, I'm weeping like a little girl. Why? Because every single one of those guys has kids and a wife, and more than one kid. And my father, who had 3 children, ran the youth group in the VBS that year. And he taught us how to build a playhouse. Big, 6 feet, 8 feet tall, whatever it was, still in the backyard. It was basically a mini modular home, but it was, what, 6x4 or something like that? We built a window and framed it up and learned 12 on center and 16, you know, and all that. Shingles and everything. And they, 20 years later at a funeral, that was the first thing out of their heads. First thing that popped in the back of their heads was, I remember building that playhouse with you. Could you imagine a better legacy? You know, all you people talk about, oh, your legacy doesn't matter, and oh, the bloodline dies in 2 generations anyway, and oh, it doesn't, nothing about that matters, and blah, 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 blah. It's all LARPing. You're all just coping. I've lived an actual real legacy. I've experienced what that felt like. Watched it firsthand. But no, we've got to write endless articles and figure out little pithy reasons why none of us can get along and get together and start having the next generation. We've all just got to figure out more excuses why we just, no one's good enough. And psychologically today, articles about the ick. I don't even remember what got me on this diatribe. I think I was starting to rail about Carhartts being $500 a jacket. I think that's what got me here. But here we are. Well, welcome to another video. My name is Raymond, and these are my thoughts. Please subscribe. I am perpetually stuck at 12,000 right now. And I apologize for getting emotional. And oh no, boys shouldn't cry, blah, blah, blah. You know what? Jordan Peterson says, you want to be the person at your father's funeral where you don't cry. Yeah, good luck with that, Jordan. You're going to weep like a baby when you're at your dad's funeral.
Safe.
And you know what? No women want me anyway, so what do I care? Oh, and ladies, if you are interested, please tell me, because for God's sakes, something's got to change in this department for me. All right, let's find out what the ick is. Maybe they had odd, unbecoming mannerisms, used cringe-worthy slang words, or chose an outfit for the date that inexplicably revolted you. You know, when I think about that funeral, and 6 of those boys that all grew up to be men and fathers and have multiple children of their own, none of them worried about the ick. They all found women. This is such bullshit. Like, I really hope you hear me complaining about this as someone who is frustrated with the demands of the metaphysical state of current being, because it doesn't have to be like this.
Doesn't. Go to Asia, buddy boy.
Odd, unbecoming mannerisms. The visceral reaction known as the ick is an all too familiar experience for many daters. Not really. It's an all too familiar experience for women who...
The problem is not him crying. Actually, in Asia, happened to me twice. The Asian girls randomly told me something like, I don't still understand why they say that, but say that something like, blah blah blah, I like men who is actually capable of crying. There has to be translation for that. But yeah, the problem, I mean, Raymond said this, social conditioning. Oh, buddy boy, if American Foid will see you cry, it's a death sentence, basically.
Fucking can't seem to figure out what the goddamn hell they want, because none of them have a moral ethic, and none of them live up to any of their societal duties. Oh, and you know what else I witnessed at that funeral? Smiling women with their children hanging all over them. And they were beautiful. They were glowing. And no, I'm not going to make any comments about what their weight was. At all. They were dressed in black, but they had children hanging all over them. The one woman literally had 2 girls in both her arms and boys hanging on her legs. I'm sorry. I know for a fact, I got one friend I went to church with, and he got married, when was it? I don't know, about 10 years ago maybe? 13 years ago. It was a while. No, I was still dating Maggie at the time, so it would have been 2010. He got married young. He got married young to a very average-looking woman who was not, and when I say average-looking, I don't mean 500 pounds. His oldest is 13. He's got 7 others.
Fuck.
Oh, and guess what? You know what his job is? He's a welder. And I'm pretty sure she stays home and homeschools the kids. None of them are starving. That one girl of his is my height. She's super tall. They're getting plenty of protein. Guys, this whole you can't afford to have kids thing is complete bullshit. Single family income, 7 kids. All of them under the age of 13. Meanwhile, we've got endless articles about the ick, and we've got IVF treatments, and we're destroying hundreds of millions of embryos, just as many embryos being destroyed as Planned Parenthood does. Funded by the Republican Party, and you've got think tanks from the conservative side of things saying that men aren't going to college and that makes them economically unviable and unattractive to women, and we can't figure out why can't anybody, and women are choosing to be single and well into 35, and they just, we can't figure out why nobody wants to work. I'm sorry, this is all over the place. I'm gonna get through this article, but for God's sakes,
Weird.
I bring up the other way that other people in the real world are living because it's not all this. Again, where are the women that want to do that? Oh, they're all already married and they're having 7 children. And they're staying married. That visceral reaction known as the ick is an all too familiar experience for many daters. It's sudden, involuntary, and often impossible to shake for women. And now, a 2025 study from Personality and Individual Differences confirms 3 key psychological, I keep wanting to say physiological because in my mind, this is a physiological reaction. Some key psychological factors that contribute to the ick. Here's what the researchers found and what they think the ick really means. What exactly is the ick? The term the ick has gained significant traction on social media, particularly among younger generations who have all been brainwashed into thinking that they need to be single until they're 45. And then buy a bunch of cats and IVF some little kid out of themselves without a man involved at all. Oh wait, I added that to the article. Particularly among younger generations who use it to describe a sudden and irrational feeling of repulsion towards a romantic interest. Jesus, at least he says it like it is. While it might seem like a modern dating phenomenon, the lead authors of the study, Brian Collison, Eliana Saunders, and Chloe Yin, suggest they got a real diverse names there, don't they? They got the diversity. Suggest that the ick likely has much deeper evolutionary roots. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, sure. You know what else has deep evolutionary roots? Monogamy. As the authors explained to me in an interview, the ick stemmed from the evolution of disgust as a protective mechanism. They continued, clarifying, first it was against disease, and then it was in mate selection to help individuals avoid undesirable traits. The aversion was always present. The only difference is that this generation gave it a name. So, let me guess. They also changed exactly what it means.
Yikes.
Millions of years ago, cavemen and women likely got the ick if their potential mate displayed a lack of survival skills, poor parental potential, physical deformities, poor hygiene, or... Guys, okay. Guys, poor hygiene, cavemen, they're living in a cave. They're covered in hair. I mean, the fact that I have 3% Neanderthal DNA, and Neanderthals were literally ape men, Bigfoot, in France, covered in hair, with double the size of a brain as what we have right now. And I have 3% Neanderthal DNA.
What?
Hygiene. Hygiene. Cavemen cared about hygiene. Just shower, bro. Just shower, bro. You've got to be kidding me. Or illness, since disease, weakness, or danger could wipe out entire groups during early civilization. It was essential to weed these characteristics out. In such, they likely avoided procreating with anyone remotely icky. No. Now. What's the Emperor from Star Wars? No. You know, the fucking Emperor Palpatine.
Lol.
These fucking scientists. These fucking scientists. All they do, they start with their opinion, and then they use vaguely tangentially related scientific facts that they cherry pick to augment their opinion. Cavemen were lucky if the cave cat, the saber-tooth, didn't eat them in the middle of the night. Cavemen. You don't know. Everybody knows that actually we were genetically engineered by Thoth, who was also manifested himself from the ether to give the apes independent thought, writing, and creativity. We didn't evolve from cavemen. We came directly from the Anunnaki.
The what community?
Today, however, the igloo. Today, however, the ick looks much different, hilariously so. Yeah, exactly, thank you, at least he says it. Yet, at their core, each ick represents a weakness of sorts. In a way, they're modernly analogous to what our ancestors likely considered unbecoming for a potential mate. Let's continue. According to the researchers' analysis of viral TikToks, now this is how you know this was not a serious study. They researched viral TikToks. Our deep research of viral TikToks. Yeah, that was your study, viral TikToks. I mean, I guess, okay, so from an argument standpoint, you could say culture is downstream of whatever is the most influential thing in the young person's life, and TikTok is the #1 social media app for the #1 piece of media of any kind being consumed by under 35 is TikTok. Sure. That's why Trump swooped in and saved it. In which users described their icks. There were several categories. These included, but were not limited to, the following. Let's find out. Gender incongruence. Whatever inane thing that means. 40% of women and 13% of men were turned off by people who displayed behaviors that were out of character for their genders. Oh, wait, you mean gender isn't a social construct? It's not just how I felt that morning? Oh my goodness. For instance, one man cited when she spits her gum in the trash like a guy, while one woman cited when he laid his head on my shoulder. Yeah. I'm gonna get a million comments in this video about how I teared up thinking about the funeral for a friend. You're not manly enough.
I have no idea this video have the tearing. Random video.
You need to learn to differentiate actual emotional release and expression with petty emotional outbursts. And quite frankly, he laid his head on my shoulder. Yeah, women are not going to find that attractive. They just don't. The same way they don't find bald men or short guys attractive. They just don't. We can wail and gnash our teeth about it all we want, but it's just, they don't. Public embarrassment. 28% of women and 21% of men were turned off by people who publicly embarrass themselves. Oh, so it's themselves, not them. One man described being off-put by girl tripping, while one woman described being repulsed by a man shazamming a song while he was in a nightclub.
What is that?
Guys.
Yeah, little things like that.
What? One man described being... Help me out with this one. One man described being off-put by girls tripping. What is that? Like tripping on shrooms?
No.
While one woman described being repulsed by a man shazamming a song while he was in a nightclub. So, shazamming like the superhero genie movie from the 90s that definitely existed, but they claimed didn't. Shazam. And it definitely existed. I remember watching trailers for it in the 90s. And I remember my elementary school teachers telling me that Nelson Mandela definitely died in a prison in 1988. I'm not insane. Physical appearance, of course. 15% of men and 6% of women cited random issues with the other's physical appearance as being the ick. Random issues. For instance, one woman described being repulsed upon seeing their butt crack when bending over, while one man described being turned off by the fact that her feet didn't reach the floor when she sat down. Guys. I'm sorry. This is why parenting is so important.
Well,
And I will admit, you guys ask me all the time, what does your dad say about dating? What does your dad say about your luck with dating? My dad never talked to me about dating. My dad and my mother met randomly at college, at one of the schools my dad attended. She approached him. She initiated the conversation. All right, there. Proving my thesis all along that women control everything. It was not of his volition. So stop it with this whole, oh, if your dad can get somebody, you can too. No, it's completely up to the women. Seeing their butt crack when bending over. Well, you know, you got to see their butt crack. You know, apparently all of you Gen Z women love eating ass. So you don't want to see his butt crack, but you want to put your tongue in it?
that's crazy.
And then this is inane. Her feet didn't reach the floor when she sat down. Dude, get over yourself. Are you kidding me? A woman is actually interested in you, and you're worried about the fact that her feet didn't touch the ground? That is a guy that's actually lying. He's actually lying, trying to be nice about some other aspect of her appearance, probably her weight. That is not attractive. I guarantee you, if a hot girl that was skinny sat down and her feet didn't touch the ground, it would not be an issue. I guarantee you it was a weight issue on the part of that woman, and he was being too nice to tell the truth about what was not attractive about that girl. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you exactly what I'm feeling right now. The researchers also found that women, 75%, were far more likely to experience the ick than men, 57%. Reflecting on this, the researchers explained that this is likely a combination of social and behavioral factors, biological factors. From a biological standpoint, women may experience it more because of parental investment. Okay, that's reaching. None of you women actually want to be mothers. Why do I say that? Because the right to choose is your number one voting issue for the vast majority of you, even the Republicans. The right to choose is your number one voting issue. If you actually wanted and cared, if you actually wanted children and you cared about parental investment, the right to choose would be right to life as the number one issue, like it is my number one issue. Right to life is my number one issue. Look at your actions. Your actions are completely antithetical to what you're actually saying. Parental investment. These women do not want to be parents at all. And I didn't even start to touch on the fact that all of you send your kids to daycare and pre-K and off to school instead of homeschooling them and raising them yourselves. You don't want to be parents at all. None of you do. I've never met, it's very rare to meet a woman that's actually excited about getting pregnant. The first thing out of a woman's mouth when they find out one of her girlfriends is pregnant is, "Oh, I'm sorry."
What?
Or are you going to keep it?
Yeah. It's like what happened to...
She continued, however, social media is likely a loudspeaker that amplifies to create normalization.
Yeah, that channel, Never Give Up, that Swedish dude. So he got very lucky. That's the power of geomaxing, I guess. That girlfriend of his, when she got pregnant, I think the doctors, the surgeons, ask both of them, like, are you sure you want to keep it? Or something like that, bro. Actually, I'm scared to look at that channel. But he got very lucky. Yeah. A lot of that channel, that's some kind of mixed bag. Anyway.
It may be an internalized mate selection behavior that becomes validated through social reinforcement. Yeah? All of you girls henpecking each other into oblivion. Beyond gender and evolution, however, the question still remains, why do some people experience the ick so much more than others? According to the study, 3 key psychological traits play a significant role. Disgust sensitivity. Disgust sensitivity refers to how strongly an individual reacts to things they find repellent. whether it's bad hygiene, odd mannerisms, or certain social behaviors. Researchers found that greater disgust sensitivity was associated with both the likelihood and frequency of experiencing the ick. You know what's funny? Is I have a very high disgust intolerance to women that have slept around a lot, women that are overweight. Like the idea of paying for play for me is just basically a non-starter.
Correct.
Because it's revolting.
Correct.
To think about putting myself inside of somebody who's had that much action.
Well, it's not genuine, it's not mutual. That's how he should put it, I guess.
Negates the whatever thing red pill guys claim is this biological driver of all men to just spread their seed as much as possible. I can't do it. I cannot bring myself to do it because I have a high disgust sensitivity to it. So people who have heightened aversion to minor cues are more likely to reject a romantic partner over things that may seem trivial. Since disgust evolved as a protective mechanism, this suggests that some people's rejection thresholds are hardwired to be essentially high, which naturally can make dating a lot more difficult. It's not disgust sensitivity. I really don't think so. Narcissism. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Narcissism. In the context of this study, doesn't necessarily mean full-blown narcissistic personality disorder. I would argue that maybe it does. I would say maybe it does, but rather a tendency towards self-importance, entitlement, and the need for admiration. The study found that narcissism correlated with the likelihood but not frequency of experiencing the ick. This means that narcissistic individuals may not get the ick often, but when they do, it's more likely to be because their parent partner doesn't align with their idealized self-image. Okay. That is every single, and single as in unpaired, every single person now. That's every single person now. Prove me wrong. Every woman that is single today is single by choice. Every guy that is single today is not single by choice.
Correct.
This means that narcissistic individuals may not get the ick often, but when they do, it's more likely because their partner doesn't align with their idealized self-image. Every single woman, the reason they are single is because they cannot find a man that lives up to their idealized self-image. It's selfishness. It's solipsism. It's pure selfishness and solipsism. And they are backed up by the state that you pay your tax dollars to, by the way. You're backing up their decisions to perpetually stay single and just choose to be single mothers. They are choosing to have their children and live their own single lives, economically undependent on men in general. And 95% of men will not get a woman in the future. I would argue that the majority of men now cannot get a woman.
Correct.
Since those with narcissistic tendencies often seek partners who elevate their own social status, any perceived imperfection, no matter how small, could be grounds for rejection. What does that sound like? Any perceived imperfection, no matter how small. That's literally every woman. I'm sorry. Prove me wrong, ladies. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Okay,
I'm serious. And I'm not, this is not an open invitation for the married women and the women in serious relationships to prove me wrong. Single women. This is a call to arms. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Tell me that you are single, not because of idealized self-image and a potential partner's not being able to live up to any perceived imperfection, no matter how small. And then this third point, let's just hone in on this. Perfectionism. Unlike narcissism, perfectionism was associated with both the likelihood and frequency of experiencing the ick. This suggests that individuals who are overly rigid, high standards for partners tend to experience the ick more often and more intensely. Perfectionists, too, have an idealized vision of what a relationship should look like, and any deviation from that vision, whether it's a partner's fashion choices, social awkwardness, or minor quirks, could potentially be a deal breaker. Notice that all of the things that they supposedly deviated from in an ideal partner were all inane, surface-level trivialities. I am purposely speaking with direction and purpose here in my words. I'm trying to enunciate purposely and trying not to be unclear in the way that I'm saying this, because I know I'm getting a little long in the tooth here on this one. I apologize. While high standards can have their advantages, excessive perfectionism makes it hard to maintain relationships in the long term. As the researchers explain, there is an indication that the ick is less about genuine incompatibility and more about unrealistic expectations and deviation of an ideal partner. Me personally, my only standard for a woman, for a life partner. Well, first off, she cannot use that word to describe a relationship. I know, I'm reaching for the stars. I just want somebody that's in shape. And no, I'm not talking about Barbie doll proportions. I'm talking about somebody who is in the same physical class as myself. Who doesn't eat all day. Who, I don't know, enjoys doing cardio 3 times a week. Who might enjoy having sex. I do not think it is too much to ask.
Way too much, bro.
A woman to enjoy having sex, to be attractive enough to do it often. I don't understand how that's... Apparently that is asking too much of the world.
Yeah, that is astronomical request asking this super small portion of demography. Literally 0.5% eligible people. This is... I'm gonna repeat myself. C-Max or death.
What the ick really means. The key to the ick is context. If you've been experiencing it frequently and with different partners, it might not be a sign that everyone you're dating is unsuitable. In reality, it's likely reflects an internal pattern that's worth reflecting on. Well, let's be honest. I've had no one interested in me. None. No one interested in me for 8 fucking years. And the last girl that was interested was also sleeping with 5 other guys.
Brutal.
And that was an ick for me. That was an unacceptable ick for me. Sue me. I didn't want to be part of her harem. My standards are not inane and unrealistic. My standards are very realistic. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care if you don't work. I don't care if you don't have any money. I do not care.
It's terrible.
Having standards in dating is important, but overly... Look, this article is not written about guys. Guys don't have... Guys do not... The average guy does not get the luxury of having standards. I have one standard. I can't exercise it because literally no one is interested. 1 billion is still 0 divided by 0 or multiplied by 0 or whatever that damn thing is.
America, bro.
Having standards in dating is important, but overly rigid ones can make it impossible to find a partner that fits your idea of compatible. That small, cringeworthy habit you're hyper-focused on might not actually mean that your partner is hopeless. It means they're human, just like you. It took a fucking scientific study to come to that conclusion. That said, if the ick is persistent with a particular person, then that might be worth paying attention to. Attraction isn't always a clear balance between logic and lust. Look at that. No mention of the word love anywhere. Logic and lust. It also encompasses instincts and biology. Thanks to evolution, your mind and body have evolved to detect subtle signs of compatibility. And if something about your partner is consistently off-putting, it may be your subconscious telling you that they're not the right fit. Oh, God. Look at these related articles. A green flag you should never ignore. 3 ways to raise emotionally intelligent children. 3 ways to spot coercive control in a relationship. God. Thanks a lot, Mark Travers, PhD. Look, it's not the guys that are the problem. It's not. Well, the main problem is that men still want something to do with the opposite sex. Men still want something to do with the idea of raising families and having children. Men still want something to do with duty, honor, and purpose in a broader social contract and a broader social context and for the broader society. Men still want to fulfill our societal duty. Women have shirked it all off. And I don't care. It is actually the women that have done this. It is 100% the women that have walked away. It is the women that have made this choice. It is their choice. It's not us. It's not on us. It's not on me. It's not on you. Find out a way to live the cheapest life you possibly can and work as little as possible so you pay into the system as little as possible.
Big time.
Because this is not going to change. And some of you, like, we're just going to have to start being selfish. We're not going to get what we want in terms of family, women, society. It's going to come to an end. It's going to come to a catastrophic end. So buy that sports car and finance it. I don't care. Go on the damn trip. Stop planning for retirement. Like, there's no point. It's all going to end. Live your life. I'm probably just, fuck. I'll probably just, I don't know. It's not us, guys. It's not us. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, that's the end of the video. Okay then. Well, it's just one person in the house, so doesn't matter what we play now. I should go better to the drag racing over there. Is there some loot somewhere? Should be something in the fucking house with the bears, right? Oh fuck. No fucking way. Not here. No. Gasoline. Okay. Something, bro. Oh fuck. Wow, beautiful view. With this AMD sharpening. It's perfect. Ah, that's the fucking ship. We put fuel in the tank. Yeah. Hey, two people in the house. Do you want to listen to more Raymond, or should we put music? I need to make a poll about this. Okay. h4tes, don't be so cruel. I mean, he is also one of us, you know. It's different niche, maybe. Who knows? C-Max is not for everybody, but also there is no reason not to C-Max. So, you know what I did there? Alright. Should probably... Fatigue, 48. Fuck. Sleep? Me. Stop, 5. Okay, perfect. Now. Gasoline. What? Oh, no. Oh, it should... Yeah, okay. Kurwa. The nature of sound is nice here. No fucking magpie. Is that Q? I don't know what to think anymore. He's anti too many things. I bet he's anti-Slavic also for some unknown reasons. Maybe he have the ick, you know? I don't know. Fucker. Yeah, I'm going to take a leak myself. Be right back. Whoa, the shit is still running. What the fuck? Okay, 10 liters extra, maybe. Alright. Let's see. Quickly. We have only limited time to make the shekels and win the rally also. No, I'm gonna crash. Ooh, okay, we did it. The noise. Okay. Up, down. Okay, I better save it, because if we fuck up... I have no idea if we're gonna win. We need to ban gun license and then the fucking factory. And we put some fucking music. Like this one. PK. Picky boy. Okay. Question is... Oh, that is so fucking fast. We're gonna crash or some shit. Oh no, it's leaning. The shit is leaning. But he is fucking slow. Did I win? I win. Nice. Easy money. I think we can beat the other one too. Oh man, I need to restart the game. I'm having memory leaks or some shit. Whoa. Fuck yeah. That was a good idea. Modify this shit. Okay. 1000. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's do this. Oh, he's weak. He can't do shit. We're gonna win. Aha, he's fucking lame. Yes, baby. This is it. Okay, I should try Red Menace. That one? No, this one. I don't know. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna probably lose. Oh no, he's fucking fast. We're not gonna win. Oh no, he's fucking fast, bro. Shit. Load. Let's blaze Barbados. Let's inhale Raymond's favorite substance, right? I'm just kidding. You can lead horse to the pond, but you can make him drink. Big time. Fuck. Let me grant some shekels and we're gonna find new video to review something big. As it should. Yeah, bye bye, Lada. I don't have a... Oh, he's way behind. Kurwa. Leaning. No, don't crash. Oh, fuck. No, stop. Whoa. Maybe we can win the $500,000. I don't know. Kurwa, I don't know. We can try. Oh, I need to text my Pocahontas, yeah. Today, no shekels from nobody, god damn. Oh fuck. Ah, whatever. This is overkill. The fuck is this now? What? What have I done? Aha. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Result of the poll. Everybody wants Raymond. Oh no. Brutal. Yeah, when the weekend ends in this game, we're gonna play something. Oh. Shit. How fast is this now? Whoa. That is just overkill. This might work actually. Okay. Kurwa. What the fuck just happened? You are kidding me, right? No fucking way. Insane, insane. I think we're gonna lose. Shit. Kurwa. It's out of control. Maybe I win. Oh man, we win. But fucking hell. That was very hard to steer. Yeah, this is so hard to steer. We need brakes, bro. We need fucking brakes. That was insane. I need to save it up. Probably 2 more and we can buy the license. Yes! Very hard to steer. Moment of truth again. Okay, make it nice. Fuck. No. No. Come, I can win. You're kidding me. You're fucking kidding me, I win. That was insanely close, bro. That was fucking close. 1 more we can buy the license for guns. Perfect. I need to be careful. Fuck. Okay, handbrake and... Okay, this is possible. Okay. Kurwa. So... Out. What's the gasoline situation? Ah, it's okay, it's okay. I'm so hungry, something to eat would be nice. Fucking gulag, a grocery store opens in 5 hours. Jesus. 6 actually. Bang, let's go. Don't crash me, Eddie. Okay, we're gonna win, most likely. Go straight, go straight. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, perfect. Yes. Let's milk it up a little bit more. Careful, careful, careful. Okay, okay, I think we're good. Perfect. Oh my god. Ooh, 250. Kurwa, brakes, I need brakes. Where? Okay. We don't have any brakes. But yeah, take this one. Probably. No, we have everything. Oh, this is insanely strong. But maybe I switch to fucking gasoline on the track. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what's the situation with the fucking suspension? What? Gasoline 0? Aha. What? We ran out of fuel. Oh, this is going down very fast. Fuck it. Actually, fuck it. Let's get out of here. Get out of here, Stalker. What was he selling? I forgot. Nothing. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. Eat the bugs, American. Eat the bugs. Okay, hill climb. Next. Evolutionary step. We fucking need gasoline, kurwa. Is kurwa, I forget this shit right there. Oh man, this is... I need to change the ratio on the transmission, I think. Hook it up or go there. I don't know. Hook it up. Yeah. Kurwa. Give it back. Okay, attach. Nice. We can obtain some fucking weapons right now. That's so good. Open up. Oh no. No, 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 no. This is fucked. Shit. Everything is falling apart. Kurwa. Yikes. Quickly. One more raise, we can buy the house. Ah, fuck it. Let's go here. Kurwa. No. Take it easy. Oh. That's from Red Alert 2. 2000. Whoa, what's going on? Da, comrade. Hey, what's the fucking rules here? Spoiler. Interesting. Win races to only price. Time to beat. 7 minutes? Huh. We'll see. I wonder if it's fucking checkpoints or what. Okay, how can I... Aha, okay. What's the situation? Okay. Headlights. Where? Here. Opa. Shit, this is gonna be tricky. Okay, and where? Where is the checkpoint? I can just climb up, right? Checkpoints, do you see checkpoints? Yeah, they are. Fuck. I'm already late. Shit, this is not gonna work. Too much power. Maybe. Yeah, I can't fucking brake correctly. First time. What? Sleeping as fuck. My hands are hurting. Go, go, go. Probably gonna take me more than 7 minutes. Gonna probably fucking crash. It's very hard to fucking control this car. Why? Itchy. Go, go, go. Kurwa. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow, 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 slow. Kurwa, ej. Slow, slow, slow. Yeah, this is not looking good. No, 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 slow, slow, slow. Music. Abracadabra. actually. Why? Okay. Go. Fuck. Fucking shit. Oh, this is gonna fuck up my time. Oh shit. Now he's sliding. Come on, let's go. Shit, oh. This is so slippery. No. Oh man, this fucking hill is overkill. Probably 7 minutes just now. Slightly. Okay, this is it. Moment of truth. Where? Dang. 8 minutes, 9 seconds. Fuck off. There is no fucking way to win this shit. Have I win something? Your time to beat. No fucking way. Exactly 30 seconds. We are short. Fuck this. That was a waste of effort, for sure. Music. It. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, I don't have skills to beat this level, this hill. A shame, it's very nice rewards. Okay, where the fuck is that rally? Huh? Over there. Oh. Okay. Here. Up. Oh no. Ooh, no fucking way. Oh my god, I'm stuck. We have to probably carefully push here. Oh no, you are kidding me. Retard. Yeah, we should restart the game. There's memory leaks or some shit. The gasoline situation. Oh yeah. Oh no. Bang. Yes, Mr. Maurice, that's right. Can't get too cocky, we might lose. One mistake, and there is a... We're gonna do 360, like retards. Thanks. Yeah, Maurice, I'm not sure about the Rumble stuff. These guys are kinda different generation, you know, different set of issues. That's why I was reviewing Raymond, because he's my age. He's kinda like same looks like me, kinda. But obviously, I mean, he haven't found his niche from what I hear. Ah, shit. Okay, we should buy that house in Sterlikin, I think. For one more, maybe? If I sleep, that's a mistake. That's so nice. Yeah, recommend me something better. Something relevant, something, you know, something good. Not COVID stuff, or young creators also, nothing. Soy 6 live stream soon. Not Soy 6, hell no. We are not going to Pattaya, that's for sure. I am going to my good old place in North Bangkok. I'm gonna live with the Thai people, of course. Bro, meeting tourists in Thailand, that is actually an absolute life killer, suicidal and cringe. And basically, I can't be around other tourists. They make me feel like I am not special, you know. Even worse, it's like nobody gives you second look. Yeah. But yeah, there will be live streams from SEA, of course, from that location, which I am very familiar. Yeah, people are waiting for me, I mean, as soon as we get shekels, the sooner I bounce. Hunger 67, boom. Okay. GG, my friend. Amen to that. Wow, this is perfect. We have a storm. Perfect. One more maybe? Let's squeeze it. 3 mil. Stakes are high. Cope or a rope, eh? Whoa. Oh shit. Careful, careful, careful. Bang. Okay, the question is, are we taking track or are we... Shit. Smuggler base, everything, we take everything. It is my ultimate sleeper dragster, yes. Okay, hop, dash, hop. Nice. Damn, I'm faster than the blue car. Yeah. What are these copers selling, huh? Is there some contract here? Ah, there is something. Salt. Kolovi. Okay, this is good. Can we fucking carry 15 bags? I don't know. 15 bags. Oh fuck, no gasoline. Okay. What the fuck? 10 liters? 21. Okay. Fuck, I need to ask on the forum. Hey, are tapes in the house? Take the cap off, he said, but I'm trying to take the cap. Aha, this one? No, it doesn't work. Strange. Wow. Where is the cap? Oh no. Maybe here? Weird. Work, doesn't work. What? Fucking see. I think the cap is glitched. Yeah. Kidding me, coolant, wasn't it? Ah, here it is. Look at that. So fucking small. Ah. Yep. Now. Jesus fuck. Okay. Okay. What's the situation here? Pee poo poo, of course. What are we doing? Smugglers, I think. Yeah. And now... Okay. Oh no, we're gonna lose the shit again. Yeah, you see flash and then you count seconds. And time you can hear the thunder, I think it's like if sound travels 300 meters per second, it means 1 click per 3 seconds. What is here? Looks like a crater. Yeah, the dev should put some trash in the craters and depressions. Which way? We should probably go here. Oh no, fuck, okay. Alright. It's empty, I think. Okay. It. Oh yeah. Yes. Mind what a fucking clutter we have here. Oh, motherfucker, move, motherfucker, move. Put everything on one side. Shit. Ah, this can work. Maybe? Most deaf. Yeah. How about good money for the fucking shit? Ah, fuck this. Kurwa. Oh no. Tight, 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 tight. That's the bomb. Let's go. And do I have a fucking handbrake? No. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, maybe there. Maybe. Yeah. Ah, it's okay. No, 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 no! Kurwa. Slow. No, stop, kurwa. Go, buddy boss. Okay, 7. Which is... Ay. Okay. And this is finished. This is finished. Finished, I think. Yeah. Obres. That's what we are getting paid. What's the ammo for this shit? Not this one, not this one. Oh fuck me, the ammo. The fucking ammo for this. Yeah, this one, no? I think. What did he buy? Okay, hunting bullshit. Sterlikin, was it? Moldovan hunting supplies. Bam. I don't want a bitch overhaul. Coat or rope. Okay, how does this work? I'm having that, thank you. Alright. Obres, number 5. Ooh. Interesting. What's the ammo situation here, huh? Well, number 6. 8, 15, 5 rounds. Whoa. Hey, nice. Okay. Haste. This is kicking like a mule. Right. That's nice. Yeah, take it easy. Nice. Nice. Now we can hunt bears. Yeah, finally. Okay, so we have Dolgov Flat and Iron Mine. Okay. Probably more ammo. Probably. Yeah, you never know. What? Okay, and we should probably ditch that fucking little RPG, breast knife, map. Fuck. Okay, so 9, 10, okay, nice. LPG goes here. Okay. Yeah, we have to go probably back to the base. No. Who the fuck is buying these? I need to unload everything. Fuck. We should go to Sterilikin to buy that fucking house. That's for sure. Yeah. What are these guys buying? Yeah. Time for a new track, but which one? Something fucking big. Pitch of a hole. Tune into this fucking cope. You better smash that fucking like. Cope. And the rope. Yeah. Which way? Is this it? Okay, there is something down there. Bear in the vicinity. I don't think. Yes. Lot of shit, I think. No? Oh, how did I miss this fucking place? You are kidding me. Nice. Ooh. And all these yummy. Yes, stable. Perfect. Hop, 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 hop. Get up, get up, get up. Okay. How should we do this? Probably like that. Hop. Oh my god, so good. With the shader, shade me. This game looks so fucking good. Ooh. Interesting. Canister. Conventional, this is dog shit, but whatever. Ooh, nice. Too many of these. Oh. Kurwa, too much shit in the house. One, two, okay. Yeah, we are going. Next time. Something over there. What the how do I get there? Okay, I'm saving right here. In case there is a fucking crocodile. no, he's coming. Get out. Okay. 5. Take. Come here. Retard. Okay. Alright. 4. Get up. Well. Oh my god, this is gonna be intense. Okay, let's first scout it out. I bring the truck later. Of course, gasoline. Ignition. Did I save? I don't know. We did, no? Yeah, over there. Think. Going in here. Oh no, mouses. Fuck. Wow. This is a nice effect. Oh. This is some true cell building, bro. That's for sure. Something is over there. Oh. Empty, okay. I should have taken my flashlight, it's getting dark. Okay. Whoa, that's a lot of drugs, bro. Oh, but what can we do? Cops gonna stop us. Let's get up. Okay, this is nice. Give me. Okay, first we go here. It should be empty now. Okay, let's get up. Okay, this is probably okay. Yes, weapons crates, I think, right? Goods. No, just goods. More goods, nice. Okay. I should probably save. Oh, that's a fucking... Can I take it? Oh, okay. Can we drop this one and we can take this one? No? Fuck. Man, I want this. I need this. Can it be taken? Ah, yes, can. Nice. Okay, first of all, throw it away like this. Up. I don't think so. Up. Well. Okay. Hombres. Boom. Okay, nothing, nada. I mean... Track. Oh. Oh no, the fucking mouse is here. Well, knife. Oh no, hombres. Got 3, up. You are fucking kidding me. Yo, annoying. Yo, it's pushing me out. Hop, yeah. Okay, we good. Ah, good tell. Oh, what is this? Something good. Oh, there is a guy in here. What the fuck? What? Hey, get the hell out of here, he says. But what should we do? Beer, cigarette? Okay. Yeah, give me that. Okay, we can't take that. Well, so many good shit. Fuck. Maybe that dude knows something about this. Hey. Okay. Ah, ooh, nice. Okay, what is really nice is this shit right here. But what? There's toolbox. Okay, I'm gonna be happy. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Nah. Should we shoot that guy? Maybe. Three. Up. Okay, let's see what happens. Radio. Where is he? Shit. What is this? Yeah, this fucking room is unreachable. Is it? Oh no, no, no. Ah, kurwa. Press T. Might be hardcore to load it up. Right, so, well, 3, 5, probably 6, no, yeah, ah, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck, no way, no way, no way, no way. Come here. Okay, I'm gonna just run. Oh no 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 no. Okay. Okay. Fuck off. Okay. Ten, 9, 7. Oh, kurwa. Okay, it's gonna work. Yes, no, maybe. Get out of here, stalker. We should return. Question, where are we? Must be... Oh yeah, I know. South west. Kurwa. Okay, was okay, probably this. I don't know. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. We're gonna return. What else? Good shit, whatever. Shit, I fell. Anyway, just have to go over there. Easy, take it easy. Ah, so slow. Whoa. No. Like that. Big. Yeah. We have to return here. Wow, looks like a nice place with loot. Can we? Yeah. Nada. sheesh. Fuck no. This is fucking cool. Fucking hell. Everything is full. Maybe this isn't. Okay. This is a good engine. Very strong. This is trash. So many of these fucking doors. What happens if I put here? Lol. Okay, so we are okay. Don't way. Shit. Okay. Yeah, maybe I switch to fucking the gasoline engine and we don't have to carry diesel around. Yeah, there is that guy. He can help. Okay, what does he want? Let's see. Blank pipes. Re-examine blank pipe. Fuck. What about this fucking truck? How can I take it? Oh man, we have to return. Whoa! Oh, kurwa! Shit, I'm stupid. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. Fuck it. Oh man, this is shit. I had it so good before. Fuck. He's not gonna fucking fly. Anyway. Slow. And those fucking lights are giving me such a slow FPS. Boom. And where is that fucking village? Over there. Oh no, this is gonna fucking... Oh yeah. You are kidding me. Stupid. Retard. Get here and look. Hey Maddie, just got off work. Yeah, it's 3 AM in Eastern Europe, so American souls are tuning in. What happens if I put it here? How are you coping, man? I mean, save. I'm not risking. Building materials, my nigga. Let's go. What? 2,600,000. You buy. Is he also selling his shit? Perfect. That guy in the outlets, yeah. Barrel pipes, okay. We're gonna rebuild that house. What else? Perfect. Okay, that guy right here buying goods, right? It's a million. Belts will become. Then. Okay. Where is that fucking house? This one? Yes. Good, we have it. Das ist depressing house, Jesus fuck. Water, yes please. Oh no, the beard is in the house. Fuck that beard, bro. It will go outside. Open? Weird. Okay, I should put it here. Yes. Back off, beard. Pumpkin to fucking do. Wait. So, gun running should be done without the car, I think. Okay. Let's put here. Fucking couch, bro. Give me a couch. What else? Table. Big time, big time. No, this is such a shit piece of bush. Needs to be removed. Fuck. Put up this fucking engine 6.0. What is this? We are 6.5, 400 Newton meter, and this one is fucking hell. Oh fuck. You are shitting me, right? Aha, okay. Go. Ah, the fuck, I need to... So much fucking trash here. Fuck it. Fuck that beard, bro. Chin. Okay, LPG, we can cook in this bitch. Which means up. Poloska. Okay, this is such a bullshit. Ah, good engine. It's a shit. We need to sleep. Here. Fuck it, I take it with me. Repair box. Yo, I hate that beard. I hate that beard so much. Shut the fuck up! Beard. Freiburger, race map, Pettington, aha! Probably... Okay, now we are talking. Shitty Soviet design. This is so fucking weird. Pettington, number one. What is this one? Aha, okay. Knife, Freiburger. Okay. Fuck. Right. Drink. Nice. I think we cleaned it up. Oh. The fuck is this shit? Ah, okay. Is this fucking map, huh? Just a map? Wow, this is such a good effect. I got you. Let's go. Whoa, what the fuck's going on? Hey. Something is very wrong. The fuck? Ah, I bet you saved it. Mm-hmm. Look. Shit, look. Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Shit, this needs to work. Scope and gun runner. Oh no, the angle is dog shit. Huh? Okay, better. What is this motherfucker selling? Nada. Where is Moldova? So, Moldovan. Saverska, kurwa. Oh, interesting. We can haul. Huh. Okay, what about this one? How do I buy this shit? Is it mine? What to do? I'm not sure. I will figure it later. So, Savesk, which means up, 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 okay. But I should help that guy first. So, first rebuild house, number 1. Moldova, number 2. Gun running, number 3. quest. Gameplay, quests. Freiburger, Scavenger, Abandoned. Okay, Freiburger. Grigori's ruined house. Okay, here it is. Okay. 5 pallets of bricks. 2 pallets of cement. Let me see again. 5 pallets of bricks. So again, 1 pipes, 2 pallets of planks. 2 pallets of planks. So 1, 2, 3. What just happened? Okay. What else? 5 pallets of bricks, 2 pallets of cement. Pallets of bricks. Well. Well, this is not good. Shit. I need to ask the boys. Bricks. What's the name of this fucking village? So there's Sterlitin. There we go. Again, what was it? 2 cement and bricks. Kurwa. Bricks. Well, give me the fucking bricks. Is this a fucking glitch? Maybe here? Okay, let's see. Pass. Down. Okay. Right. Thing down. We'll find him. Nothing. You own nothing and be happy. Okay, Savers and then oh, that was nasty. There is a road. Okay. What? Fuck, how do I get? Fuck, am I tripping? So that's the... Where the fuck is Saversk, huh? Here. Okay. Saving. Kill. Cope or rope. Yeah, what you got? This is funny. Hey, this is nice. Scope. Ooh. Oh, I want this. Okay, how can I? Have to ask him. How does this work? What you got? Hey. Here, too much guns. Okay, here. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. 9 hours long. Okay. Whoa, 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 slow, slow, slow. Oi. Hey, look. Fuck. Opress, number 3. Up. Don't fuck with my car. Fucking piece of shit. Why? We need meat, that's for sure. Or... Ooh. Number 40. Oh my god. Yeah, what the fuck? That's a lot of drugs, bro. Diesel, binocular, I already have one. I do. That's too much, way too much drugs. Oh no. Diesel, kurwa. Lie. And today 9 hours stream and we made 0 shekels. Aye. Even Raymond cannot save this channel from complete extinction. Nada. Hey, Maurice. Yeah, big fan. No people though. Whatever. No, what did I say? Yeah, we are going 9.5 hours, I decided. Kino. I think even Raymond finished his live stream at this point, didn't he?
Living
Let's
rent
see.
free in our brains. Because quite frankly, the media and the news and everybody who's
No, he's
finally
still going.
figured out fries. Did they eat her whole life? Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Want women in.
Yeah, he finished hour ago. Oh, he's over there. Might be very hard. No, whoa. Ah, crazy. We have to do this from safe distance. It should be probably like here. Okay, ammo. F. Okay. Well, I have only one shot. 8, 7, 6. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. Okay, down. What about those fucking bears? That's gonna be the real shit. Okay, they are going. Come. We're going down. Come. You are going down. No, shit. Okay. Oh, come. Yep. Kidding me. 5. Oh. Kurwa. That was fucking close. Okay, now 1, 2, how too many. Oh no. They're gonna fuck me up. Okay, take this corpse. Should here, okay. Ooh, are you strong? I'm fucking. Oh no. 7. Oh my god, I'm fucking shit aim. There you go. Okay. Hop. Okay. Haha. Possible is possible. Yeah. Okay, so take this retard, Okay, where is he? Somewhere inside. Fuck it, let's go. Or should I bring my car? Yeah, let's bring the fucking car. Getting dark, I don't see shit. So, get up. Okay. So, 10, probably 9. Good. Okay. 8, 7, 6. Oh god, crocodile. Fuck off! No way, he's not fucking up. Please, don't fuck me up. No way. I'm finished, buddy boys. I can't recover from this. Whoa, he's fast. But okay, I know how. Oh, the fucking crocodile. Fucking crocodile, bro. You don't make noise, that's the problem. Hop. Okay. Now. Don't get up, motherfucker. Okay. 5. Reload. I mean, reloading is so fucking hard. Get the ammo. No way. Okay, here we go. 5. Okay. Take this. Take this. Okay. Oh hey, here he comes. Bang, alright. Okay, now that's it. I think we cleaned the building. Perfect. Crocodile number 6. Oh, he's fucking big. You are kidding me. Give me beer. Tea. Tea. Okay, we are saving. No mistakes. This is some old school fucking thinking, no markers, no zoomer bullshit. Smear. Alright. Damn, the crocodile actually have a nice textures and shit. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Nice. Right. Shit, he's big. Okay. Nothing. Oh. What is this shit? Ah, apples. I wish we can make a compote or something like that. Combination. Okay, now we have to. This motherfucker went hard. Yeah. Bank. Man, this game is so fucking good. It's like, this is not AAA, this is quadruple A game. Pack goal. Diesel. Okay, take this. Actually, I can start putting it into my backpack. What the fuck I'm doing? Here, nada. Hey, look at that. Bandaż, cigarety. Okay, this. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, nice rust. What about here? Nada. Whoop. Nice. Take that. Boom. Nice ammunition. Okay. In which game you can throw chairs and tables from the building, bro? In which game? Only in Slovenia, bro. Is everything okay? Oh, mattress, yeah. Okay. Gonna be fun arranging this shit. But how do I get to the next building? You are fucking kidding me. But how do I reach the fucking roof? This is some kind of joke, right? No. I know what to do. So, ammunition box 10, 9, cigarette, oh fuck. Map, scope, obres. Safe. Oh my god, what is this? Another weapon? Okay. But yeah, we can't take this shit. Cop's gonna... Oh no. Oh god. Probably great money, but the cop's gonna stop us. Yeah. Fuck it, let's go. Man, I need to figure out this fucking mess. Alright. Shit. Okay. Number 10. The fuck have I done? Okay, number 9. 7. The fuck? Oh no. Okay, number 3, we have 2 guns. Fucking ammo. Okay. Okay, that's it. Fucking shit. Man, this is some claustrophobic shit. Wake up. Well, there was that. Fuck it. Table. Great. We forget, of course. Okay, left. Okay. 3, no, 4 spots are empty. Okay. Okay, here, maybe. Maybe hardcore. No, this fucking place. Oh, did I fucking scouted this? Okay, left. Okay, pass. Opposite side, crude oil. Okay, let's go there. Nada. Okay, that's it. Weird. Okay. Shit, I don't know how to do this. Okay, the dogs. Yeah. Nice, me before. So, raz, dwa, 3. Here. Okay. Okay. This fucking little shit. Yes, fuck. This fucking crocodile. And the bear on top of that. Kidding me. Yeah. Fucking shitting me, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna work. Kidding me. Probably these two. Top of that. Boom. Let's bounce body oils, no? Did we forget something? I think so. This bullshit. Yeah, a table would be nice. Ah, fuck it, next time. No, no, no. Whoa. This is not gonna work. Slide. Oh no. Oh, fuck. It's already falling down. Oh no, that's too fuck. Yeah, he's sliding, kurwa. It's a long way. Long way to go. Oh no. Table. Table, motherfucker. Table. Oh. Ah, the table. Oh, I fell. Kurwa. Oh, fuck. Pack the table. Let's go. Oh no, the crocodile gonna sleep. Ah, okay. I don't have enough ammo, do I? Okay. So again, 6. And he's down. Nice, we can loot. Fuck, I wish we had bigger trunk. We have... The shit we're gonna copy that. Oh no. Oh no. Another one. Oh, I'm out of here. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Counting 6 and 5. Okay. Okay. Let's go down. Yeah. Damn. Oh, I have idea. I'm gonna put the motherfucker inside. Yes, like that. Aha, I have an idea. Oh my god. Medic, I'm so stupid. Did I think about that sooner? So for example, number 10. Okay, and I take this, I take this. Here we go. We have some space. Yeah. Ooh, what is that? Okay, backpack. So we can drop scope, probably 7 bandage. Yeah. Oh my god, this is good shit. Nafta. Okay. Okay, I'm taking. Oh man, Zakmat, perfect. Taking this. Okay, this is small, nice. Actually, I put this just here. Wow, Look at this fucking... What? Wow. Okay, nice. Don't have a fucking space for this. Maybe. No. Aha! Fucking German helmet. Lol. Fuck it. Put it here. What is this? Oh, interesting. Grill. Seat. Kind of. Okay. Maybe we can should fuck off this meat. Put some bullshit over there. No? That way we can take this bullshit. Bricks for that dude. Lovely. One is bullshit. That is also bullshit. Let's get... Oh, this one there. Okay, we are going... Okay, Sterling, that guns, Sterling, and then guns. Oh, slow. Oh, that's the guy with the Shrenke. He looks to have something for me. Blanks. Eh. Shit. Shitting me. Oh no, cops are in the city. I passed my ammo. I'm dead. Should save. Yeah, first we go gun runners. What can we... Every king. Should put that. Okay. More fucking ammo. Shit. Aha, večer kuta, Freiburger. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck it. Oh. Ah. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No. Oh man. It's like that shit. No. This doesn't look like a... Fuck, I'm not sure. Right, premium break. What the fuck is this then? Then? Shit? I think so. What the fuck is going on doing here? Interesting. Fuck that beat, bro. Oh, I hate that beat so much. Release, take. 8, 2, 3, 3, 3. Okay, let's go over here. 2. C7. Car disc brake set BT900. Car disc brake set BT900. What about this shit? BT. Oh, this is much better. My god. Now we are talking. What about? Huh? No? Okay. Nice. Oh, one more. Please. Okay, bricks and cement. What was the amount of bricks? Let's see. So, bricks 4 times and 2 cement. So, yes. Yes. 4 tricky. Okay, take this. Okay, barrel. Fuck the beard. This goes here. No? No, we can take that. Probably. What else? Fuck the beard. Yeah, this is shit. Ammo, nice. PG. How much I hate that beard, bro. Yeah, this gonna work, I think. So, what's the fucking keyword here? Like this. Yeah, oh no. No, like this, you know? Yeah. Oh. Perfect. I'll wrap it up in 1 minute because I think YouTube gonna cut us off at 10 hours, no? I should check it out quickly. What's the limit on YouTube live stream? 12 hours? Is that so? Okay then. Yeah, this is gonna fit perfectly. Exactly. Oh, no. Probably put it like this, who cares? Oh, perfect. So, yeah, this is sparking. Give me. Okay, now we are talking. Okay, Roger Kuta, and we are going to Gonsk. Okay. Go there. Yeah, kurwa. Yeah, 0. We are not millionaires anymore. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Can we make it? Oh, we made it. Totally forgot you can take the barrel in inventory. Where is that dirty cop? Careful. fuck is this shit? Is this correct? Yeah, okay. Wow. Oh, stop. Whoa. Oh, stop. Where is that fucking asshole? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. 5 F. Okay. What the fuck? Fucking hell. I'm gonna die. Run. No, we didn't save, bro. Run. Hey, fucking shit. Fucked up. How far is the safe? Very far. Shit. Hey, we're still going, man. 0 shekels. What a fucking economy. They say there is a excess mail surplus, but nada in here. Oh, no. No fucking way. We are in Novocherkuta. Again. No. Tell me please we have exchanged. Fuck, we didn't. Again, what? Freiburger. Okay, I gave him this. Think we buy this, right? I'll probably take these two. Okay, what do we have? John Trevor, there is an abundant shed in the north of tip of the mountain. Dirt road from Kozmodrinsk. Semi-trailer. Okay. Ooh. I do. Careful. Okay, like this, like that. This put here. Okay. Come on. Get on. Shit. I think I left the car here. We go Stelikin, Savers. Back here? No. Bang. Okay. Yes, who can e-brake? Let's go. Exactly the same steps. So, let's see, 8 and 3. 3. Okay. Boom. Bam. Mistake. Okay, the wheels back it to here. So much meat. Okay. So now we here. Okay, what was it again? 4 times this. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, what was it again? Like this, right? That's okay. Fuck that beard, bro. Dave, remove the beard in the next update. I can't fucking focus. Ah, man, this is disgusting. Torture. Fuck the beard. Fuck the beard, bro. Type in the chat, fuck the beard, but it was... You feel the same way about this beard. The way we find the fucking... Okay. Right. Ugh, what the fuck have I done? Diesel 103. Okay. We are safe because we are such a retard. Oh, I forget about this one. Because I did. Wow, this is heavy shit. Up. Putzka. They like to say Putzka. Oh no, 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 no. And this is fucked. Did we lose something? Where was the fucking motor we found? This engine. How strong? Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. What? Okay, good work. So, nice. Done. Yes. Well, hey, I did come here. Thanks, here are the keys. Guess keys to this, right? Okay. I'm gonna save it. And I'm going to sleep. We can probably continue tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. See you soon.